some juice, baby!
Jose Abreu hammered the left center field. Way back there. It is gone! Second deck, Jose Abreu.
Jose Abreu with what I like to call a gentleman's grand slam after Yordan had flied out to drive in a run with bases loaded. Jose Abreu steps up to the plate and finishes the job. And with Sean Bajani in for Sean Pendergast this morning, which is good because I won't screw up that name at least.
Hey.
There's going to be multiple times, Sean, where I call you Sean, but it's actually the wrong. You spell your name differently, but you'll never know. So
I'll never know. Nobody else will either. You're good. You're safe.
Yeah, exactly. Homonyms are our friends this morning. So Sean's taking a little bit of a micro vacation during the bye week, and I got to be honest with you, Sean. I let every version of a bad baseball fan creep into my psyche last night when it was tied 3-3. Urquidy had just been a mess. Yeah, after I've been bragging about the pitching and the resurgence of Urquidy and everybody else, and I was going to a dark place. Because I was planning the show today with Sean, guys. I had all, you saw it in the show prep. I had all kinds of things like, with how can they pull themselves back? What's the historical evidence of a team being down 3-1 and then coming back? And ultimately, Ryan Stanek saved our bacon.
You were like a AP writer that's writing their game story as it's happening, and you have to completely wipe at the end after the comeback. Just lucky for everybody, especially any Houston Astro fans' hearts, that it didn't have to wait until like the 9th inning or something like that for a comeback.
Yeah, I mean, so I guess I know the 4th inning obviously might end up going down as the turning point in this series. I don't know, man. In my brain, if the Astros win this series, it's going to be Stanek coming in, and like a guy who's been ignored for like wholesale at times in various playoff runs by the Astros.
Yeah,
like for him to come in the bottom of the 3rd inning in relief of Urquidy and just induce a double play on one pitch. That was a baller moment for Ryan Stanek.
I was great. Did you see any of the post-game stuff with him last night when he was asked about like, hey, so you come in, you throw one pitch, and you get the win? That must be pretty cool.
Yeah.
And he was like, yeah, that's a total snake job. He's talking about like how fluky reliever wins are, and he's so right. But it's cool and it's deserved. And I have to be honest with you. Maybe the only other guy that I would be as happy for in that moment would be Rafael Montero.
Yeah.
Because it's been such a hard season for him, and he'd put it together, but you still don't have that confidence in him. Like
right. Yeah, you don't get that feeling of like when Abreu or somebody else comes in these days. Yeah, right. That's exactly right. Okay, speaking of the various Abreus and Jose Abreu, obviously, who he bumped in with his home run, has been awesome in the playoffs. Had really rounded out in that last month of the regular season and was way more productive. But has there been more of a 180? There's very few players I can think of that have done as much of a 180 in terms of confidence level when he got up. Like when he got up to the plate there. And with runners in scoring position now, and in that moment there, I actually felt really confident in Jose Abreu.
Yeah, at least on this Astros squad, no. I mean, he's 1-1A, to be honest with you, in terms of like somebody that you went from having zero confidence in. You were ready to ship out of town, find some way like, hey, can we buy his contract out? Like, how can we get rid of this guy 100 ball games into the season? And he is completely shifted. I'm mad at one thing for the home run last night, and it's that it did not go 440 feet, rather only 438 feet, because I wanted them to talk about like the StatCast, numbers. The last 3 home runs, including that one that he'd hit, had gone at least 440 feet. Oh, and you're talking about complete just mash jobs from this guy who, what did he go? Like, Seth, 103 ball games into the season? No, it wasn't that many. It was like 53 ball games into the season before he hit his first home run, and it was like 80 games before he hit like his 5th home run.
Yeah, there were all manner of like the various different players that had hit home runs before him.
They were kind of like,
and
they weren't impressive. They were like, just kind of get me overs. They weren't impressive. And now this dude's like mashing.
Yeah, well, and it's a big victory for interim GM Jeff Bagwell too. Like a lot of the
you're lying.
Honestly,
you are lying to yourself and everybody if Jeff Bagwell is not the first person you think of anytime Jose Abreu does something good. It's somewhere Jeff Bagwell is just like, yes. Thank you.
I don't know. I talked to Bagwell at the Houston Sports Awards, and the biggest takeaway I got from him there, honestly, I was just kind of asking about what it's like now working in the front office full time and everything.
Yeah.
I don't know if he has enough time to even sit and think about like what people might be saying or anything other than when, they ask him about him in the booth when he's broadcasting. Like he painted a picture where he's working his butt off. Like he is staying busy as hell.
I believe
it. With all the international players and everything that the Astros do, like he's working his butt off. So I could see Bagwell, is a constant, never wants to take any credit for anything. Like as a player, hated himself all the time, like in the old school way. Like back before everybody had years and years of training from sports psychologists, a lot of athletes like genuinely hated themselves and were like super tough on themselves. I think Bagwell is that way. So I don't know how much he'll ever sit back. If the Astros win a World Series here and Abreu's the MVP or something, I genuinely don't know if he'll take any time to like even consider whether he deserves any credit for it.
I don't know. I mean, that's a really good point. I like the analysis of Bagwell's personality, from your perspective. But I do think he's very well aware of what people must be saying at the very least because, he's been in the booth numerous times throughout the course of the season. And, Robert Ford, Steve Sparks, or Todd Callis or Jeff Blum, whoever he's with at the particular time, they're asking pertinent questions relative to those struggles, and he knows because he's been in the game for 30 years, 40 plus years now. It's an extension of what people are discussing, the criticism that moves that he made now this time in this instance that he's facing.
Yeah.
So he knows the criticism. He has an idea.
I wonder, like as a former player though too, because he played so long, like those guys get so good psychologically at riding out slumps, and it's never easy, but they know that things come around, and a lot of times it's just a matter of working its way out. But then when you're doing it, when you're doing it as a GM though too, it's like anything else. Like when you're playing, the psychological stress is never nearly as great as when you're coaching or watching or like even as a fan. My psychological distress as a fan has like far exceeded anything I ever felt in the NFL as a player. It you've got control over things when you're a player. So yeah, I mean I am happy for Bagwell, knock on wood, assuming everything else turns out all right with the rest of this series.
Got a long way to go.
But yeah, I hate myself for being. I was as down as I've been when Urquidy got rolled out of the game. I knew, like I'm telling myself, look, they're going to keep hitting in this game. They're going to be. They're gonna be fine. They're gonna roll through. At that point, you're already rolling through pitchers at that point. And if anything, even if the Astros had lost last night, it would have been after seeing a whole bunch of the relievers. And I think that that would have been reason for optimism moving forward. That was actually one of my bullet points for.
That's a good one.
As I was looking for reasons to not lose faith at 3-1.
To be honest with you, and I know a lot of people are always critical of the national media, but particularly the coverage, like guys like Big Papi and A-Rod and Jeter that are covering this series, for Fox and stuff. They actually gave me reason to be optimistic after this team went down 0-2 to the Rangers.
Yeah.
And it was something so simple, and I probably would have arrived to the conclusion, in my own right, because, look, you and I, everybody, we've watched this team all season long. We know this about them, that the bats are going to get hot at some point, but it was just the way that they kind of characterized it and broke it down at the conclusion of Game 2, where it's like, hey, it's 2 games. And they're all former players up there, so you get it from their perspective. But it's like, these bats are too damn good. Yeah. They're going to show up. They're going to wake up at some point. And, they were talking about, like, Game 3, hey, Baker's dozen. I think that was one of A-Rod's things. Like, they're going to get 6 runs. They're going to have to get 6 runs in this game. And, sure enough, they get. And then last minute explosion. It's just one of those crazy things.
I'm glad you mentioned like that baker's dozen thing or anything. The one complaint I have with the FS1 broadcast has been that they're a little too much. They're a little too much pre-produced and pre-packaged. Like a little too saccharine. And not to mention, okay, does every intro to the game have to be something about cattle and horses and big techs and everything else? It's like everything. Every damn intro is whatever the stereotypical vision of Texas is. Not good or bad necessarily, but like that's it. It's Houston versus Dallas. We gotta include Spurs and maybe game 5. Let's do a scene from Urban Cowboy or something. Maybe get some Travolta in there.
I am probably way too passionate about this particular topic.
No, give me your passion.
Maybe more than most, but I thought the same thing. I get it. It's two teams from the state of Texas. I get it, but I don't need to see a freaking dude riding in on a horse, to start this series. I'm tired of the cowboy thing having to characterize any team from Texas, no matter if it's one or two teams playing against each other. But in football, baseball, basketball, hockey, do they do the same thing for the Dallas Stars? Like when they're playing in a big game, do they show?
They always do. They always do something. Like if it's a national thing going against with something in Texas, they're going to do some nod to it. It just feels like it's been over the top. Maybe because you see it every single night, and because it's it's not like there's one game, another game.
I don't want to see NASA. I don't want to see the Kima Boardwalk. I don't want to see the water wall. I don't want to see a freaking cow and a horse.
I would take that, though, over I don't think they've shown any of that, have they? They've stuck strictly with the Old West. The Old West. I blame Yellowstone, the TV series. Yeah. Even though it doesn't take place in Texas, except for the one offshoot with the annoying kid.
Maybe, yeah. They've got B-roll just from Kerr, Texas, just on a loop.
Okay, so that was the other big thing. When I got excited was I went into last night thinking that last night was going to be a piggyback start, that Heaney was only planning on going a couple innings or so because that's what they had done previously. When they said that Bruce Bochy had hoped that Heaney was going to be available for 75 to 80 pitches, and then he threw 22, that's when I was like, okay, that's something. We got this going. Yesterday, it was actually a couple days ago, Nick Caserio was on with the guys for Texans radio, and he said something about D'Amico Ryans, and it was a word that keeps coming up with D'Amico Ryans. It gets me very, very excited when you compare him to various other coaches that Nick Caserio has run up against. We'll tell you what it is next. Bayway Ram, I get excited
It's a Tachus Fiber Internet Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Sean Pendergast is on vacation. I think he got in. I think his flight got in last night in time for him to watch the game. I passed out. At the most stressful moment in that game, and last night, and then woke up at 2:45 a.m. to resume watching.
I didn't know if you were going to admit that or not.
I know, yeah, I do. I can't deny it because it's almost. It's that much more stressful when you're doing it at 2:45 in the morning. I woke up right when Stanek was coming into the game at 2:45 in the morning, basically by the time on my DVR, and it was a good way to wake up. It was a good way to wake up.
Oh, really? Because it woke your ass up? I mean, is that just it? Because I can't imagine the stress level of somebody like passing out in a 3-3 ball game and you waking up to Ryan Stanek on the mound and you're thinking, holy crap.
It's no, that's what cortisol is, what wakes you up in the morning. So extra cortisol can do nothing but good things for you.
Okay.
Throw some black coffee. I put some black coffee on the pot, and I thank God I'd had the presence of mind to pause it as I started to drift off, and then there we went. I think I'd gotten up to pee or something, whatever. But so Nick Caserio is on with Mark and John the other night, and he's been gushing about D'Amico Ryans for several months now, and it feels like it gets more extreme the further we go along. But there's one word that keeps coming up. It's got a tie into the Astros too that gets me excited. But this is Nick Caserio on D'Amico Ryans' coaching style and his attention to detail.
Demanding but fair, consistent, very knowledgeable, and very clear and concise about what the standard and what the expectation is in terms of your role, in terms of your assignment, in terms of what you're asked to do on a day-to-day basis. So D'Amico is real and honest and truthful and fair. I mean, he's more than fair, and he's competitive, and he wants to win. I mean, I've been asked about this, and D'Amico's been incredible, every step of the way. And I think the players have responded and respect his viewpoint on a lot of different topics and a lot of different areas. And he's earned the respect of everybody in the building from day one just by being, who he is and, being consistent on a day-to-day basis.
Okay, so none of that's really a surprise, but the one consistent word that I keep hearing out of him is real. And I think when Caserio says it, not because I don't think that Culley or Lovey were not real at all. I think they were very authentic. But if you think about the guys that Caserio knows and the coaches that have gone on elsewhere from New England, I think if there's one common theme, and it would include some of the general manager types like Scott Pioli, I think a lot of them, this is no breaking news, a lot of them were trying way too hard to be like Belichick, whether it was Josh McDaniels the first time around, whether it was Matt Patricia. I think Bill O'Brien was his own guy, but I also do think that O'Brien was a little too steeped in, thinking there's a certain way that a football coach is supposed to be and present a certain image. Where with D'Amico, it's D'Amico as a football coach has been no different than anything he was as a football player, I think. And it's really cool to see because in the NFL, what happens a lot of times is guys get stale. The message gets stale if guys don't trust who it's coming from.
Yeah.
And that's where I feel like, if anything, the message will continue to get fresh with D'Amico.
Or if you're asked to be somebody that you're not every single day when you step in the building, right?
Yeah.
I think, you mentioned Belichick. D'Amico feels like the anti-Belichick to me. And being there every day, having opportunities to talk with D'Amico, whether it be on or off the record, I would say that he's been consistent in just that alone, what you'd said, in a lot of things, but particularly when he said the other day that he's actually on his players, and he didn't say particularly these guys, but just players in general, to be themselves. He's trying to get the personality out of them. He wants them, and I've heard this phrase as well, be where your feet are on the ground today, be the best you can be where you're at today. Don't worry about tomorrow, don't worry about yesterday. That's kind of the way that he said it, and Caserio's mentioned it, and the players speak the same language, literally, that D'Amico does, and I think that's always kind of fun to find the similarities. And you could do that with a lot of coaches, but being real and just allowing guys to develop their personalities, I think that's so important. And when times are good and when times are bad, sometimes those things kind of get lost. You don't really hear them as fans. You don't really hear them as media, people that cover the team every day. But it's so important. Being able to be comfortable with who you are every day going into that building, whether you're winning or losing, is so important. It's because you're building something. And, I mean, clearly, they're building it the right way at NRG, finally, these days.
There's a good tie in there, I think, too, with when you bring up, guys being themselves on the sideline or not being afraid to be themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Like Jimmy Ward has talked about how in those first couple games it seemed like guys were quiet on the sidelines. It seems like guys were afraid to speak up or even show emotion. That does happen, man. That happens in football so much because you are like you almost. With a new coach, you always feel like you're in basic training. Like you're going to get yelled at for making eye contact or not making eye contact or for saying yes, sir, instead of yes, yes, sergeant or whatever. Like you don't even know what the rules are and what you're allowed to do. So sometimes it does take the veteran players, or CJ Stroud has talked about this too. Sometimes it takes the veteran players or the coaches to basically like give you that license. So like, listen, no, I want emotion. I don't want you to hold back. I want you to be yourself, and you don't have to be perfect all the time. That part of it's really cool. One of the listeners on the text line had asked about re-signing Brantley next year to a one-year contract. And like obviously there's the production with Brantley, but then like the other softer unspoken side is just the veteran leadership, having him around the team, all of that. About his big speech in the World Series last year that seemed to be one of the emotional turnarounds or the things that kept the Astros in it. It's always just hard to quantify that, Yeah. And I don't and that's where I have a hard time, because if I say, yeah, you got to do it for Brantley, then I also feel like, well, I gotta say the same thing for Maldonado, don't I? If we're gonna factor in all the non-stat sheet stuff.
I don't know. I mean, it really is a difficult one for me because, as objective as, we try to be, look, let's admit it, we're attached to these guys as well, for better or worse. And for a guy like Brantley, I think it's easier because you can see the production. What he does is tangible, right? All of the things that people are back Maldonado most of the time for, intangible, things that we can't see, things that we can't hear, things that we can't really know about in the moment or in the season, the value that he brings to the pitchers, to the team, right? But we can see with Brantley, whether it be, having to stomach him missing 3, 4, 5 games in a row just to come back and give you a 3 or 4 hit performance. At least we could see that. Like, he's earned kind of the fruits of his labor. Where we don't see all that with Maldonado at times. So from an age perspective, they're both tough calls. From a money perspective, I mean, what are the Astros paying Brantley this year? Like somewhere in the neighborhood between 12 and 14 million, something like that. Mm-hmm. It's a tough ask. And hey,
a lot of it really, I mean, it comes down to, okay, then the big question is, all right, how much are you going to pay Kyle Tucker? And as somebody else asked, Jose Abreu has earned the money they gave him. How much money or years has Kyle Tucker lost from these playoffs? What's going on with the white boys in the outfield? Okay, McCormick had a home run last night. Can they make one great play? Let's see.
That's an in the moment question, man. How much money has Kyle Tucker lost, in these playoffs?
Yeah.
There's still time for him to, I guess if you're looking at it that way, make it back. I mean,
I asked
the question.
Contact. Like, he's had a little bit of bad. Like, Kyle Tucker's the king of bad luck. Like, you can make excuses for him at various stretches, but if you're just talking the playoffs or this series, you can make excuses for him with hard. It's been a bit of a lull for a while now.
Yeah, I mean, if you were talking about batting average, in presumed on-base percentage or OPS just from hard contact, to me, it still wouldn't be very good. I mean, the guy's 3 for 29 this postseason. 3 for 29 any way you slice it or dice it. It's just not good. 8 strikeouts, 6 walks, 4 runs scored. Those are Kyle Tucker's numbers. And I think he's batting like, what is it? Is it 170 or 107? Something ridiculously bad. I think the guy's made a lot of money.
Yeah.
He's going to get a raise in arbitration. It's another arbitration year for him. So the Astros don't technically have to do anything with this guy yet.
Yeah.
They should.
They should, except that, he might be committed to – he might be a guy that's just committed at this point psychologically, kind of like Springer was. Like, Springer was going to go to free agency. With Springer, he was still – he maintained a grudge against the Astros, very congenially so, but still maintained a grudge against the Astros for messing with his service time, and he was just committed to making it to free agency. Yeah, I mean, I wonder if Tucker in his mind might just be committed to getting a 10-year deal somewhere, and it's just not going to happen with the Astros. So he'll be the next Correa or Springer or Garrett Cole or whomever else. You make the hard decision to say sayonara. I don't know. That's discussion for the offseason.
It's an interesting thought, though.
One more thing to get optimistic about between the relationship between Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans. This is Nick Caserio on what he saw in linebacker Blake Cashman.
Yeah, I would say this is a good example of the scouting process and then kind of how it manifests itself once a player is in the league. So did a lot of work on Blake when he was coming out of Minnesota. Jets drafted him, I believe it was in the 5th round or wherever it was. And as a rookie, he played the first 3 or 4 games and was probably like one of their best, I would say, coverage players or coverage linebackers at that position. Then he got hurt and then kind of been the story of his career. And then we had an opportunity to bring him here, a few years ago. We thought it was kind of a low risk, potentially high reward opportunity. The big thing with Blake is, he's been healthy, he's been productive, and he's usually taken advantage of his opportunities. Felt that he was going to be a player that could play on 4th down and have a good role as a 3 or 4 phase player. I think sometimes you have some linebackers, they're special teams only, and they kind of get pigeonholed as such. So in Blake's case, we thought it was going to be more than special teams only, that he'd have an opportunity on defense. He's actually played the most defense, most snaps in the first 4 or 5 games than he has basically his entire career. Wow. So Blake's a smart kid, works hard, very explosive, fast, tough. The big thing with him is just availability. Yep. So when he's been available, he's been productive, and he certainly was productive with his opportunities on Sunday.
Yeah, that's where I get, we talk about who to extend and who not to extend with the Astros or the Texans. Like with football, injuries obviously are that much more. So the first weird comparison that springs to my mind was Correa and all the injuries he used to get, and whether or not it would be worth extending Correa. And then he figured out a way to stay healthy. Obviously it still ended up being the thing that kept him from getting the contract he really wanted in free agency, was this mysterious injury he had with his lower leg.
Not once, not twice, but times, was it?
Yeah. So with Cashman, I don't know. He's been mentioned as a guy that maybe the Texans want to try to extend again midseason. I wonder how Cashman feels right now as a guy who's been chronically injured but is playing as well as anybody else in the league right now. And he's got D'Amico Ryans as his coach, who's made a big difference. That part I'm excited about, because Cashman's the first guy where we've seen, okay, D'Amico really seems to have had an effect on this guy and he's utilizing him properly. But I don't want to give Cashman like a 3-year deal in October and then all of a sudden he gets injured 2 games later.
And look, he's earned something, right? When the Texans extended him during the season last year, I think it was like a 1-year deal worth like a couple of $1 million with some incentives, right? But in that clip, you heard Caserio talk about the amount of snaps that this guy's played this season alone. He's been a part of 62% of the defensive snaps this season. Not since his rookie years he played that many snaps. And I always went back to he was supposed to be a pretty solid linebacker when he came into the league. And
right.
Caserio talked about how he's just been injured, whether it's been quad, hamstring, ankle, back, neck. It's always been something, typically soft tissue stuff. And look, he already dealt with a hamstring this year, and I think he dealt with a hamstring last year, even though he played in all 16 games last year. It was still something that was kind of a concern and a worry. And I think he's had a concussion this year as well. He's got the propensity to kind of be one of those guys that just always kind of bang. I think that it is so vital for Denzel Perryman to get that damn club off of his hand and step his game up, because I think in an ideal world for the Texans and D'Amico Ryans, they want to load manage Blake Cashman. They know that he can't and they can't afford him to be their best linebacker every single down, every single game. They've got to have contributions from Denzel Perryman. They thought maybe they were going to get some from Corey Littleton. That hadn't worked out. to me, Perryman's got to kind of step up and fill a little bit of that void to get the best, to continue to get the best out of Cashman.
You know what I always think of with Cashman, and I always worry about, is the guy. He was the linebacker for the Panthers. He was the precursor to Luke Kuechly. He was a white linebacker for the Panthers who flew around and just made plays all over the place. But kind of like Kuechly, he had a lot of concussion issues. But this was before anybody even really cared all that much about concussions. For the life of me, I can't think of his name.
I think you're thinking of Dan Morgan.
Thank you. Oh, that's right. University of Miami, right, Ben?
Yeah,
Of course.
Yes, Dan Morgan, yes.
Good point.
Right, but Dan Morgan was he looked kind of like Cashman. He looked like a brick outhouse, right? And you're like, this guy will never get injured. But he got injured all the time.
Yeah.
And he'll go down in history as the guy who you can't find in a Google search because everything comes up Kuechly when you Google white linebacker for the Panthers with concussions. So, I worry about that with Cashman, that Cashman is one of these guys that he plays linebacker the way you want him to play, but that in football, sometimes if you're not built really withstand, obviously Kuechly withstood it for a long time until the very end. Yeah, I worry about that. Hey, we've got headlines coming up next. The Astros win, and there's a big sign-stealing investigation underway. Wow, wow, wow. Don't worry, they're not connected. Zadok Jewelers. This is nothing you have to worry about it at all.
Fiber Internet Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
Jose Abreu hammered the left center field. Way back there. It is gone. Second back. Jose Abreu.
Sean Pendergast is on vacation, but I think his flight landed in time for him to enjoy that game last night. I say enjoy. I would say if he was anything like me, be stressed out like crazy for 3 innings and then start to enjoy it in the 4th inning when the Astros pulled ahead on the force and power of a Yordan Alvarez sacrifice fly with the bases loaded, and then one batter later, Jose Abreu hit a home run to bring in the remainder of the base runners and himself. A gentleman's grand slam in that moment to go up 7-3.
I like that.
Abreu, we've got Sean Bajani in this morning, who I'm very excited for as a lifetime Houstonian. He's very excited about this series. There's a key stat about Abreu at Globe Life Field this season. Abreu has 18 RBIs. He drove in 11 runs during a 3-game Astros sweep in early September, and then that triggered a final month in which Abreu led the AL with 28 RBIs. Like, Globe Life has kind of been the thing that's gotten him going and has sustained him. It's his mother's milk. Globe Life Field is it not? Or it's like the fountain of youth, something like that.
I don't know. Globe Life might be the Astros. What would you say, mother's milk?
Yeah.
It might be
creepy,
there.
right?
I don't know. Yeah, something
creepy when
like
you think about Jose Abreu with his goatee, like suckling at a woman's breast, but still.
I forget who it was. Somebody on Twitter last night after the ball game had run the numbers offensively for what the Astros had done at Globe Life Park. I guess is this the first year that it's been open, or is it 2 years now?
No, it's 2 years, I believe. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So the Rangers had allowed like 400 and some odd runs at Globe Life Park. The Astros have accounted for 20% of those runs allowed at Globe Life Park.
Man,
it's been pretty incredible.
Yeah, that's the one thing about like the Astros have struggled at Minute Maid itself this year. That's no that's no mystery or secret or anything. But the fact that the Astros in particular seem to own Globe Life Field, and that the Rangers, it's not like the Rangers have been a bad team or have struggled or anything. Like they're not struggling at home. It's just the Astros are just so brilliant in that ballpark. It's just incredible.
It's like neutral site game, right? Because the Rangers have been good in their ballpark, and the Astros have been good in that ballpark, not their ballpark.
One of the guys that I've neglected this morning a little bit, as a couple of the listeners pointed out, was Hunter Brown. Hunter Brown coming in, and basically what turned out to be a piggyback start between Urquidy and Brown. And Brown, Brown has been much accustomed to do that, to having come up in the Astros minors, but usually ahead of time that's what it's going to be. But that's what it worked out to. I mean, Urquidy goes 2 1/3, Stanek comes in and gets a 1-pitch double, and then you roll right into Hunter Brown, who goes 3 innings, allows 2 hits, but no earned runs with 2 strikeouts. Like Hunter Brown, tip of the cap to you, tip of the cap to Ryan Stanek, like Phil Maton, Rafael Montero. The relievers so far for the Astros in this resurgence have been the thing that give me the most hope over a Rangers staff that, yes, impressive starting pitching throughout the system throughout the season, and yet, once again, against all odds or expectations, it feels a lot like last year where all of a sudden you've got the pitching advantage for the most part. It's not as dominating as it was last year, but I feel like having gotten into the relievers for the Rangers last night, with potentially 3 games left to go, it feels like that's definitely tilted over to the Astros side.
And, in regards to the Astros bullpen, it couldn't have worked out more beautifully on a night in which Jose Urquidy struggles early. The fact that you were able to go with Stanek, Brown, Maton, Montero to finish that baseball game and save Neris Abreu is ginormous going into tonight's ball game with Justin Verlander on the mound. That is huge.
Really is. Next headline, sign stealing. Sign stealing, everybody. It's a dirty phrase. One we're a little bit sick of hearing about here in Houston. Don't worry. The only Houstonian this affects is Mike Meltzer, who is a Michigan fan and who tweeted out yesterday, "Why can I not escape sign stealing?" Because at the University of Michigan, a low-level staffer with a military background has emerged as one of the linchpins in an NCAA investigation into Michigan's alleged sign-stealing operation. It gets super complicated.
Yep.
It gets really ugly. There's all kinds of allegations that now the University of Michigan was sending people to scout games that they weren't supposed to be scouting at, and trying to figure out an elaborate scouting system to steal signals from future opponents since at least 2021. Jim Harbaugh has denied all knowledge of such shenanigans. The one quote that caught my eye in here, because I knew there'd be an Astros mention at some point.
Jeez.
This is where I don't know if I trust this source or not. From a source, quote, "This is worse than both the Astros and the Patriots. It's both the use of technology for a competitive advantage, and there's allegations that they are filming prior to games, not just in-game. If it was just an in-game situation, that's different," unquote. I don't know. I guess I don't know if that's the distinction that would make me, even as I will defend the Astros in a lot of respects, but I don't know if that's the distinction that makes it more nefarious to me that they were going to other places. You know what? If you had heard that the Astros the Astro Scouts were, Astro Scouts were recording signals because they were allowed to. That wasn't strictly prohibited. Like, they could record signals from their phones. That's what some of the Astro Scouts had issues with, but it wasn't something that was prohibited at all when they were scouting other teams. So I guess the difference there would be that it wasn't prohibited.
I don't want to. I just don't like the conversation of, hey, which one's worse? Which one worked better? It's like, hey, look, they were all wrong as hell. They all got caught. That's a really good observation by Mike Meltzer, by the way, because I just thought about that.
It's like
him around. He's a Jets fan.
Yeah, that's right. I didn't even think about that part. Yeah,
he's a Jets fan. He's a Michigan fan. He was here in Houston doing radio with the Astros coverage, and it's just, he can't escape it.
The sports are complicated and not that linear.
The crazy thing is, what's going to make you feel old? Sometimes I do this too much, but I have to explain this to the kids. Spygate involved when the Jets coach Eric Mangini complained about the Patriots spying on them. I know the kids would know about Spygate, but they might not remember or realize that the Jets were the other team involved in Spygate. So, because that was how many years ago now?
Oh, God.
18 years ago. Yeah.
Stop. Was it that long?
Well, it was like 2004, 2005, I think.
Oh, my Lord.
Sometimes around thereabouts. So, Harbaugh denies any knowledge of it. I guess quick question: do you believe Jim Harbaugh that he had zero knowledge of it? I guess, are you skeptical?
I'm skeptical. And here's why I hem and hawed on that is I read the report. I didn't see any details outside of like generalities, like, hey, he'd sent, or Michigan had scouts at games and they were filming and trying to do this. Like, I need to know more details. You know what I mean?
I could see somebody rogue. Maybe somebody was instructed, like, hey, see if you can figure out what their signs are. But that's something that does happen. I got to learn more about this. Like, when you send scouts to another game, and that's one of the things they're doing is watching the sideline to see exactly what the signs are. And so I don't know. It comes down to the recording and everything, I suppose, but we have to do something, and it's time. With Sean not here, I don't want to neglect Sean's special event. It's time to give away some Yellow Rose Whiskey Talk tickets.
The Yellow Rose Bye-Week Whiskey Talk with Sean Pendergast is the place to be next Thursday night. Be caller number 5 now, and you and a guest will be joining us at this exclusive event thanks to Yellow Rose Distillery. 713-572-4610. Be caller number 5 to 713-572-4610. And you're on your way to the Yellow Rose Distillery for the Bye-Week Whiskey Talk on Thursday.
Sean does a great thing with those, and Sean Bajani, who's in for Sean Pendergast, does a great thing with stuff like this. 4 things that the Astros absolutely must do to win this series. Coming up next, I've got something that you absolutely must do if you've been
It's a Tachus Fiber Internet Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
If you are waking up this morning and you haven't checked the scores yet, cover your ears if you don't want to know. But if you do want to know, the Astros have evened the series out at 2-2 after a commanding 10-3 victory in their second home, Globe Life Stadium up there in Arlington. 10-3 the score last night, and the Astros even the series out at 2-2. One more game tonight, a big one, Verlander versus Montgomery. This is going to be a long day waiting for this one. With Sean Bajani in for Sean Pendergast. Sean, I'm gonna actually during one of these breaks plan out the rest of my day, like to do every single thing. I'm gonna do pre-tax planning. I'm gonna do everything I can to stay as busy as possible until 7 p.m.
Just get it all out of the way. Have nothing to do at 7.
You can't sit around. Last night was hard enough. I grilled and I helped my wife do a bunch of stuff that I wouldn't normally do just to stay busy until the start of the game.
Why? Nervous energy?
Yeah, I get so nervous in the flat. Bro, my wife's the worst. She's just it dominates her entire life. She really and then she was getting PO'd at me last night because I had restless legs and I was shimmying around a little bit and everything. And
yeah.
She was and that was as the Rangers were making their comeback to even the score to 3, and you could tell very much that Urquidy. You know who was pissing me off last night? Excuse my language. A guy who I usually like, and I enjoy his insight and his education, but John Smoltz. John Smoltz was just a little too on it from the get-go about how Urquidy was off. I didn't even get to enjoy a feeling of Urquidy will reel this back in. He was just way too from the get-go. Nope, that's not the pitch he wanted, and oh boy, that's not the command. Nope, that's not where he wanted to locate it. To the point where that made it worse. I was already keyed up and emotional, and that made it that much worse to see it slowly start to unfold the way Smoltz knew from the get-go.
You know what's interesting to me about that point is listening to the broadcast last night, and you're right, Smoltz was on it. But then in the third inning, when Dusty Baker goes out there, usually when he's making a pitching change, he knows it. He's pointing on his way to the mound, and he's just getting it done. He went all the way to the mound, and it looked like he was consulting Maldonado about something like, hey, what do you think? And doing the whole look into Urquidy's eyes or gauging his response, what's going on, before he made that decision. And it was almost because there was 2 pitches before that where Maldonado had gotten crossed up and the pitch sailed to the backstop. It was like an outside fastball on a lefty, right? And I forget whatever happened with that batter happened, and then the mound visit. Maldonado, I think, basically told Baker, yeah, here's what I'm seeing. He ain't got it, or he's just a little out of sync. And whatever was said, that's all Dusty needed to know before he'd made the move. But Dusty knew going out there that was probably going to be the answer. That's the vibe that I got in that mound visit.
That was but then Ryan Stanek comes in and is the savior, and with one pitch puts that to rest. But then you've still got a few more concerns, obviously.
Yeah.
But the other and thank you, listeners. The game is at 4:07 this afternoon. I was somebody had told me that it was in the evening.
That's
right. So it's at 4:07. So that's good. You don't have to wait. Well, that's 3 hours extra. You don't have to wait. So
no, I was just going to say, you're trying to just conceal your nervous energy by filling your day up with things to do. I need to get my stuff done, and I need to figure out a way to burn all the energy out of a 3-year-old at the house so I can sit and watch the game this afternoon.
All right, so Sean, you've got this. And Sean does great work writing on the website at sportsradio610.com, so you should always check out Sean's stuff. But I gave him a homework assignment based on something Sean Pendergast had asked yesterday afternoon. 4 things that the Astros must do to clinch this series. Serve them up.
All right, and, there might be more, so we could talk about those as well, but these are the ones that stuck out to me. First and foremost, must get it in gear. He has to. Including his 0 for 5 performance last night with a strikeout. Tucker's 3 for 29 this postseason with 8 strikeouts, 6 walks, 4 runs scored. He has to get it going. That's number 1. And then if I can go number 2, or I would even say 1A, Jose Abreu's got to continue to contribute in a big way as he has. 4 homers, 11 RBIs, Seth, in 8 postseason games. And I'm not saying he's got to do it at the clip that he's been doing it, but until Tucker gets it going, his production is an absolute must.
Those are the two, isn't there in Star Wars like two moons that orbit each other or something? Or two planets that orbit each other?
I know what
planets. You mean. I feel like they are. They're like weirdly twin planets somehow. That like Abreu is sucking the energy from Tucker, and that maybe the seesaw goes back the other way.
Yeah.
Just go ahead. It doesn't have to be that way, Tucker. Just go ahead and be your own man. And just go ahead. I feel like he had some bad luck in the first 3 games. And he's seeing the ball better. Like he had the 3 walks in game 3. I do feel, and maybe this is an irrational arrogance I've had from watching the Astros for so many years, but just from going back to Springer getting it going after a slump, or Altuve last year after starting off 0 for 20, whatever. I do feel like sometime in the next 3 games he's just going to explode with some big time play.
And I told you this earlier. What gave me a little bit more optimism, and I'm usually a very optimistic person when it comes to sports, particularly baseball and the Astros, and maybe it's just how I view it. I don't know, but the guys, I think it was Big Poppy. No, it was A-Rod who said it after Game 2. It was like, it's only a matter of time before these Astro bats come alive, and watch out for it Game 3. And damn, sure enough, they come alive, and they're maybe hotter than they've ever been. The last 2 games in a postseason series. So that's huge. And I think just from what you'd said, Tucker's, making harder contact and maybe he's hitting to some bad luck. But I mean, look, 3 for 29 is 3 for 29. It's just not good. You've got to find a way to produce. If you're gonna hit into hard outs, then damn it, do it with somebody on third base in less than 2 outs.
Yeah, no kidding.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And as far as Abreu goes, the other big thing last night where you knew it was Abreu, it was just Abreu's night. He had his first stolen base in an absurd number of days. I can't remember what it was. He hasn't had a stolen base in forever, but 926 days since his last stolen base.
Yeah.
So he had that, and then he tagged out Simeon at first base by the finger of his batting glove, which
I didn't even know. I'm going to admit this. I didn't know that could happen. I did not know a batting glove sticking out of a pocket was an extension of a player. My mind immediately went to that once upon a time ago, where a player in the NFL, if their hair was outside of their helmet, you couldn't tackle them by their hair, and then it was a thing.
You know what it is? The thing about when you get hit, when a batter gets hit, but it's because the ball hits his jersey. It might be 4 inches away from the core of his body, but that's hitting the batter. So that's what I figured. At first, I thought maybe the tassel on his glove hit him. The cameras are so good now, and I see those 2 errant tassels. I'm like, why are they reviewing this? And then Simeon himself, I think, knew that it was the finger on his batting glove before anything else.
And great job by the production team last night to capture, the lip reading of Simeon saying that to the coach. It's I think he got the back of my, my glove. But the commentator threw me off in that play particular last night because he was like, the strings don't count. And I'm like, but if the strings don't count, then how can
the strings don't count?
That's what the commentator said, but he didn't really expand upon that.
Right?
If the strings don't count, Seth, then how could the batting glove sticking out of a batter's, out of a runner's pocket count?
If that's true, that might be one of the weirdest, most arbitrary rules in baseball. Usually a bunch of our listeners know stuff like this. Tell us whether or not the tassel actually counts.
Somebody did way too much homework and did the dig and did the homework last night, so they'll hit us up.
Okay, so you've got Kyle Tucker must get in gear. Yeah. Jose Abreu must continue to contribute. What else?
All right, so my third one, Justin Verlander. Verlander is pitching in the most pivotal game tonight. Look, they're 2-2. It does matter how you got there. But what really matters now going forward, this is a best-of-3 series. It's Game 5. It's a must-win. And if I went back and I looked at the numbers, Justin Verlander, every time that he's had to face an opponent twice in a series, it's happened. This will be the 5th time in his career that he's done it. And he did it in 17, he did it in 19, and he did it last year. In various ACSs twice, I believe, ALDS once, where he's had to face an opponent twice. The second time, as I would imagine it being the case for most pitchers in any situation, right? Whether it be a ALDS, ALCS, or a World Series, the numbers aren't good. But for Verlander particularly, his ERA is probably north of 3.5, close to 4. So teams have shown the propensity to make significant adjustments against Verlander the second time they see him in a game. This is huge because I mentioned this earlier. The fact that you were able to win last night's ball game after a poor Urquidy start and not use Neris, Abreu, or Presley, the fact that those guys are rested and fresh, it sets up pretty damn perfect for the Astros if they can get 5+ manageable innings out of Justin Verlander tonight. I think that is a must. It's a pivotal game. It's a best of 3. They're inconsistent at home. They've got their ace on the hill. They can't waste it like they did in Game 1.
You know, you're exactly right. Hunter Brown able to go 3 innings last night, and Stanek giving you that one-pitch double play. So to preserve your bullpen for 6 innings was big last night. The other thing I would say, too, is, Montgomery was awesome in Game 1, but the Astros did have a lot of hard contact. Like, the Astros were particularly unlucky in that game. And, you know, Bruce Bochy last night is saying how the Rangers had some bad luck that led to whatever, Bruce Bochy. The Astros, not to mention another damn thing. I know that umpire has the biggest strike zone in baseball, but what the hell? I don't even care. I'm not even going to look in to see how many calls favor the Astros versus how many called the Rangers. He's got the biggest strike zone in baseball, but then Abreu strikes out, Pena strikes out on a ball that was maybe just grazing the bottom of the strike zone. I don't want to hear about bad luck from anybody. The Astros had really bad luck through the first 2 games of this series, so I think that yes, I expect the Rangers, like most teams do, to benefit a little bit off of seeing Verlander already. But I think the Astros, especially, given how they're doing in this ballpark, that might be an even bigger difference in this game between the batters and the familiarity.
You know, I saw the what's that website again? You know, that tracks the umpires or whatever their strike zone.
Yeah, it's the umpire. I've got it in here somewhere. I saw
what you put in the rundown, and I took a glance at it, and that, and in what you just said, kind of made me feel a little bit better about what I at least thought I observed with Alex Bregman through the first 4 games of this series, but particularly last night. You know, there were some facial expressions from Bregman, I think in his second at-bat, I believe it was, where the umpire called, you know, some strikes on some questionable locations, right? Bregman glanced back, and he's like just straining like, man, that's a ball. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I thought, boy, I know Bregman had a couple of hits last night, and he's been pretty damn good for a little while now. Very Alex Bregman. But I just wondered, is he really seeing the ball as I think he is? Just judging by that particular at-bat last night, but really just in totality of this series, there have been a number of instances where, you know, look, if Bregman's questioning the ball or the strike call, it's probably a pretty good indication that it's a ball and not a called strike.
It was in Game 3, umpire James Hoy, he called strikes on 8 pitches outside the zone, and they all went against the Astros.
Yeah, I wonder how many of those went against Bregman particularly.
Right, yeah, and then there was so last night it must not have been as lopsided because they didn't really they said Doug Eddings missed 18 calls. This was the second worst performance of the playoffs. The worst one also belongs to Eddings. So I don't know if there was an advantage to either side last night, but it makes the viewing experience a whole lot less fun when either team is getting screwed.
My fourth must is kind of another, maybe a 2A if you want to couch it as that, you know, to the Verlander point. But Brian Abreu's got to be able to flush it. Mm-hmm. You know, his streak of 32 straight appearances, including 15, I didn't know this, 15 straight scoreless playoff outings came to an end in Game 3. You know, he gave up the run. He's got to continue to be Mr. Automatic out of this pen because between him and Neris and Presley, especially how Dusty's used those 3 guys the last couple of years, and we'd seen it already this season in this series, they can save the Astros bullpen 2 innings in relief. Because if it's Neris coming in after 5 1/3 or 5 2, he'll get that out, you know, to complete the 6th, come back out for the 7th, and sometimes Abreu will have to do the same thing to Neris if he gets in a pickle. So their ability to go more than 1 inning added up, you know, can save, worst case scenario, the Astros at least 2 innings in relief, and that's huge for a team that had to spend their bullpen the way that they did last night.
That's why, man, it's especially too, like as much as these other teams are complaining about how somehow it's a disadvantage to have the days off during the wild card round or what have you. My God, for the Astros, it just all lined up perfectly. Between Maldonado having the rest, with the bullpen that, had been relied upon so heavily, getting that rest, and now the way this series is playing out, it feels really, really good. Now I'm starting to get nervous and I'm getting a little too cocky. So Kyle Tucker must get in gear. Jose Abreu must continue to contribute. Justin Verlander must keep them in the ball game tonight. And Brian Abreu has to flush it. I feel very confident about Brian Abreu having to flush it. It's not like I'm sure he wasn't all wrapped up in his streak or his stretch at all. Coming up next, Sean Pendergast is out, and he usually does reasons to hate Arlington or reasons to hate the city. I got to keep it a little bit more serious given the stakes involved here. I've got genuine reasons to hate the Rangers themselves, both from a baseball and a banana perspective, coming up next.
Let we go. Join the drive with Stoerner and Hughley, live from Sawyer Park Ice House in Spring on a Tachys Fighting Football Friday. This afternoon from 2 to 6, we'll be breaking down the first 6 weeks of the season and celebrating the bye week. Stop by, hang out with the guys, and enter for your chance to win the ultimate tailgate prize pack. It's a Tachys Fiber Internet Football Friday. Presented by Academy Sports and Outdoors.
Measure equal parts of hydrophosphorus with an alkaline balancer.
Gardening doesn't have to be dull or difficult.
This is a call in and chat with us.
We believe gardening should be fun.
Or just listen to us chat.
Welcome to Home Show Garden Pros, making gardening fun again. Saturday mornings, 7 till 9.
I want to get my butterfly garden going again.
Aww.
We answer.
Other things that you could look
advice
for
and tips that put easy and fun into your lawn and landscaping.
Getting a little crazy in here.
Saturday mornings on Sports Radio 610.
What are your transportation priorities? TxDOT is updating its statewide long-range transportation plan. In the spring, we went out across the state to talk with Texans about where we should focus our resources in the coming decades. What we heard is we need to better connect our state, improve safety, address congestion, and make it easier for people to access essential services. This fall, we're offering additional ways to let us know what you think, including an interactive online survey and another round of public meetings. Visit connectingtexas2050.com to get involved now.
Uber Eats is the presenting sponsor of this year's Texas State Network High School football. Delivering countdown to kickoff, the halftime report, and the scoreboard, and wrap-up shows after the games. We know you're counting on your team to deliver a win this week. We also want you to know on Uber Eats to deliver your favorite game day meal before or after the game. Get your game day game plan ready and download the Uber Eats app today.
Ron Kraft Chevrolet in Baytown has your 2023 Silverado 1500 ready to drive off the lot, folks. Get yours at Ron Kraft Chevrolet in Baytown with no payments for 90 days and 0% financing on that brand new Silverado 1500. Ron Kraft is offering all-time high values on 09 or newer trade-ins as well. Get the best price for your trade-in and 0% financing and no payments for 90 days. Find new roads to Ron Kraft Chevrolet in Baytown on I-10 East next to Buc-ee's or at RonCraftChevrolet.com. Ron Kraft is Chevrolet the Baytown way.
I can't wait for what's next, even with higher stroke risk due to atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Eliquis, the Pixaban tablets, reduces stroke risk. It's the #1 cardiologist-prescribed blood thinner.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without talking to your doctor, as this may increase your risk of stroke. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or have antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or unusual bruising, or if you have tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. It may increase your bleeding risk if you take medicines such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855.
What's up, y'all? Clint Stoerner here for Lewis Flory over at Ability Tree Experts. If you got big, beautiful, valuable trees on your property, I need you to listen up one time, man. This Texas weather has been absolutely wild lately. Right now, we're dealing with the aftermath of the heat and drought that we just experienced. And Lewis Flory, he's traveling all over the city of Houston, and he's seeing valuable trees all over the place that are dried, defoliating, scorched, distressed. The list goes on and on. You might ask, what does that mean? Well, if your trees are turning brown and losing leaves, right now you need to call Ability Tree Experts. Think about what your trees have been through over the past few years, man. I'm talking a couple of nasty freezes, record heat, and now a drought. Let's make it simple. Your big, valuable trees have been through hell. It's time to address any and all damage that may have occurred. It's time to take action to make sure your trees have the best chance to survive. Lewis Flory, Ability Tree Experts. They have the best product on the market. They have 45 plus years in the tree care business right here in and around Houston. Give them a call today, 281-441-4179. That's 281-441-4179, or check them out online at abilitytrees.com. Lewis Flory, Ability Tree Experts, Houston's leading tree care professional.
Slamming on your car brakes while traveling 60 miles an hour can take an average car about 8 seconds before coming to a full stop. If you think that's bad, an 18-wheeler can travel up to 26 seconds before coming to a stop, almost as long as this radio commercial. If you or a loved one has been in an 18-wheeler accident, call Thomas J. Henry. We handle serious 18-wheeler accidents and get serious results. Call Thomas J. Henry today. Available 24/7, nights and weekends. Dallas, Fort Worth, and San Antonio, Texas.
Owner-operators, are you grossing $14,000 per week? CISO Energy's owner-operators gross on average $14,000 per week, with the top 10% grossing over $23,000 per week. Substantial opportunities for owner-operators wanting to run pneumatic trailers. We have contracts for both pneumatic and bottom drop that extend all the way through 2024 and beyond. Visit SISUEnergyLLC.com to fill out your application. Our experienced team will get you moving on no-touch freight, making the kind of money you deserve. SISUEnergyLLC.com. Must have 2 years CDL required along with H2S, safe land, and fit test.
Discover, this is Danny.
Hi, it's Jen Coolidge. I just want to thank you for making me feel so special. I earned cash back on debit for my dinner party groceries.
That's great. But with Discover Cashback Debit, we give everyone cash back on everyday purchases. Anything else I can help you with?
Are you hungry? 'Cause everyone left after the asparagus sorbet.
Introducing Discover Cashback Debit, a checking account with cash back. It pays to Discover. Eligibility and terms at discover.com/cashbackdebit. Discover Bank, member FDIC.
There's lots to love from Apple right now at Verizon. Get the new iPhone 15 Pro with titanium and more to love from Apple on us with select phone trade-in and select unlimited plans. There's no better place to get what you love from Apple than at Verizon. And there's no better time than right now. All that with the network you can really rely on. It's your Verizon. $999.99 device payment or full retail purchase with new smartphone line on select 5G unlimited plans required. Less up to $1,000 trade-in/promo credit applied over 36 months. Promo credit ends if eligibility requirements are no longer met. 0% APR. Trade-in conditions apply. One offer per eligible Verizon line. Additional terms apply.
Reggie was a nurse for 16 years.
I had become very burnt out. I wasn't making good money.
Then it happened.
There was an ad for My Computer Career, and it just spoke to me.
My Computer Career was the best decision he ever made.
I could study anywhere from my laptop, and I was working in the first couple weeks of me being in class.
Reggie hit a home run.
The field is teeming with jobs.
Big Pro in just months with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
The school is amazing.
It's not rocket science. It's mycomputercareer.edu. This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
Leasing a car makes more sense now than ever before. Call D&M Leasing today.
It's a Tachys Fiber Internet Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Jose Urquidy only went 2 1/3 innings last night. He ended up giving 3 earned runs, and that was pretty much it. That's all you need to know. That was the end of it for the Astros having any kind of stress level in this game, because by the end of the 4th inning, the Astros were up 7-3, and at the end of 9, they were up 10-3 in a victory in Game 4 over the Texas Rangers. The series is now tied at 2-2. And I've got Sean Bajani in here in place of a micro-vacationing Sean Pendergast. Sean, I know you've heard us do Reasons I Hate You with various other teams and fan bases and everything. Yeah. We've already done it. We've already done it for the Rangers, so I don't feel like we need to do overkill, because we're gonna do the Hex again tonight, or this afternoon, excuse me. Thank you, listeners, for correcting me on the time of the game. I'm so much happier.
Somebody texted and they go, with Pendergast being out, I'm very concerned about the ability to put the Hex on. Are you guys going to do it? Will it work without him? I'll be here on Monday, so if it doesn't work, you can blame me.
Right. Yeah, well, it didn't end up, like, when you win 10-3, I don't know if Young ended up 0 for 3 last night. He did have an RBI, he had a sacrifice RBI, Yeah, so it's a non-factor. The offense in general was kind of hexed by our hex on Young, I think. So I'll count that as a count. And before we get into reasons I hate you, there is one thing, one clarification from a bunch of our listeners. Thank you. It makes a lot of sense. We were wondering whether it's accurate that the tassel of the first baseman's glove can't be counted for the tag. And, of course, it can't be because otherwise first baseman would have like 20-inch long tassels on their gloves. So thank you, listeners, for making that very obvious point.
Like streamers on the end of their first baseman.
I'm going to be honest with you, man. I don't know if I've hated a child this much since I hated Jonathan on Who's the Boss. But that damn kid in that damn banana suit behind that damn home plate in that damn bunker restaurant last night had me so angry. The first 2 innings, I thought it was a lady. So I was a little bit more, I was being careful and delicate with it. It was like, I don't want to say anything about shoving that banana up a tailpipe or anything because it's a lady, right? By the time the kid took his damn banana hat off and I saw that it was a child, for some reason I hated him even more because his father is sitting there condoning the damn behavior. His father later would be wearing the stupid banana suit as they're jumping around and dancing. But then the frauds, that fraudulent family behind home plate who were trying to distract Astros pitchers all night long with their stupid banana, those frauds took it off because they couldn't handle literally the heat. You could not handle wearing that all night long. You're going to tell me in a game where people wear rally caps and put shoes on their head and everything else when they're trying to get a rally going, you took the banana suit off? You frauds! You guys
fraudulent family.
They should be banned from that damn family, from that stadium forever. They gotta hate the banana suit kids. Now I know what's gonna happen.
I'll
probably
add
some
one
heartwarming backstory behind that kid. I don't care.
I'll add one. To Ranger fan wearing ridiculous costumes. I think it was during Game 3. Yeah, it had to be during Game 3. They cut away as the Astros were rallying in an inning. They were making a pitching change, and they showed the reaction of this Rangers couple, and the husband was wearing this gigantic baseball helmet hat, and he was such a
oh yeah.
Did you see him? And then the wife was wearing something on her head. It was just weird. I'm just I want to punch them. Well, think about
the banana. Think about that banana. I do the same thing. People don't do it as much anymore. But when people were wearing those big Astros foam cowboy hats, Dwight Howard wore one at an Astros game once. Remember, how do you honestly go to a baseball game and think, I'm going to sit in front of another human being who paid money for a ticket with this gigantic obstruction just so I can get on television?
The people that go in the astronaut uniforms, that's really what got me reeled me back in. I'm like, yeah, we do have fans that wear that stuff too.
I know. Well, the Astros uniforms though, they usually have that uncomfortably tiny looking helmet. That's what bothers me. Those helmets are so tiny. I look like you'd clearly have your head squashed in outer space by that helmet. Or I guess exploded, not squashed. The other thing, one of our texters earlier had said the real MVP of the game last night was the kid in the banana suit, which I guess, was probably a bad omen. I'm sure he's not going to be allowed to
bring him back
that game again. Okay, this is the other one. I know it wasn't all Rangers fans, but it was enough to be audible. The elation, the jubilation, any kind of shun that they demonstrated when Jose Altuve almost had his head taken off by a Dunning pitch in the second inning. That was a scary moment in which the cheering was loud and immense before they had any clue whether he'd actually gotten his head hit or not in that game.
That was scary. The slow motion, did you see the reaction of Altuve, his face as he's kind of falling back? I think it was from umpire cam. I think they showed it from umpire cam.
They did, yeah. I've got a nice still shot of him lying on his back there where it looked like they might as well put a chalk line around him.
Yeah.
But he was smiling in the moment. He was smiling as soon as he went down.
The beautiful thing about that last night and just picking up the win in general is as Altuve after the game is waiting to be interviewed, I think it might have been by Ben Verlander or somebody like that or somewhere along the sideline, that whole conglomerate. There was a horde of Astro fans right behind the third base line that was chanting, Jose, 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 Jose. And I think it was Julia Morales who was taking video with her phone of Jose's reaction. And Jose just looks over and he just smiles and he's just soaking it all in. It was a very cool moment.
It was, honestly, I'm going to remember this playoffs fondly no matter what the outcome was, because I think in a lot of ways it does. I think it's been a good reset for a lot of Astros fans, myself included, like to where you get some humility put back into you. The fact that you just even made the playoffs and the division title by the skin of your teeth, that you saw very much some serious blemishes that you should be concerned and stressed about, and that some of those blemishes have gone, they've photoshopped a few of them so far. It's been a different type of stress level than we've had in a while.
You know what's interesting is before the Astros won the division, once upon a time ago, probably 4 weeks ago, when they were trailing the Rangers by 3 games still at one point, or a game and a half, whatever it was. It wasn't looking real good, whether the Astros were going to get it even or not. And we were talking about, and I've maintained this, much of the season, the path to the Astros' success was going to come via the division. They were going to have to win the division. But given the stress level that you have now, after you'd won the division, you didn't have to play a wild card, you slide into the DS, you take care of business again. The stress level is still the same as it always would have been. It's just about not wanting the season to end, and not wanting to end this way or that way. Mm-hmm. No matter which way it comes to an end, it's going to be disappointing. It's going to be demoralizing. And the fact that the Astros have been able to extend this series the way that they had the last couple of games, and I think we'll get to it eventually, Seth, the numbers, the Astros are able to get this job done and get to another World Series. It's incredible. It's astronomical what could take place here.
Right. No, and honestly, that's the thing there's something about winning 2 World Series since 2017 that make you realize just how hard it is to win a World Series. Because in those moments, 2019 was a better team in many respects. You go to all these ALCS games, and where last year was the anomaly in terms of like the ease you had in the playoffs to sweep your way through and to never necessarily really be challenged in the World Series. Like this year takes you back to, every single one is so damn hard. Mm-hmm. The other thing that was bothering me headed into last night about this entire series and just people in general outside of Houston was the online conspiracies about Christian Javier looking towards the dugout, also known as the pitch clock, during Game 3, because he was just glancing to his right a little bit. And there were people, without even knowing or having a clue what he might be looking at or what nefarious thing a pitcher could be getting from the dugout that would be illegal or anything. They just thought there was something up with that. And I got peeved at that for a couple reasons. One, because it's just complete nonsense. 2, so 3 reasons really. 2, it's what happens in playoff baseball whenever people haven't watched all year and they'll look in and they'll see hey, the Astros have iPads in the dugouts. What's this all about? All right, yeah. Or hey, did you last night Altuve saw something. I don't know if you noticed when he came after their first slew of runs in the first inning, he had seen something. He was communicating something to Abreu before he went into the dugout, and that always sets people off. But I
used to get excited about that when I would see Carlos Correa talk to somebody in the Astros dugout.
They got to tell. They got to tell, which might have been the case. Obviously, you run the pitcher out of there in less than 1 inning. But the other fact of the matter was that they had close-ups on Javier's face, much more so than Scherzer, to where I feel like the FS1 crew knew what they were doing. I feel like they were trolling everybody a little bit.
100%. I mean, they feed into that narrative. They pour gas on the fire. It's sexy to them. It's because they're appealing to obviously 99%. The rest of the country, aside from Houston fans, and I get it, but I absolutely hate it.
The other thing that annoyed me last night, that's just a standing one that would have annoyed me in any regular season game, was when they flashed to Luka Doncic. So I don't know. I've got no reason to hate the Rangers for that, and yet I do. I didn't want to see Luka Doncic's relatively chubby face on my television last night.
Doncic,
so
they
can go die with that stuff.
Romo. Who else was there? Was
Romo there? I didn't see the Romo one. Jason Garrett there.
They have that. They have that segment, at some portion of the game, usually the middle part, where they say, "Oh, here's who's taking in the game tonight," and it was Doncic, or maybe it was a post game. Actually, they did it. Doncic, Romo. It was some famous Dallas fella.
Hey, it's time to give away some Yellow Rose Whiskey Talk tickets.
The Yellow Rose Bi-Week Whiskey Talk with Sean Pendergast is the place to be next Thursday night. Be caller number 5 now. And you and a guest will be joining us at this exclusive event thanks to Yellow Rose Distillery. 713-572-4610. Be caller number 5 to 713-572-4610. And you're on your way to the Yellow Rose Distillery for the Bi-Week Whiskey Talk on Thursday.
Sean Bajani is on a little mini vacation, but he'll definitely obviously be there for that Yellow Rose Whiskey Talk. Sean Bajani is... Did I just say Sean Bajani was on? Damn it, I did it, even with the last names. I thought I was in the clear today because I was only going to say Sean. Sean Pendergast is on vacation, so Sean Bajani is in. Son of a... but I just committed you to a Yellow Rose Whiskey Talk, Sean Bajani.
Hey, I'm all
so
good.
there you go. I've committed you to drinking whiskey.
As long as I get the free whiskey.
Coming up next, a noted... national media Texan cynic now thinks that they're the model franchise, but he does it in the snarkiest way possible. I'm going to break down whether we accept this compliment or not from Colin Cowherd. I'm going to tell you what, you guys will be accepting all kinds of compliments if you get some home exercise equipment from Johnson Fitness and Wellness. They've got 6 locations in Houston now, and it's a great thing because I myself am a huge advocate and a big fan of working out at home. I rarely go to the gym anymore because I've got some nice home workout equipment. That's what's been able to keep me on like a habit of working out almost every single day of the year because it's part of my routine because it's in my home. I use the elliptical or the stationary bike almost every single day. So that's why Johnson Fitness and Wellness is a great resource. They got not just the best equipment, not just an incredible variety of ellipticals, strength equipment, rowers, exercise bikes, massage chairs, but the best expertise. So the staff helps you figure out what your goals are, what's going to fit with your lifestyle and the space with which you have to work, and you end up with a perfect solution for your at-home fitness needs. Go find one near you today at johnsonfitness.com. Right now, you can save up to 50% off the top-rated treadmills, and ellipticals start at just
enabling their star quarterback who is doing bad things off the field. Bad roster, made a head coach who was pretty good into a GM who was awful, gave away some of their best picks and players, no momentum as a franchise at all. Then they get DeMeco Ryans, who the Niner coaches felt was a star in the making, and they draft C.J. Stroud. Instantly viable.
Okay. Then he goes on to make a case that, like, hey, the head coach and the quarterback basically are the only things that actually matter. This is the thing that Cowherd does this. He'll say some things. He rattles off a list, and several of them will polarize you. I've got an issue with the way he characterized how all of that went down. First and foremost, in that he basically doesn't want to give the Texans themselves any credit for actually hiring, like, getting the quarterback or hiring the coach. It's almost like, well, the Texans were a disaster, and then somehow these two things appeared on their doorstep, and then there you have it, right? And the part that's disrespectful to Nick Caserio in particular is when he talked about how they gave away a bunch of their best picks and players. All right, that was all wrapped up in making Bill O'Brien the GM. Sure, that's correct. That part of it was true. But you can't just act like Nick Caserio was the recipient of the draft picks and everything that went along after that. You know, or trading away Deshaun Watson. So I had an issue with the way he phrased that. And the other big one that I really, two other big ones. Ownership we'll get to. But as far as they said enabling Deshaun Watson, like, that is just such a flyby trash opinion based on that one weird article that tried to make it seem like the Texans knew what they tried to make it seem like Deshaun knew what was the Texans knew what Deshaun was allegedly doing at the Houstonian. Like, they got Deshaun membership at the Houstonian, and a lot of people, like, tried to pretend like, oh yeah, because they knew what he was up to. Like, no, it's because they assumed he'd be working out there. It wasn't. They didn't get him a place so he could do his allegedly dastardly acts. Right. That's such flyby BS. That angered me when he said that.
Yeah, he angers me in general, but I would.
He's so good.
I would love to hear what. In a vacuum, how he would be characterizing the Texans if, in fact, his boy, Sean Payton, had gotten the Texans head coaching job, and they would be having similar success with C.J. Stroud as their quarterback, or hell, anybody at their quarterback that's having success, to be honest with you, how he would just be frothing at the mouth and just falling all over himself to talk about how great of a job it is and the organization, finally figured it out, and just going into more detail. Like, let's not forget, go back and play the audio of Colin Cowherd crapping on the organization and refusing up until this week to credit the Texans with having done anything right over the course of the last 6 months.
Right, right. Yeah, and that's where I think some of it, too, the last 6 months is critical, right? What you said there. And really, I'd go back to 1 year ago. Like, when he talks about how there was a loon, did he say a loon in the office? He was talking about Jack Easterby.
Yeah.
Now he called ownership Looney Tunes. I believe he called either the loon or the lunatic in the front office. I assume he was referring to Jack Easterby. So getting rid of Easterby was a big one for a lot of reasons. But I think that ultimately, I hope if things really work out for the Texans and if DeMeco Ryans brings a championship to them, I think ultimately the way the Texans' story of ownership should be told, with or without success, I think is that, look, just like it was with the Chiefs when Lamar Hunt died, there was a period with the Chiefs where things were a little bit in flux for a year or two, because it's got a big deal when the founder of a team and kind of the patriarch of so many facets of the team dies and a family takes over. It's not so simple. And I think, we saw that. There were things that were either because they looked at Jack Easterby as almost like a life raft in a lot of ways. That Bill O'Brien kind of fell under the spell of Jack Easterby. Like, all those things and those decisions were made were also being done while the organization was figuring out how to move forward without Bob McNair, who, by the way, had also been undergoing cancer treatments for multiple years. Yeah. So, like, that's what I hope. Like, for the McNair family, like, honestly, like, they've been painted in a way because it's easy to do it. Like Cal McNair at times has been painted in a way that's just so far from how he is as a person and like just what his core kind of personality is that's what winning hopefully can do for them. But as far as as far as it being something that holds the team back, I think now, as long as I think Caserio genuinely has feels an obligation and a duty to do right by ownership. Not specifically the McNairs, that he feels like as a general manager, he's got to do right by the owners for setting something up that lasts decades. So I don't worry about that, and I don't worry about D'Amico at all.
I don't know how to really ask the question other than this. Do you think it's ultimately important to Cal and Hannah McNair how they're painted, just so long as the organization continues to thrive under D'Amico Ryans and CJ Stroud going forward? You know what I'm saying? Do they care about, being credited with figuring it out?
I'll tell you what. I don't know if they care or not. I think they knew that there was that they had to do some rehab, and I think Hannah McNair obviously has been very involved with that. I think that's the other part that Coward gets wrong, I think, is that for the most part, to us, it feels like when we try to get a read on the listeners and the fans, it feels like people are gung-ho team Hannah, that she's really helped be part of kind of getting things back on track. And I will tell you what, I would not be surprised one bit if the reason that perhaps Sean Payton apparently told Colin Cowherd about how weird the Zoom call was, I could see certain old school dudes not necessarily liking the fact that a guy's wife was vocal on a Zoom call. The owner's wife was vocal on a Zoom call.
Particularly a guy like Sean Payton, not just an old school dude, but yeah.
Yeah, I could see Sean Payton, who's got he's going through some kind of weird midlife crisis, where he just having that movie made about him, all these other things where I feel like he wants credit for what he's done in his life. I could totally 100% see that being part of the reason that he was so put off by the Zoom call. And the other rumor was that he just didn't like the fact that they were Zoom calling him. That's just stupid. If that's the case, he's stupid because that was the rule at the time. They weren't allowed to. If anything, he should have been flattered that they were Zoom calling him because they weren't allowed to meet with him in person. So I think that's insecurity on the part of Sean Payton, as well as also being kind of not all guys his age are like that, but you could see a guy like him perhaps being put out that he was being interviewed by a couple instead of just the owner, just Cal McNair himself.
That on top of probably being put out that Kevin James had to depict him in a movie. It's like he's trying to do everything to remove himself from that characterization.
You know what my favorite thing to follow is that because Sean Payton had said that that Nathaniel Hackett had done one of the worst coaching jobs ever was the number of pre-snap penalties that they had last year. You know who's in the top 5 of pre-snap penalties right now?
Yeah, baby.
Denver Broncos yet again. So Payton, if that's our barometer, Payton might possibly be doing another one of the worst coaching jobs of all time. So I'm not going to accept any compliments from Colin Cowherd ever. I wanted to talk our way through that.
It would just be disingenuous.
Yeah.
At this point. It's one thing, we've done this time and time again where we have a take, even over the course of months, years, we'll have a take and we'll be called under the carpet for it, or we might even do it ourselves. It's totally wrong on this. Colin Cowherd and media types, on the national landscape like him, I don't feel like do that. They rarely do that. And it's not important because they're covering national stories. And they don't have to answer to local markets, so to speak, right? So you're not going to get that sort of transparency through them, maybe naturally anyway. And it's not like I'm looking for it, but it would be kind of cool if this thing continues to trend in the right direction for the Texans. Yeah. And let's just say around week 15, 16, where the Texans are legitimately in the hunt, or hell, after the fact, when they're a wild card team or a division winner and they're entering the playoffs in their first year under D'Amico Ryans, and he's just man, you know what? I was dead ass wrong on this, and this in regards to this organization, and here's why.
Yeah,
that would be fantastic. And I I would love to get to that point and hear that, because that's obviously endearing to your audience. And
he does that. He does do like a segment where I was wrong. So
does he? I would love to hear that.
Yeah, no, I've deconstructed Colin because I'm fascinated by him. Once I realized that I was being so effectively trolled by Colin Cowherd, I started paying attention to exactly how he goes. And honestly, he's very, very good at, he just keeps fishing for something that will polarize the audience. So a lot of times in his takes, he'll use 3 analogies, one of which is going to piss you off. He'll insult The Sopranos as a television franchise, or he'll insult your favorite president, or he'll compliment somebody you despise. In those 3 analogies somewhere, there'll be something that angers you or gets you excited, where you'll be like, oh yeah, this guy gets it. This guy gets it. So he's really, really good at it. I feel like I've got kind of a 7-step plan already listed on how to have a take like Colin Cowherd. And I feel like I want to just put it into it's almost like finding plutonium, though. It's do I use this for good or evil? Because I've done the same thing with political talk. There's a very political talk. There's a very, very simple and easy way to get great success. But
I was going to say I'd be the easiest to use it in political talk.
Yeah, you've got to forsake any actual genuineness to what you feel or believe.
You would put it to good use.
I can't do it. Yeah,
I have the utmost confidence in you, and it would be explosive.
Well, the political talk, one of the biggest ones is just presenting the straw man. Be like, well, hey, this is what the other side wants you to think. And instantly, in political talk, your audience is generally a lot of people that really, really, really want to agree with you. So as soon as you say, this is what they're saying, then people are like, yeah, I know. You can take any quote, you take any quote, and you say, what they're actually saying is this. And either side is like, yes, that's exactly what they're saying, and that's why they're evil.
Yes. I love it. You can pull it off.
Yeah, I got. Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to live in that world. I can't talk about things that actually matter. I barely have a hard enough. I have a hard enough time doing that with my actual family.
I would worry about your stress level a little bit, though. Yes.
What's that?
I would worry about your stress level in that regard.
Well, plus I don't and honestly, in that business, you actually sway people. You actually affect.
And you couldn't handle that on your conscience.
Right. If I'm wrong in sports, okay, big deal, whatever.
So what?
I'm ever wrong if I get people to vote for the wrong person or something. Actually, literally, people die. I wish death upon people all the time. I don't want it to actually happen.
But I'd be here for the content of the react. People calling you the carpet like, Seth, you're totally wrong on this. And you'd be like, go die.
Hey,
stand your ground,
everybody. You are listening to KILT Houston and KILT HD2 and Odyssey Station. Time for 8 at 8. The
Jose Abreu. Hammered to left center field. Way back there. It is gone. Second deck. Jose Abreu.
After a tumultuous first couple of innings, the Astros have an incredible fourth inning in which Yordan Alvarez and Jose Abreu hit what I like to call a gentleman's grand slam and end up beating the Rangers 10-3 up in Arlington. They have one more game this afternoon. Thank God this afternoon at 4:07 instead of having to wait all until 7 p.m. or so. Huge matchup as Verlander pitches for the Astros and Crawford pitches for the Rangers.
I hate pivotal games in the afternoon.
Yeah. Oh, do you?
Because most people can't watch the game in full.
Yeah.
I'm nervous that I'm not going to be able to do that. My number one job when I go home after this show is to run the ever-living daylights out of my 3-year-old boy and get him tired before 4:30.
Yeah. That's a tough one, man. That's a nice thing about having young children. What time does your son go to bed?
Oh no. Yeah, I hate this especially. I just realized I have to work this evening.
Oh.
And I have to leave for work at 4:30. I'm doing PA announcing for Cougar baseball.
By the way, I said Crawford for God knows what reason. Don't excuse me. For
Son
some
of a
reason,
gun.
that feels like Crawford.
You said
boxes.
Jordan Crawford.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to watch this thing recorded at like midnight tonight.
Don't worry. You want me to text you and just tell you what happened?
No.
I can spoiler alert it
I
for
would
you.
rather be miserable or jubilantly excited by myself in my bed watching this.
Okay, I don't want to mess up 888 and Max picks. So let's move on to the next one. Number 2. This is Nick Caserio talking with Texans All Access about C.J. Stroud's progression.
I mean, I think from start to finish, he's certainly improved and made progress. I think that was a tough defense. We talked about that, I'd say last week a little bit. I mean, that was top to bottom, probably one of the best defenses we're going to see all year. We're going to see some good ones, but certainly put the Saints up there, present some challenges. Earlier in the game, kind of getting our feet on the ground here a little bit. Had a couple of errant throws, had the interception, which he owned, but didn't allow it to affect the overarching, progress of the offense for the duration of the game. So I think that mental toughness, that mental fortitude to kind of move on from one play to the next, I'd say that certainly was an example of it during the game, given the circumstances of how the game was going.
So when Caserio talked about that, it did make me think about, I watched C.J. Stroud's body language and facial expressions very closely through the first 2 games of the season.
Yeah.
And I was really impressed with, how little frustration he showed. He seemed like a calm, cool, and collected grandfather in some respects.
The one thing, that's a great observation, but in comparison to Bryce Young's facial expression in frustration shown within the first couple of weeks, oh my God, stark difference. Did you see?
Really?
You remember seeing how Bryce Young was in his first game in the NFL? The plays that he wasn't making, the hanging of the head, shrugging of the shoulders.
Yeah.
The body language is the stark difference between the two in that regard is fascinating.
It's because his cojones haven't dropped yet. He doesn't have the testosterone to fight through that adversity. Maybe someday he'll become an actual man.
Talking about his cojones not dropping, I was waiting for Ben to drop that. Hey guys, how you doing?
What's up, guys? How we doing? Everyone good?
There we go. Next one.
3.
Okay, Thursday Night Football. Jacksonville Jaguars at New Orleans. It looked like the Jaguars were going to win this one handily, but the Saints made a late run. Jaguars end up winning the game 31-24. One of the notable things about last night was that Trevor Lawrence was questionable going into the game with a sprained left knee. Ended up using his legs a lot. One nice, really long run on a zone read keep. Another few scrambles for yardage. On the Saints side of things, we saw their red zone troubles continue, and most notably, a very, very, at times, angry and frustrated Derek Carr.
Yes.
Which the most notable one was when he threw the ball out of bounds. Apparently had some issue with Chris Olave not making the right adjustment to a route. It made it look like he was throwing a tantrum at Chris Olave for not running his route 10 yards out of bounds onto the bench.
Yeah.
But I think Carr was throwing the ball away, and he expected Olave to have done something else.
And he was being pressured in the back, to sack. If he holds onto that ball a tick longer.
Yeah.
That ball was not getting completed. So I think the frustration was probably a little bit with himself as well. But there were various points in that game last night where he was just disgusted, whether it be with himself or his receivers. Probably with Jimmy Graham, too, late in that game when he probably should have dropped a better dime to Graham in the back left corner of the end zone for a touchdown. That would have tied the game.
There's some really frustrating things for Saints fans, I'm sure. Just one, the style of this offense right now seems a bit disjointed. Carr is completing 44% of his passes in the red zone, 6th lowest in the league. But then they had a really bad drop in the end zone last night too.
I was going to say, I want to see the drop numbers in those red zone numbers.
Yeah, it feels like this will be Carr's biggest challenge as an actual leader, where he's dealt forever with playing on teams that had bad defenses. It was kind of crazy how bad the defenses were that did not support Derek Carr through the years. Now all of a sudden he's got a genuinely good defense on the other side, and the offense is falling short.
The most interesting thing about last night, particularly after the game, because Carr was asked about his reaction to Olave and the frustration that he was showing in various points of the game last night, and he said this, and I'm paraphrasing, but yeah, I could probably be a more calming influence in those types of situations. And I just thought back to last week's Texans and Saints game. Going into that, we talked about the disparity between, rookie versus aging veteran. You're a little worried about the veteran leadership of the quarterback. Carr, it's pretty solid. Now what do you think? Like, we've talked and lauded C.J. Stroud for his poise and composure all season long behind an offensive line that was decimated and that was getting him killed through the first couple of games.
Yeah.
19 quarterback hits, 11 sacks, and not once has this guy, C.J. Stroud, shown or voiced any type of frustration. It's just been building his guys up. And Derek Carr, through not even 2 months of an NFL season, is just throwing hissy fits every single week. I just think that's pretty incredible, talking about a guy who's a veteran for the better part of a decade in the NFL versus a guy who hadn't even 7 months in the NFL.
Yeah, it's one of those things. He's got that personality that if things ever do go really well, like, people are going to love his fieriness. But, like, you got to know when to keep the flames low and when to keep the flames high. Next one.
4.
There is a cheating scandal, a sign-stealing scandal, no less. But don't worry, it's occurring far, far, far north of here, up in Michigan, in Ann Arbor, where, amongst other things, a low-level staffer with a military background has emerged as one of the linchpins in the NCAA investigation into Michigan's alleged sign-stealing operations. This was Connor Stallions, which is one of the absolute best former military guy name ever. Like, I don't know how this guy can't be guilty of sign stealing. His name's Connor Stallions. He's a former Marine. He's a person of interest in the investigation into number 2 ranked Michigan violated an NCAA rule by scouting future opponents in person at games. They allegedly used an elaborate scouting system to steal signals from future opponents since at least 2021. Jim Harbaugh, as of this moment, is claiming absolutely zero knowledge of the situation.
Of course. Of course he is. I need more details on how exactly they did this sort of thing, but
I feel like Connor Stallions or any other scout that's scouting a team like at another location, and I'll take this down to high school. This is one of those dodgy areas with like eliminate the Astros completely from this. In sports in general right now, it's so easy to record things. And, like, let's say one of Connor's duties as a low-level staffer was to try to figure out the signs and everything, and just to figure out their sideline operations, stuff that you do. Like how many people out there are using their phones to record it? Or using, I feel like some of this stuff gets painted as super sophisticated when you can...
It's not.
Almost all of us have a phone in our pocket right this moment that can record things in pretty freakishly good detail from some distance, especially when it's like a huge sign with a picture of a duck on it. If there's a huge sign with a picture, like a literal sign, these aren't even like hand sign, a literal sign. I feel like that's... it's one of those things where I think you almost have to legalize it or allow it more so than legislate it, because I don't know how any coach is going to keep his low-level guys from doing it, even if they give them an admonishment not to.
What I'm always intrigued in these sorts of things is how they got caught.
Right. Yeah.
How'd you get caught? Like, to what extent? Like, how long were you doing it? So maybe we'll never know, really, but when did you decide to take it a step too far and get a little bit too deep into the weeds and make yourself vulnerable to get caught? Because it's not that hard to be an advanced scout and just go sit in the stands and spy opposing future oppositions.
You got to be careful when you're texting. You got to be careful where your phone is pointed. Like, I don't know if you do this. I'm very careful these days that, like, when I'm looking at something on my phone or I'm texting, it doesn't look like I might randomly haphazardly be holding it where I could be recording somebody, because I feel like, okay, then they're going to think I'm a creep. B, they're going to be uncomfortable if they think I'm recording them. So I'm always I try to conspicuously point it towards the floor if I'm in a crowd or something.
Every day at Texans practice.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, exactly. Because you're not allowed to film things. Yeah.
Bajani, we can't shoot right now. We can't shoot. Bajani, I know. I'm just tweeting. Stop.
5.
Next. One of the weirdest moments last night that I'd like to revisit, because we've only mentioned it once so far, was when Marcus Semien was tagged out by the finger of his protruding batting glove that was sticking out of his back pocket as Jose Abreu tagged him out. One of the many great heads-up plays that Jose Abreu made last night. It'll go down as if the Astros win the World Series, it'll go down as one of my favorite moments in any playoff series ever. Because there's no controversy attached to it. There was clear evidence that that's actually what.
I love it, and I learned something last night because of that play. I did not know you could tag the batting glove sticking out of somebody's back pocket. I thought I knew everything that there was to know in regards to that stuff, and even though there was a shadow of a doubt because the play-by-play guy and what he'd said last night in terms of, the strings don't count. I was like, wait, what? If the strings don't count, does the batting glove count? Like, how's this going to work? And then quickly,
and our listeners astutely pointed out that if the strings counted, if the tassels counted, then first basemen would all have like 20-inch long tassels on their glove. They'd basically be just using any manner of trying to get leather on a human being.
By
that
the way,
sounds kinkier than I meant it to.
Baseball Hardo on the text line points out that it's not tassels, it's not strings, it's laces. It's the laces of the baseball glove.
It's a tassel when it says. The lace becomes a tassel as soon as it's out. I'm calling it a tassel, damn it, because we don't have enough tassels. There haven't been enough tassels in this country since like maybe the early 1980s when the buckskin jackets were big, okay? It's a tassel, damn it.
Buckskin jackets.
Next one. Number 6, this is a complex legal matter that I'm going to dice into 45 seconds. Art Briles is a defendant in a lawsuit concerning assaults that happened in 2014 involving one of his players. He has basically said that he has no memory or had no knowledge of these particular assaults since against a female Baylor student by one of his players. The interesting part is something that you noticed, Sean. I didn't notice when I first read through this article, but one of the more curious elements of Art Briles claiming he didn't know of this incident.
Well, he was questioned by an attorney about a particular detail in a book, and his response was, "Yeah, I didn't read the book."
Yeah,
it's his book. He wrote it, and the kicker here.
Yeah.
is the title of Art Briles' book, in which he wrote back in 2014, is Art Briles. Oh God, I'm looking at another one. But what's the title? It's Is it Defending Goliath? His journey from. No, that's not the one. There's Art Briles looking up my journey from tragedy and triumph. What's the other one? It's the Goliath.
Was this one? This one was written after the scandal or before it?
2014. So I guess it was after.
Oh, okay,
right?
after. Yeah.
When was the scandal?
I don't know, but I'm guessing like basically the explanation there would be that he had a ghostwriter on that book.
Oh, here we go.
He didn't read the own book that he wrote.
Yeah, he was co-authored, and the co-author is Don Yeager. It's Beating Goliath, Art Briles, my story of football and faith.
The scandal was after. Well, I mean, some of the events occurred in 2014, but the scandal was later than that. Next one.
7.
Abreu just had a huge night last night. I'm going to point one other great. Abreu was when he stole a base for the first time in 926 days. It had been 926 days since he stole a base, and he did it. Ultimately, wouldn't have needed it because Chas McCormick hit a home run right after that. But it's just the last night I was saying that this is Abreu's series. This is Abreu's playoffs. In terms of, I don't mean he's going to be MVP or anything, but I just feel like it's all for real. The fact that he stole a base for the first time in years, the fact that he tagged out Simeon by a single finger on a batting glove, basically swatting down the middle finger that Simeon was trying to give to all of Astros Nation. So good job, Jose Abreu. And you know what? The number 8th one here is simply going to be this. It's time for Mac's picks. Here's Sean with Mattress Mac.
Hey everybody, it's 8:15 on a Friday. You know what that means. It's time for this segment that has everybody talking this time of year. Mac's Picks, of course, starring the owner and founder of Gallery Furniture, Mattress Mac, Jim McIndale, who's making money for the people, went 2-1 on his picks last week. And he's making money for people if the Astros win the World Series, Mac, because if the Astros win the World Series and people are getting their furniture at Gallery Furniture, they're getting it free, right?
That's right. Come out to Gallery Furniture right now, Sean. Buy mattress, Tempur-Pedic, Sealy, Stearns & Foster, 3,000 plus. Get it delivered immediately. Sleep great tonight, every night for the rest of your life. And if the Astros win it all, your purchase free. That promotion is going on right now, so come on out.
Shepard be there.
It's a Tachys Fiber Internet Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Sean Pendergast is on a miniature vacation during the Texans' bye week, but Sean Bajani is filling in. And I'm glad we've got Sean in here today because Sean is very good with a lot of the statistics that I will reference but not remember. But this one that Lamont brought up in the text line is one that I wish Lamont hadn't brought up. It's this tendency of the Astros to follow up a double-digit scoring performance with kind of a stinker of a scoring performance. I desperately, thanks a lot, Lamont. I need Sean Bajani to A, tell me that it's all balderdash, and B, if it is indeed not balderdash, let me know why it's different in this game.
It's so funny that Lamont brought that up this morning because that was one of the first thoughts that I had at the conclusion of last night's game is that my mind immediately went to, all right, what is the first irrational fear that Astro fans are going to have going into Game 5 tomorrow, which is today, coming up later on around 4:30 this afternoon? And it was, they scored 10 runs. Holy crap, they're going to be terrible tomorrow. They're not going to score anything. And look, we've talked about this a lot over the course of the season. I feel like mainly because I think the Astros something like, 30, 40 ball games into the season before they even scored in double digits this season. It was a long time. And maybe it was the case last year or just over the course of the years during this stretch that's been the case. But I went back. They actually scored 10 or more runs 19 times this season, and they're 10-9 in those ball games. 5 of those games came against the Rangers.
Wait a second. They're 10-9 in games in which they went double digits?
10-9. Hold on. Let me clarify. They're 10-9 this season the day after scoring 10 or more runs.
Okay, gotcha.
10-9 this season the day after scoring 10 or more runs. That's what we're talking about here. 5 of those
games. A winning record is what you're saying. They've got a winning record.
A winning record.
No, but not nearly as – they're not following it up with a dominating performance or what have you.
No, but it's a dub, you know.
But no, you're right. No, exactly. Okay, that's a good point because I think the fear is, okay, the bats go dry after that huge output. But so far in the grand scheme of things, it hasn't necessarily made them worse as a baseball team the next day.
No, and I'll say this. I'd have to go back and double check, but I know it's at least 2 instances this season in which they'd had 3 games of 10 or more runs scored. So they not only followed up a double-digit offensive performance once, but they did it twice. And what I also found was interesting is that 5 of those games came against the Texas Rangers in which they had that kind of run output, and they scored 10-plus runs this season in Texas.
Oh, yeah. So it's just that's the thing that I think supersedes any kind of fear about the double-digit run production. It's that, you want to talk about statistical anomalies. It's just how damn dominating the Astros have been in this ballpark. People, I don't know. There's got to be one of the rare instances where people are genuinely more nervous about the Astros coming back home than they are about Game 5 on the road versus a pitcher who shut them out the last time they saw them in Jordan Montgomery. That's how much the advantage seemingly is when they are up there at Globe Life Field.
I don't know if you heard the post-game commentary from A-Rod and the panel last night, but it was A-Rod who brought up, I wonder if the Rangers decide to put a Minute Maid Park sign in the ballpark for Game 5. Could have been him or Kevin Burkhardt. I can't remember which one of the two said it, but it was like, all right, come on, man. But it's so true. The Astros are so damn good in that ballpark this season for whatever reason. I don't care. And, I know Dusty Baker's tired of being asked the question like all the other Astro players. It's just one of those things. It's baseball. It's anomalous. It's not maybe necessarily even a trend that could carry over from one season to the next, but it just is what it is at this point.
Let me ask you this. Does it help or hurt the Astros, the few of whom remain from the 2019 team? Does it help or hurt them? Not that few, but does it help or hurt them that they have felt the cold hand of their team winning a game on the road in a World Series, and the Astros lost the 2019 World Series without having won a game at home. So, like, do those guys have, do they have the residual memories in a good way where, let's say the Astros win tonight, they know for damn sure that they can't just take it easy and that it's not a given that they're going to win one of the next two?
Yeah, I think, it's natural. Like, it's not something that they're going to maybe say publicly, but they've experienced it. Guys like Bregman and Altuve and Jordan, they experienced it. It's got to be a thought, albeit maybe a minimal one, in the back of their mind. Like, hey, we've been through something anomalous like this before. But just throughout the course of the season, Seth, I mean, they've been one of, if not the best road team in all of baseball, and one of the worst home teams in all of baseball amongst playoff teams.
Yeah.
I think they have to be thinking along the lines that, you know what, kind of like they're hitting. This trend is not going to continue. Ultimately, it comes down to what we do today, no matter where it is. I said this earlier. Forget about this game being on the road in Arlington. It's a damn neutral site game because as well as the Rangers played, period, offensively this season, they obviously did very well in that ballpark, but the Astros have done very well in that ballpark. It's like a neutral site game. It's the state of Texas. I don't know how many Astro fans were in attendance last night, but I know there was a horde of Astro fans after the game that were chanting Jose Altuve's name to the point that it became almost deafening for him to even conduct a post-game.
Sounds like a college. It's like a college bowl game. Everything's just kind of evened out.
Yeah, I mean,
that's what it is.
That's what I feel, but just breaking it down that way, there's a lot of reasons why this game tonight, this evening, is so pivotal because not just the fact that Verlander's on the mound, and you spoiled, a terrific start for him in game one, but because it is on the road and because there is that doubt, at least amongst fans and the media, that the Astros, hey, you come back home. You don't want to come back home down 3-2. You want to come back home up 3-2 because you've been so damn inconsistent at home and quite, some instances bad at home.
This is the matchup tonight, which is just like it feels like a heavyweight bout between Verlander and Montgomery. Verlander allowed 2 runs. It just wasn't enough with the way the bats were being shut down by Montgomery and the Rangers relievers. There's 2 things. One that makes me nervous, one that makes me feel good, which is the first. I'll say the part that makes me feel good was, yes, the Rangers pitching was very effective in game 1, but the Astros got into the bullpen last night. The Astros have gotten into the Rangers bullpen twice now in 2 nights. Whereas the Astros bullpen has been relatively preserved and very effective. Hunter Brown being able to go 3 innings, Ryan Stanek being able to just have that one pitch between Urquidy and Hunter Brown went a long way towards keeping everybody fresh and in it last night. And I feel better. The other part that I feel good about with the pitching matchup tonight is that, Montgomery was really, really good. The Astros had some really bad luck in game 1. They had more hard hit balls in that game than the Rangers did, but the Rangers were just hitting it where they weren't, and the Astros were hitting it where they were to a large degree. So a little bit of bad luck. The thing that makes me nervous is that, like, Verlander, even though he had a very good outing and only allowed 2 runs in 6 2/3 innings, he got fewer whiffs through 5 innings than any starter since 2009, other than Zach Greinke in the 2011 NLCS. Like, it wasn't like he was his vintage self. It was a very crafty veteran, sometimes stress-inducing 2 runs allowed over 6 2/3 innings.
I think I was listening to you after Verlander's start in game 1 the next day. That's exactly the word that you used to describe him, crafty, if I'm remembering correctly. And I think that was like a perfect characterization of his outing. The thing that makes me the most nervous, kind of along the same lines, what you pointed out in terms of, the whiff rate or the lack thereof, and it being one of the worst since 2009, is Justin Verlander. And this is maybe in general for every pitcher that faces an opponent more than once in a given series in the postseason. But Justin Verlander's got a track record, whether it be an ALDS or an ALCS. He's faced an opponent twice in a playoff series, 5 times. Particularly in the ALCS, he's faced an opponent twice, 2 times. In both those instances, aside from 2017, he's allowed 4 earned runs. Twice in 2 chances. And so what that tells me, I look at those numbers, and along with the whiff rate, and maybe Justin Verlander's not the same Justin Verlander as years past, and, expectedly so, but it's that I get worried as he's gotten up in age, and this is more recent track record, is that opponents have more propensity to be able to kind of maybe pick up and make adjustments off of Verlander, maybe more so than he's able to adjust to those offenses. Does it make sense?
Yeah.
And so I think that's got to be a fair, something close to look at, keep in mind as you're watching him early in the game tonight.
You know what it makes me think of is like last year when, which game was it where Verlander was just kind of struggling and then got angry. He got angry in like the second or third inning, and all of a sudden his velocity crept up like 2 miles per hour. In that moment, it was like, okay, this is the adrenaline of the playoffs. Like, this is the sheer competitiveness.
We talking about last year in the World Series?
Yeah.
That was Game 5, World Series. Yeah. Absolutely.
Remember, he just like all of a sudden said, "Screw it, nope, I'm just throwing heat." And all of a sudden, like it was like a different Verlander. I could see this being the kind of environment in afternoon where he does that.
That's a great memory that you have, by the way.
Other than the actual details of the matter, but yeah, remember the emotion. Damn it,
we all remember the emotion, and just you could feel it through your TV set watching the game.
Yeah.
I mean, you could absolutely feel that. I think it's imperative that the Astros get the 2017 Justin Verlander. I know you're referencing Game 5 of the World Series last year, but I say the 2017 because that's the one instance in which he had to face the same opponent in the same series more than once. And what he did in 2017 in the ALCS against the Yankees is he followed up a complete game, 5-hitter, 13 strikeouts against the Yankees in, what was that, Game 2. He followed that up in Game 6 with 7 innings of 5-hit shutout baseball where he struck out eight guys. You remember that? That was just an incredible performance. The ability for him to just adjust to the Yankees' adjustment of him, or maybe lack thereof, however you want to couch it, I think is exactly what the Astros need from Justin Verlander tonight for them to be successful.
It's going to be a fun one. 4:07 p.m. this afternoon, or 4:03, sometime a little bit after 4 p.m. It's time to give away some Yellow Rose Whiskey Talk tickets.
The Yellow Rose Bi-Week Whiskey Talk with Sean Pendergast is the place to be next Thursday night. Be caller number 5 now, and you and a guest will be joining us at this exclusive event thanks to Yellow Rose Distillery. 713-572-4610. Be caller number 5 to 713-572-4610. And you're on your way to the Yellow Rose Distillery for the Bi-Week Whiskey Talk.
The Texans and the Panthers both have a bye week this weekend, and those two teams will face each other after the bye week. So there's about to be a whole bunch of talk about Bryce Young and C.J. Stroud, how they fared, and it led me to thinking, what exactly would the Texans have done if they had the first pick in the draft this year? We'll talk about that next. What would you do if you were building a custom home? You would call Kirk Holmes, of course.
Fiber Internet Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
So we had Peter King on the show yesterday as Sean Bajani fills in for Sean Pendergast today. And I was interested in talking to Peter King about one specific part of the pre-draft process, because Peter King was kind of a voice of reason on this, as everybody was making a huge commotion about the S2 cognition test and how it spelled doom for C.J. Stroud as an NFL quarterback. I felt like Peter King kind of gave some perspective on it in the heat of the moment when it's hard to do so sometimes. So we talked to him about that yesterday.
I really was rooting for C.J. Stroud to be at least a good player, if not looking like he could be an absolute top 10 franchise quarterback. And the reason is I really hated this stuff before the draft about how, he doesn't process quickly. He doesn't make great decisions. He failed this S2 test that we gave to everybody in the NFL, all these quarterbacks over the years, and has been a great predictor of who's going to be a good quarterback. I thought it was nonsense. The reason I thought it was nonsense is, and I say the same thing about Brock Purdy, he had a lousy game on Sunday in Cleveland. I say the same thing about Brock Purdy. Do you watch the games? Did you watch C.J. Stroud play quarterback? And granted, he's got a really good offensive line at Ohio State. He's got great receiver group. I get it. But my whole point on this is very, very simple. If you watch the games and think that C.J. Stroud doesn't make good decisions back there, I don't know what you're watching. Mm-hmm. And so that's one of the things as I've watched the Texans early on this year that I've been just happy to see that without any question, C.J. Stroud has been the best rookie quarterback in the league so far.
So this is where it gets interesting to me, and I don't know if it'll be like a barroom debate people have forever, perhaps, is what exactly would the Texans have done if they had the number one overall pick in the draft? Because I think it's easy right now to think like, well, yeah, they got lucky because they won that game and it got them the second pick, and CJ is the better quarterback. So clearly they would have drafted Bryce Young because everybody knew that Bryce Young was going to get drafted first. There were enough, like some of the anonymous polls of executives and what have you. It's not like it was unanimously in favor of Bryce Young. It was just pretty heavily stilted towards Bryce Young. There were, like in any given anonymous poll, it seemed like 25% to maybe a third of anonymous execs might have liked C.J. Stroud over Bryce Young. So it wasn't unanimous, but that kind of was a narrative by the time draft came around.
What the most interesting part about that is, like, there has to be more context to that, though. And that the reasoning behind that, like, why wasn't it more of a unanimous type of decision by these anonymous executives? Because I feel like everything that we talked about, the months leading up to the draft, Seth, in regards to, what about Bryce Young? And I was a Bryce Young guy, but I know you had your reservations, as did most everybody else, about his size and that aspect. Not really a question of whether or not he could play quarterback cognitively at the next level. I mean, I remember doing a show with you just maybe days or a week leading up to the draft where you broke down what was so impressive about Bryce Young and his ability to move within the pocket and manipulate the pocket with subtle body movement and things like that. And I thought that was fascinating. And just his decision-making and so on and so forth. I'd be interested to know what executives really thought about Bryce Young and why they maybe leaned more C.J. Stroud in that instance. Was it just about his lack of size or something else that maybe they were able to see between the lines that we weren't?
Well, that's where, when you go hindsight, I can't remember who it was that first pointed this out. But I want to say it was James Palmer. James Palmer had talked about it in, anonymous conversation, off the record conversations with people. But that, and Steve Smith, because James Palmer and Steve Smith do a show together on Steve Smith's YouTube channel. And it was that Steve Smith and James Palmer had both talked to coaches who said, like, okay, look, yes, he's small. You can work with that. But Bryce Young is not actually all that great an athlete. He's athletic enough, but he's kind of like C.J. Stroud. He's athletic enough, but it's not like he was running away from the better and more athletic defensive players in the SEC, and those are the guys who end up being the NFL size and speed runners. So if you're going to take a smaller quarterback, you kind of usually hope that he's got something to offset it. And like with Kyler Murray, at the very least, you can't argue that Kyler Murray's legs don't help him. There might be some judgment as to whether he uses them or not and when, but like they help him out. So there was that. The other one that was curious that I thought was under-discussed was that Bryce Young was kind of late throwing over the middle. He was effective throwing over the middle, but he was kind of late and with a sloppy footwork doing it. And that was it was curious to me that wasn't more of a concern, because that seems like, again, with a small quarterback, you better be nails thrown over the middle, because it's going to be hard to do in the NFL when you get to dealing with those NFL pockets that you don't have any room for error. So like it's easy with hindsight to wonder why those weren't mentioned more, but I did bring up the part about his athleticism. I didn't worry as much about him throwing over the middle, but those are the things now that are starting to rear their head.
You're talking about Bryce Young's footwork. Didn't you have some reservations about C.J. Stroud's footwork, or am I remembering a conversation I had with Clint Stoerner?
Not that I remember, but early during training camp, there were a couple times where C.J. kind of was clicking his heels a little bit, but like he cleaned it up. It was one of those things that, in his first 4 games where it seemed like every week he cleaned something up in his game, like on that trajectory. That was one of the things he improved on from week 1 to 4.
Man, and that's been the most incredible thing for me, and just being a novice and just watching this objectively from the outside looking in, is that you hear it, and you've heard it numerous times from players and coaches, and even C.J. Stroud, a little bit himself, who's a pretty humble guy and not going to be too braggadocious, but that he doesn't make the same mistake twice, right?
Yeah.
And it's been incredible to actually see that be the case. Literally since day 1 of training camp, after he had that 2 really poor days, if you want to even classify it that, where he threw back-to-back interceptions, maybe 3 picks in 2 days' time during practice, where he's improved a part of his game every time he stepped foot on the field, whether it be in practice or a game. That's been incredible.
Yeah, that's where it's going to be interesting. Again, the Panthers now with 2 weeks to prepare for C.J. Stroud. Like, in a lot of ways, this is going to be kind of like a Super Bowl matchup where you see the best of the coaching staff and the best of the quarterbacks when they've got 2 weeks to prepare. So, Andy Reid, Bill Belichick, those guys, you figure, okay, those guys have the advantage in 2 weeks. I feel like the Panthers now, with their brand new offensive play caller, and Thomas, I always blank on his last name. Is it Thomas Brown?
Yes.
And, versus D'Amico Ryans, like that's kind of the matchup to watch. And then you now also have these two young quarterbacks. But the previous 2 defenses, the Falcons, and both showed a 3-man pass rush. They dropped 8 into coverage. And that's the reason CJ threw that pick. They dropped the defensive lineman out, which allowed a linebacker to drop to where a safety would have been, and the safety was dropped even further. Like, it just, they gave a confusing look to CJ Stroud. So the Panthers defensive staff is just looking at all these different ways that they might be able to confuse CJ Stroud with 3-man pass rushes this week. I fully anticipate that CJ is going to be advance from the 100 level to the 300 level by then.
The other way to look at this too, and correct me if I'm wrong, but if you're the Panthers, you could look and see what the Falcons did and what the Saints did that worked defensively, but you have to ask yourself the question, if you're the Panthers defensive coordinator, do I have the personnel that could execute these things as well?
Yeah.
You might want to get a little too gimmicky, a little too cute in some of the ways that you disguise your coverages, but do you actually have the personnel that can execute those sorts of things?
Right, right.
Then you're adjusting for the fact that, too, like I just mentioned, C.J. Stroud has vocalized exactly what he saw from the Falcons defensively, and he was able to make those corrections against the Saints. He saw the mistake that he'd made in throwing that interception and wasn't going to make that same mistake again. The comment after the game where he said, hey, that's in my bank now. I've logged it.
Yeah,
and so his ability to be able to remember, coverages from either past film study or whether it be from what he saw literally the week prior is has been really tremendous to me. And so that's, the chess game, the game within the game. I don't really have a reason yet to get nervous about C.J. Stroud or Bobby Slowick's ability or inability to adjust to the next week's defense.
Yeah, like ultimately, I don't think we'll ever know for sure, and people will probably lie about it, but we don't know for sure exactly what the Texans would have done with the number 1 overall pick. I would like to just entertain the fantasy that they knew all along it was going to be C.J. Stroud, and that's all. Like really, the biggest part of it is I do think that the anonymous execs or retired execs especially who hadn't actually stood next to Bryce Young in person, I don't think that their opinion is valid because like there is a whole different deal when you get out there and because I did talk to people who had been at pro days or been in person with Bryce Young who were like it's kind of jarring. It's kind of jarring when you first meet him and you realize just how small he is in person.
I get the feeling that it's not the answer that everybody thinks it would be. For that reason alone, standing next to and meeting in person and talking with C.J. Stroud. Guess who did that? D'Amico Ryans, as they did with Bryce Young, in pre-draft meetings. And just knowing what we know now, going back in hindsight, you tell me who you think the 2 or 3 would jive with the most. A combination of Caserio, D'Amico, or CJ and that personality, that leadership and those qualities, or what we've seen, literally heard from Bryce Young and D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio. It seems like they've got the right one, and they might have made that decision anyway.
The funniest thing, too, is that I think a lot of people tried to frame C.J. Stroud's personality as almost like kind of like being, he's just got that pensive look on his face sometimes that I think people misinterpret as like a resting bee face or something.
Yeah.
Look. You know what really good NFL quarterbacks have almost like as a rule is they've got an edge to them. Like they've got that ability to be, they're awesome dudes, but it's sometimes they're Peyton Manning or Tom Brady dressing down a guy in the huddle. And I can see CJ Stroud at some point, as he gets older, like he can be that taskmaster, whereas I'm not so sure that Bryce Young has that pitch in his arsenal. Coming up next, we've got a baseball game to attend to this afternoon, and bunch of you have asked a key question about the lineup and who should be playing in the outfield this afternoon. We'll discuss next. Key question about you and where you're going to get your Silverado. It's Bayway Chevrolet. I'll answer it for you. That's a spoiler alert. I'm not going to keep you hanging. Bayway Chevrolet not only has an incredible selection of Silverados, but right now during truck season, Trice Ham, the general manager, wants to reward you for being such a loyal and adamant football fan during truck season. It's football season, which means during truck season, you're also going to get a free lift on your Silverado. A free 4-inch lift plus a 33-inch tires on that lift and for nothing extra at all when you come in and get a brand new Silverado during truck season at Bayway Chevrolet. Plus, you're going to get the best deal.
It's a Tachus Fiber Internet Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Okay, so two good questions, 2 good points from listeners. One a little bit more obvious, and one I think something that we all feel, but maybe feel a little bit guilty about feeling it. First obvious question. Maybe it's not even that obvious that it should be a question, but tonight, Brantley, after a night off, presumably would be coming back. Do you start McCormick or Dubon in center field? In my mind, it's Dubon, 100%. If Brantley were playing last night, then it would 100% have still been Brantley and Dubon in the outfield.
I mean, so long as Justin Verlander's on the mound, it's going to be Dubon. I mean, has there been a game?
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Has there been a game in which are pitched, at least since Dusty figured out that Dubon needed to be his personal center fielder, that he hadn't been on the field?
I love that he's got a personal center fielder. If it weren't, imagine if Dubon were a jerk or something, and Verlander had a personal center fielder who was just some jerk. Then people would not be nearly as accommodating of it as they were at the beginning when Dusty first floated the notion.
If Dubon wasn't like so lovable, right? But and just even if he is, but what if Verlander internally hates Dubon? It's like that a-hole, that son of a gun.
That's a whole
Mauricio Dubon or whatever his name is.
He goes out and just goes scorched earth on Mauricio Dubon tonight. Yeah. So I think people feel that way. I feel bad saying that after Chas McCormick hit a 2-run homer last night, and yet that's just Dubon getting his Gold Glove nomination and everything just makes it feel like right.
Dubon didn't play Game 1, according to a texter. Is that true? It was McCormick in center field Game 1.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, because he had that miserable start to the series. The first 2 games.
Okay. So when you're saying as far as them not starting, that was right. Yeah.
So I mean, fair question. Dubon, is it still a fair question?
No, I thought because Dubon went and played. Because Dubon played so well when he came in the second inning, in the second game, that everybody just assumed here you go, no big deal. Then we're just going to stay with this lineup. And then Dusty rejiggered it again, but everybody was cool with it because they moved Tucker down. So I don't know. Yeah, I feel like he got comfortable with Dubon out there and Brantley. So maybe it is if McCormick's out there tonight, I'll be surprised, but maybe I'm way off on that.
I think Dubon in center field and McCormick in left, possibly, because I just say it. Brantley, the second that he made that diving catch in Game 3, he wasn't playing Game 4, at least starting, right? I knew it, and I think everybody else did as well. I mean, if you're being honest, and the fact that McCormick had a bounce back game, hit a homer last night, maybe, and it ultimately depends on what the numbers say in regard to the matchup against Montgomery.
In Montgomery, if you've got a lefty on the mound, that's another reason. It's not clear that last night it was for purposes of leftiness or anything, since it was going to be a bullpen night to begin with. So I guess that's the other question is, do they give Brantley another rest also on a night where they also make the strategic decision?
And I like his bat off the bench. I really do, especially if things go how I think they might go tonight, which, could be something closer to a, 3-2 kind of a ball game.
Yeah.
More so than a 10-3 or an 8-5 game.
The other big stat, when the Astros were down 2-0 in the series, you get all these stats about how almost insurmountable lead it is to overcome, especially when it's the road team that's a 2-0 favorite. And they were pretty daunting, close to 90% success on the team that had the 2-0 situations. It becomes a lot more manageable, way closer to 50-50 when the series is at 2-2 and the team that was down 2-0 is the one that is clawed back. But you had some even better stats that kind of paint the situation better.
Well, you got me thinking because you found those stats and you started looking at it from the 2-2 and what the numbers say.
Yeah.
What do teams that are tied 2-2 that actually still hold the home field advantage do? And I was like, I mean, that's cool to look at it that way, but it's how you actually got there that's really important. I mean, it's the story of a series. And it's why I think if the Astros are able to pull this off, It'll be yet another scenario in which they defeat all odds stacked against them. Teams have prevailed 75 of 89 times when leading 2-0 in the best-of-a-7 playoff series. Only 14 teams have come back to win a best-of-7 series after trailing 0-2. 14 teams in 89 chances have come back after trailing 0-2. Now, here's the interesting part about this. 10 of those 14 comebacks have taken place in a World Series setting.
Oh, wow.
4 were in a LCS, 2 in the National League and 2 in the American League. All of those comebacks have come in a 2-3-2 format like the Astros and Rangers are in.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah.
So
you get those you get those 2 at home at the end.
Here's another little kicker that's maybe more interesting. 11 of the 14 comebacks were accomplished by did not have home field advantage in the series. That means only 3 of 14 had the home field advantage in a series, like the Astros do. So only 3 times.
3 of 89 times that a team was down 2-0. Only 3 times if they come back, if they were the road team or if they were the home team.
Now we're cooking, baby. Do you see that?
Yeah.
I mean, that is absolutely incredible. If the Astros are able to pull this off, they will be only the 4th team in 90 opportunities to come back when down 0-2 that actually did have the home field advantage. But here's the kicker. We all know that the Astros really don't have the home field advantage, historically speaking, this season alone, particularly even in this series.
Which is the second text that I meant to bring up from one of our listeners he's calling it an irrational fear, but I don't think it's irrational at all. He says the Astros have to win today because there's no way we can win 2 at home during this series. I don't think that's irrational whatsoever.
I don't either.
I think you're basing it on the anomaly, like the fact that the Astros have not been good at home in this series or this entire calendar year at Minute Maid Park. I think that's this is as close to a must-win for everything that you just said, Sean, and for the quirk that is the Astros at home this year. Yeah, this is as close to a must-win in a 2-2 series tie as I can think of.
2019 as well against the Nationals in the World Series.
Yeah.
Wasn't that anomalous? Isn't that the first time in history that had ever happened in which
that they had won without winning a game at home?
Yeah. Is that true? Was that am I right?
That's how I recall it. Yeah, that was the first time they'd won without winning a game at home, at least in the World Series.
Yeah, and at the very least, it hadn't happened many times. So it's a must-win game tonight for the Astros from our perspective, from our bias, right? In that, yeah, you don't want to go back home down 3-2 in a place you haven't played very well. But then, 2, you don't want to go back home down 3-2 and squander not 1, but 2 Justin Verlander starts. And there are so many little nuggets here, but I don't feel like – are we going to put this damn hex on Jordan Montgomery or not? It's
going to be on. Yeah, it's on Montgomery. It's going to be on Montgomery. I don't think there even needs to be. I took some suggestions, and I think honestly – like some people might say, hey, you're wasting a hex on a pitcher that the Astros are going to be seeing for the second time in this series. Because, look, that's everything you can say about there are reasons to be nervous about Justin Verlander tonight. You can say also about Jordan Montgomery. Like, there was hard contact by the Astros in that first game. They just happened to hit it exactly to Rangers infielders and outfielders every single time. So I think the fact that the Astros have been the better hitting team on the road here at Globe Life Stadium, and they're seeing Montgomery for the second time. I feel good about that, and yet he has been nails in the playoffs and nails versus the Astros. I'm going 100% hexes on Jordan Montgomery tonight. The other huge X factor for this particular game and for the remainder of this series is just Kyle Tucker. Like, at some point, we've seen this enough times. Like, awesome players in the playoffs, going back to George Springer in 2017. Jose Altuve last year started on an abysmal stretch. Yordan Alvarez, his first year in the playoffs, was really bad in the playoffs, really right up until either the LCS he started to get it going, and then he was good in the World Series. So every year there's one big hitting guy for your team that struggles through the first series, first 1.5 series, but at some point gets it going in the LCS or the World Series. I feel like this has to be when Kyle Tucker gets it going.
Who was it last year? I just told you this during the break. It popped up on
Altuve, it was 0 for 20 whatever, right?
Yeah, it popped up on my timeline. I'd written a story about Altuve's struggles last year, 1 year ago today. And, yeah, I think it approached like 0 for 26 or 0 for 32, something ridiculous like that. And
it's not
the
fair
Astros
because
overcame.
everybody got like 27 at-bats in Game 3 versus the Mariners. So it made it even worse. On a day when nobody was hitting.
God, wasn't he like 0 for 6 or 0 for 7? Something stupid.
It was like everybody was, though. Nobody was hitting that day on either team.
Yeah, it was
maddeningly
nuts.
long.
But,
Did I tell you that's one of the worst days of my life as a sports spectator? Because I was at that game.
Oh, I remember that.
And I had to leave because I had to pick up my child, and there was no way out of it. I had to leave that game and go to Spokane.
Dude, you have been through some nerve-wracking moments over the course of the last couple of years. You know, falling asleep in the third inning last night and having to wake up and watch this whole thing and a roller coaster of emotions at 3 o'clock in the morning.
I'm watching Ryan Stanek at 2:30 in the morning. But the worst part about that was I had lucked out. The tickets that somebody gave me, they also included a parking pass, which was like it was the top floor of the garage in Seattle where you walk on a bridge directly into the club level at the Mariners ballpark. So which is awesome for getting there, but in leaving, I felt so guilty and it was so eerie and weird because I left in like the 11th inning, and it was from the time I left my seat until I was out on the highway leaving a baseball game, it took like 97 seconds. I walked out over this little bridge, got in my car, down a few flights, and then boom, I was on the highway, and I felt so awful the entire time.
Text message.
I was afraid that I had somehow hexed the team.
Text message. How many of the 89 teams did the team with home field advantage go down 0-2? That's fun with numbers. Everything that I just went through. I mean, there are so many little tiny things you could look at in that, and you got me thinking about those numbers, talking about teams even 2-2, what the percentages say, going forward. Why Game 5 is so pivotal.
The thing, you're right, and you're exactly right. But it also I always like those numbers because the Astros you can point to at any time during these championship runs where they're. The whole thing is winning a championship is always an outlier. It's very, very, very rare to ever win, and there's always a bunch of improbable things that have to happen. It's like a lesson for life. Anything great you ever try to accomplish, there will be droves and droves of people who will tell you the very rational statistical reasons why you can't do it, and you absolutely have to ignore all of them
100%.
because it's good for planning and it's good for figuring out what your strategy might be. But once you're in the moment, you just got to put your head down and go.
Yeah.
So don't worry, my little Astros fans, we'll be just fine. Got some really good audio that you sent me from Mike McDaniel that I think also reflects positively upon Bobby Slowick and kind of the way things are operating here in Houston. That's coming up next.
Men's Tea Clinic. If you're a guy who's kind of, just feeling a little sideways right now, it can be any number of things. Testosterone level, it could be, if your energy level is down or you're having trouble losing weight or building muscle mass, it could be any number of things. They've got so many treatments for you at the Men's Tea Clinic, a whole menu of treatments for anything that ails you as an adult male. And so if you've just been kind of feeling a little bit off lately, make the appointment to do
because, as Mike McDaniel put it, he was drinking too much. McDaniel, not Kubiak. So imagine if you'd been fired because Kubiak was drinking too much. Hey, you got drunk and you fired me one night.
I would enjoy that far more.
Yeah.
Actually fits perfectly.
Yeah. So Mike McDaniel was actually just a young guy who was just living a little too large. This was him when asked a question about Tua Tagovailoa the other day.
There are some folks who believe that many quarterbacks in this scheme, with you as the coach, with Tyreek and Jalen, would excel, would flourish, would be near the top of the passer rater leading MVP candidate.
Let's push this podium over. My answer to that would be, who the F cares? I've coached stuff a long time. I haven't seen people do what our guys do. Don't try me on other players. I'm not trying to prove that.
That is it's a good lesson for the most part. You never have to answer the question. A lot of young coaches and players don't understand that you don't actually even have to answer the question or acknowledge the validity of it. It very much is something for guys like you and me to discuss and to talk about whether this player would be better. Sean and I did a whole damn segment on it a couple days ago about which teams might trade for C.J. Stroud versus keeping their own guy. I think that in the 49ers system, the benefit of having gone through so many quarterbacks with those guys, and I think, D'Amico having been here with Matt Schaub as the quarterback, I think that they very much respect what the quarterbacks can do, but they also understand that, it is the entire system. I don't think it's lip service when those guys talk about how it's the entire system. You can't just put too much focus or stress on the quarterback. So, it's kind of a nonsensical approach to things that allows you to keep chugging on when your guy gets injured or whenever anything else fails.
I mean, essentially, wasn't that question, is Tua Tagovailoa a system quarterback?
Right, yeah.
Right?
Yeah. And his answer is I don't care. Who cares? Who cares if he's a system quarterback or not if it's something that will work right now for us?
Sure. And it gets you thinking, and I'd like to take a little time to go back and look later on at all of the times that we had conversations about those particular quarterbacks, being system guys. What the hell does that even mean? And I think it's really interesting because maybe there are elements of it that are true. I certainly within a given offensive scheme, there are certain guys' skill sets that would thrive in that system. And there's nothing wrong. But when opposing defenses, when the tape's out there and they kind of figure you out, are you able to adjust? And I think that's the key. And maybe that's where quarterbacks over the years have and maybe systems over the years have kind of gotten exposed or exploited.
It is amazing when you see it doesn't stop after the first go round. That I think there is this notion that somehow okay, well, C.J. Stroud's gonna start to have a book on him, and then teams are going to adjust. And then after his rookie year, that's the big test. Have you made those adjustments? But it happens every single year because every offense changes from year to year, and the rules change. The way that defensive holding and interference is or is not being called right now is having an effect on offenses, I think. I've heard a lot of different theories for why offensive scoring is down. Honestly, Sauce Gardner would not be able to get away with a lot of the stuff he's been doing really for most of the previous decade. For whatever reason, over the last couple of years, they've started to relax on some of how strictly they're calling defensive holding and defensive interference. And I think that's changing things a little bit. But the other thing, and this is the other tie-in to McDaniel and some of the other, Sean McVay and Kyle Shanahan, the other cool thing that the Texans have going right now is that D'Amico Ryans is their defensive coordinator, who obviously has a lot of familiarity with San Francisco and practicing against San Francisco. One of the theories about why scoring is down is that these Kubiak Shanahan systems have infiltrated half the league, and also that these defenses have already been playing against, but also practicing against the Kubiak Shanahan system. So, if you look at Sean McVay hired Brandon Staley as his defensive coordinator in 2020, specifically because Brandon Staley had been on the staff on that Chicago Bears team that shut them down on Sunday Night Football in 2018.
Yeah.
It was like 15-6 on Sunday Night Football. And McVay kind of like the gears were turning in his head. Like, what do these guys know? Why are they such a challenge for me? The Rams ended up beating the Bears in the regular season the next year, but still like had in his mind, like, I need to get these guys in here and scrimmage against them. Robert Saleh, had been in Seattle and then Jacksonville, but had this familiarity with the Dan Quinn system. And Shanahan also obviously knew Dan Quinn. Like, he wanted somebody that could bring that same element to it. And like now DeMeco has that. So I do think there's something about Bobby Slowick and CJ Stroud being able to practice against DeMeco that's like a very much a sum positive for the team. Like DeMeco and some of his theories and concepts are the very thing that give the Kubiak-Shanahan system a hard time.
100%. The fact that they both came from the same place and are very familiar already with the systems that both of them have been running against each other, for the last couple of years. I mean,
they know what the adjustments to the adjustments are.
Yes, 100%. I can't maybe overstated enough the success that C.J. Stroud in large part is having through the first 6 weeks of his NFL career. Yes, credit Bobby Slowick and his ability to defenses, but hell, maybe credit to Miko Ryans for throwing his 2 cents in as well, for not just one helping Slowick and Stroud understand the tendencies that maybe he's picking up on as an expert defensive play caller or strategist, but just having coached against Slowick himself for the last couple of years and understanding the tells that maybe he was able to identify when Shanahan was the play caller and it was a Slowick play design.
It's honestly, it's probably one of the better developments in terms of just like a better way to run an organization over the past few years has been that like guys like DeMeco, Kyle Shanahan, Bobby Slowick, like all those guys have had a very DeMeco goes back to his playing days, a real hunger and thirst to understand the other side of the ball.
Yeah.
Like, Slowick grew up the son of a coach, but then started off with Washington as a defensive coach, then goes to PFF, gets a different perspective. Now he's an offensive coach. So, like, he understands what stresses a defense much better than a lot of guys who have only spent their time on the offensive side of the ball. Kyle Shanahan, like as a young coach, wanted to spend a boatload of time in the defensive meeting rooms because he really wanted to understand it. And like in the NFL I was raised up in, honestly, there was a lot of almost like it's just like hyper specialization to the point where I used to get frustrated with offensive coaches because I would try to tell them, like I would go to offensive coaches on my teams, like during a game, you'd be like, hey coach, I can tell that the defense knows what you're doing because of this. Yeah. And like I would get blank stares. I had an offensive line coach once accuse me of looking at the play script in practice because I knew what plays were coming. And I was like, Coach, I'll tell you exactly why I know which plays are coming. And like, it's because on this play, your offensive guard is like 3 inches further back in his stance. On this play, like, I know what the audible is. On this play, the quarterback has a tell. Like, all that stuff. And they would just look at you with blank eyes like, well, no, that doesn't act. Like, they would actually say, Sean, this is how stupid it is. In 2002, Gary Walker and I had both come from the Jaguars. Gary Walker and I, because we played for Tom Coughlin, and Tom Coughlin, like, one of the best things he ever did for me in my career was he would make the starters practice against the starters all season long, which was kind of a pain in the ass and brutal, but it was really good because you got really good looks. You got really good players going against you with really good speed and everything. But in doing so, Gary and I knew that offense intimately. So because we were practicing against the starters all the time. We knew all the calls, we knew their alignments, we knew their stances, we knew their tendencies, all of that.
Yeah.
So first game, and we had early success versus the Jaguars as an expansion team. 2002, we go into Jacksonville, and Gary and I are lined up, and they're using the same calls. They're running the same plays. Gary and I are just calling out the runs every single play, it felt like. Wow. They were like, run here, run there, out, sweep right, all this stuff, pass. And my friend who's the center, John Wade, goes to the sideline and tells the offensive line coach, they know all of our plays. They know our calls. And the offensive line, that's BS. No, they don't. And John's like, what the hell are you talking about? I'm out there getting my ass beat. Fred Taylor's almost like leaving on a stretcher because we just knew all of it.
Yeah, and how demoralizing must that have been for Wade, knowing that his offensive line coach and coordinator aren't going to do a damn thing about it.
Yeah. No, and it would happen all the time. So honestly, it sounds like the dumbest, most simplest thing. But, like, it really is true. Like, a lot of offensive coaches don't respect the intelligence of defensive players, and they really think it's like when a kid shows you a magic trick, and you're like, all right, you're like, I know how the kid did this magic trick, but they're so proud of themselves because they think they're really pulling one over on you. Like, no, like you're being stupid like children here with some of the stuff you're trying to do, this chicanery.
Just getting back to the meat and potatoes of the question, why you think scoring offense is down across the league. I haven't seen hard numbers. Do you know the numbers, actually?
No.
All I've seen is, like, the explosive play rate. And I know that's
true.
down.
Explosive plays are down,
Yeah, and I know that's about 10% from what I'd read. But I thought about it from this perspective, and maybe it's too simple, but the fact that guys like Brady and Rivers and Rodgers and Breeze, aren't spinning the ball anymore, they're either not in the league, not playing, or not playing at their optimum level.
That's a really good point.
I think that's probably got a lot to do with it.
The top five is not as formidable as it used to be.
The other
especially
thing
with like Joe Burrow playing poorly too. Like that's one of the guys that you thought was in your top five hasn't been playing like it. That's a really good point.
I thought about this, and this is more of like recent history kind of a thing, but the kickoff rules. I wonder how the offensive game has been affected by the offense being hurt by short field position, because the plays of you being able to run a ball out and get favorable field position, from a kickoff return, starting at, your own 40 as opposed to your own 25 all the time with all these touchbacks, is probably far greater now than it used to be. And so offenses are probably working with longer fields than they used to under the new rules.
Yeah. Hey, it's time to give away some Yellow Rose Whiskey Talk tickets.
The Yellow Rose Bi-Week Whiskey Talk with Sean Pendergast is the place to be next Thursday night. Be caller number 5 now, and you and a guest will be joining us at this exclusive event thanks to Yellow Rose Distillery. 713-572-4610. Be caller number 5 to 713-572-4610. And you're on your way to the Yellow Rose Distillery for the Bi-Week Whiskey Talk on Thursday.
It's been so much fun this morning talking about that victory last night that I feel like we've actually given short shrift to some of the key performers and some of the big moments from last night. So I want to relive some of those coming up next. I want you guys to take care of yourselves. I don't want you to short shrift yourself when it comes to taking care of your health, taking care of your fitness. That's why it's so great that Johnson Health and Wellness Stores are now here in Houston with 6 locations, because when it comes to working out at home, which I do like religiously, and I was never a guy that was really disciplined about working out at home until I saw the right equipment that I knew worked for me, that I knew that I would stick with. And that's why Johnson Fitness and Wellness is the absolute best place to go when it comes to getting equipment in your home. 6 locations in Houston now: Shepherd, Katy Freeway, Westheimer, Tomball Parkway. There's one in Spring. There's one in Friendswood. If you're looking for a treadmill, if you're looking for an elliptical, strength equipment, rowers, exercise bikes, even massage chairs, their expert staff will help you find the best equipment for your unique fitness goals, for the space that you have in your home. That's one of the most stressful things, is trying to figure out what's actually going to fit. That's why Johnson Fitness and Wellness will help you. And right now, you can save up to 50% off the top-rated treadmills. Ellipticals start at just $5.99. Learn more at johnsonfitness.com. That's johnsonfitness.com.
The bye week is here, and there's plenty to talk about with our hometown squad. Want to be a part of the conversation? Join Sean Pendergast and Sports Radio 610 at Yellow Rose Distillery for a bye week whiskey talk next Thursday evening, October 26th. How to get in? Easy. We're giving away tickets every hour all day today to this exclusive event brought to you by Yellow Rose Distillery. Don't miss your chance to hang out with us and get that bi-week football fix on Sports Radio 610.
West Point Lincoln. Had lunch with my guy Chris Poulos yesterday, and Ruben Mendoza, the GM out at West Point Lincoln in Sugar Land. I'm talking about the West Point Lincoln, the original location right now, the one at Katy Freeway. And and it's the number one Lincoln dealership in Houston. I mean, I could drop the mic right there. If you're looking for a luxury car or specifically a Lincoln, 3 consecutive years of winning the prestigious Lincoln Triple Crown, leadership in sales, service, customer satisfaction. My friend Chris, who I just mentioned, Chris Poulos, he's the owner now. He was the VP GM there for decades. He owns it now. And the level of service there, which was already great, it's only improving. It's only going up. They renovated their whole service area last year and expanded it because they've been moving so many vehicles. They've got over 500 new and pre-owned Lincolns to choose from. So they've got a huge selection on site right now, and there's a vehicle for almost every budget. So you hear me talking about the Lincoln my wife drives. She drives a Lincoln Nautilus. These are beautiful, beautiful cars with awesome technology, smooth ride, one of the lowest costs of ownership that you're going to find across the automotive industry. And West Point makes it effortless for you to get into that next Lincoln. So head out there, go see my buddy Ryan O'Kane. He's the GM out there at West Point Lincoln at Kirkwood, I-10 in Kirkwood. Go check him out and see him, or check him out online at westpointlincoln.com.
From the Valley Furniture on Unbeatable Prices Traffic Center, this is brought to you by Twin Peaks. Still a long-standing accident. It's been there for at least 4 hours. I-10 East, westbound at John Martin Road. All main lanes are still blocked off, and we're seeing quite a backup there. So you need to tack on a little time. A little bit west of there near Wade Road, broken down vehicle. That's in the right lane. It's 66 degrees. I'm Laura Houston, Sports Radio 610.
We got nonstop live sports to watch night in and night out. We all know the best place to be is in your neighborhood lodge. Twin Peaks everywhere, a solid made-from-scratch menu, and my favorite, the 29-degree man-sized draft. If you like the hard stuff, Twin Peaks has a big-time tequila and bourbon selection as well. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, and scenic views.
Hey, Total Wine & More has all your Halloween favorites at the totally lowest prices.
Economical.
Find what you love and love what you find, only at Total Wine & More.
Drink responsibly, B21.
MD Anderson Cancer Center is again named #1 in the nation for cancer care by U.S. News & World Report's Best Hospitals rankings. Our physicians treat more types of cancers in a day than many see in their whole career. This unmatched depth of expertise, combined with our groundbreaking discoveries, gives our patients access to the most innovative treatment options. Learn more at mdanderson.org.
Looking for a quality rental? Houston, you don't have a problem. No, really. Realtor.com has oodles of great rentals. Whether it's a historic home in the Heights or a chic midtown apartment, we're here with trusted search tools to help you find the right rental listing. Want a pet-friendly rental with a gym and a pool? Check, check, and check. Get specific with custom filters, real-time alerts, 3D tours, and zoom in on just the right neighborhood with our Real View Map Draw feature. Make your rental search really easy. Start now at Realtor.com.
It's a Texas showdown in the ALCS, and Academy Sports and Outdoors is your home for Houston Astros gear. Swing by your local Academy store or shop online at academy.com. You'll find official Astros tees, jerseys, caps, and more, all at great prices. Gear up today at Academy.
Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. As an MVP's Pro at Lowe's, you can get volume savings on orders of $1,500 or more at the Lowe's Pro Desk, because Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. In-store only. Exclusions, restrictions, and more terms apply. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
Kelley Blue Book is the one-stop shop for pricing, fixing, selling, and instant cash offering. Instant Cash Offer is exactly what it sounds like. An official offer to buy or trade your car. Just enter your VIN or license plate, answer a few questions about your car's history, and what kind of condition it's in. In minutes, you'll receive an offer to sell or trade your car that you can be sure is fair. Then choose a dealer to purchase your car and schedule a time to meet. For all of the its, KBB.com.
As a roofer, I've got a million things to do, and that's a million things that need to be done right. That's why I partner with Beacon. The team at Beacon makes sure my materials are delivered accurately and on time. And the Beacon Pro Plus app makes ordering the brands I depend on, like CertainTeed Landmark Pro, easier than ever. I rely on Beacon because I never stop building, and neither do they. Now through November, purchase CertainTeed through Beacon Pro Plus and earn up to $750. Beacon, always building.
For the ones who get it done, the most important part is the one you need now. And the best partner is the one who can deliver. That's why
Find new roads.
It's a Tachus Fiber Internet Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
Sean Pendergast is on vacation, so we brought in the other Sean Bajani. And just to catch everybody up to speed, because they've been inquiring about it, yes, there is a Hex tonight. Sean is going to do a sacred ritual at his hotel or Airbnb, wherever he's staying. That is, it's proprietary. We don't let anybody know what it is. Ever since Sean and I take a way more scientific approach to this than you guys might realize, and we're kind of embarrassed about it. But yes, our supernatural hexes are rooted first and foremost in advanced stats plucked from BaseballSavant.com. And Tonight, Montgomery, the pitcher for the Rangers, is the unfortunate recipient of the Payne and Pendergast Hex.
Good. He needs it.
Yes. So the 5 big moments where I've neglected some people so far this evening, or from last evening when we're talking about it today. Honestly, this was the biggest moment of the game for me because I had passed out and woke up and was watching it like immediately when Ryan Stanek came in. 1 out. Runners on first and second, bottom of the third inning. The score is tied 3-3. Urquidy's been rolled from the game. And what happens? Ryan Stanek comes in and deals. And by dealing, I mean he pitched one pitch, induced a double, and we were done with that evil, horrid, awful third inning that had me questioning everything about this series.
I just can't believe you passed out and woke up to the DVR portion of Ryan Stanek coming into the third inning, the roller coaster of emotions that you were on in that moment.
Well, and then it leads us directly into top of the fourth, 2 outs, runners on, 2 outs, bases loaded, and no outs. And that's where, we've got recent memory of that and it not working out that great versus the Ranger. It'd be a bases loaded with 0 outs. Yordan Alvarez gets a sacrifice fly with the bases loaded. Awesome. Abreu comes up, and in a feeling that you would have never felt 3 months ago, you're excited about Abreu being up there at the plate with runners on first and third. And he hits what completes a gentleman's grand slam between Yordan and himself of knocking in 4 runs over the course of 2 batters. But still, that was where it felt like just in the short turn of the third to the fourth inning, okay, everything's going to be good here.
That 438-foot blast, was incredible. I think, what is that? He's hit 4 home runs, and I think all but that one had been 440 plus.
Mm-hmm.
It's incredible.
Yeah. It's the other, I guess those things, I'm going to kind of jump around here a little bit. The no outs, bases empty, top of the first inning, another key moment in the game because Altuve just go ahead and when he pounced it, was it the second or the third pitch last night? They just started lighting up Heaney. So they run Heaney off the mound. Mauricio Dubon got a single. Alex Bregman got a 2-run triple. It was 2-0. Alvarez hits an RBI single, and then Heaney lasts 3 more batters before he's pulled. And then it got even dicier. It felt like they were lucky to get out of that inning only having let up 3 runs at that
That's a good point. They really were.
The
bats just came alive. And they were hitting the ball all over the ballpark. That was huge. And I'm so impressed that, after the way that they'd started this series, the last 2 games, they've been able to make adjustments. And maybe we should have seen it coming because of the hard outs that they were hitting into, at times even in the first couple of games.
Yeah, I know it's hard. And I felt dirty in the first 2 games blaming bad luck because the Rangers had played really well and they're a very, very good baseball team. I wasn't trying to just, be somebody that makes excuses, but there always is that element of it that, man, they had some really bad luck. And last night, some of those in that early deluge, there were a couple, non-hard hits that ended up being base. There was a couple that dropped down in between in the outfield that was a little bit of that luck coming back to roost. But yeah, it doesn't always even out. That's the scary thing.
A little bloop single to left, short left field, right? That bounced right in front of Pena, and he kind of scooped it and fired it back into the infield. Those make me nervous because the damn crowd gets so excited about some crap hit, like that on the road. It's just it makes you pucker a little bit.
One of the great plays that we hadn't discussed at all was Altuve making that throw kind of falling away to first base in the 7th, 8th, or 9th inning. That was like he was Altuve. Like obviously Altuve's been Altuve after almost getting brained in the 2nd inning. That was where the fans at Globe Life cheered like the scoundrels that they are. Not all of them, but the actual scoundrels that cheered for Jose Abreu almost getting brained. Shame on you. Well, the 4 things they have to accomplish tonight. Do you want to recap those real quick?
Yeah. In no particular order, really, but Kyle Tucker's got to get it in gear. 0 for 5 last night with a strikeout. He's 3 for 29 this postseason. 8 strikeouts, 6 walks, and 4 runs scored. I mean, thank goodness for Jose Abreu, who's my 1A, 2 if you want to say it that way. He's got to continue to contribute until Tucker gets it going. I mean, I'm not saying he's got to do it to the tune of 4 homers, 11 RBIs, the way that he has in the last 8 games. But until Tucker gets it going, the guy's got to continue to be a massive run producer. Number 3, this is maybe the most important one. Justin Verlander to keep them in the ball game tonight. It works out perfect, on paper, in my opinion. If Verlander can get you into the 5th, the fact that you have arrested Neris, Abreu, and Presley going into tonight, it sets up perfect in that sense. But I think the thing to watch early is how the Rangers adjust to Verlander, because we went over the track record with JV facing the same opponent twice in a series over the course of his career. The numbers aren't great. It's ERA around 4. Particularly here recently, since 2017 that he'd been with the Astros. He's done it twice, faced the same opponent twice in a series, and it hasn't been great. He's got to be the 2017 version of Justin Verlander, the version that we saw not once but twice against the New York Yankees in the CS series.
Yeah, and in Game 1, I mean, their bats were finding those pitches. He wasn't inducing a lot of whiffs. It wasn't a classic 35-year-old spring chicken Verlander necessarily out there. So it's going to have to be another crafty game, I think.
Yeah.
And the one thing is, man, I do trust that in this moment, just going back to the World Series last year, we talked about it earlier, that moment when the adrenaline and the anger kicked in for him in Game 5, like I feel like there's that moment waiting to be had tonight.
Yeah, my number 4 is Brian Abreu. He's got to flush it. He gave up the run the other night. It was at Game 3. His streak of 32 straight appearances, including 15 straight scoreless playoff outings, came to an end. And I trust that he'll be able to flush it, but he's got to get back to being Mr. Automatic, especially tonight out of this pen, because he will be needed at some point. We'll use him because, look, between him, Neris, and Presley, those guys, if it works right, they can save 2 innings for that Astros bullpen. And at times this postseason, that's had to have been the case. The way that they bring them in situationally. So I think he's just got to flush it and start a new streak tonight. Adam Spillane in studio with us.
For Crosstalk, brought to you by D&M Leasing.
In for Landry Locker and John Lopez on In the Loop. You've got it again today, Spo. Look, we just went through our 4 keys to victory essentially tonight for the Astros. What are some things that you feel like they must get done this afternoon?
You have to get the Rangers out of their script. But what I mean by that is they have a pitching plan going into this game. They had a pitching plan going into last night's game. I think the pitching plan for them last night was, hey, let's get 9 outs out of Heaney, let's get 9 outs out of Dunning, and then let's hand the ball to our 3 bullpen guys that we trust. And the Astros got them out of that script very quickly by knocking Heaney out in the first inning. I think that, again, with Jordan Montgomery, I think Bruce Bochy probably goes into this saying, hey, let's get maybe 18 outs out of Montgomery today, and then let's hand the ball to the bullpen. So you need to be able to get to Montgomery early, get him out of the game, and then force the Rangers to have to use that underbelly of the bullpen, which has not been good. And frankly, I don't think they trust any of those guys. It's a very 2019 Washington Nationals feel to this Rangers pitching staff, except they don't have the high ceiling guys necessarily anymore. But they trust 3 relievers, and that's about it.
Well, that's the thing with Montgomery, too. I mean, the overall stats are very impressive in the postseason. He's been great, but he had a rough outing versus the Orioles. It's not like he's on some run of destiny where he's pitching unhittable baseball.
No, and he's a very well-known quantity. The Astros, I'd have to look and see. I think they had seen him once during the regular season. I think they actually saw him in St. Louis also. He had everything going. He was commanding all of his pitches. He was setting guys up. The curveball was really good in that game. But now the Astros have seen it, and you talk the same thing about, Verlander facing an opponent for the second time in a series. Well, Montgomery is facing an opponent now for the second time in this series. And so, especially with Yordan Alvarez now knows exactly how Jordan Montgomery is going to attack him. So does Montgomery have a plan B? Because he's not going to be able to stick with plan A. He's going to have to go to plan B at some point.
I just kind of find it so interesting, guys, that, out of all of the pitchers that, move teams ahead of the trade deadline and the guys that we were talking about who the Astros should go get, Jordan Montgomery was one of those guys, brought up a conversation along with Lucas Giolito and a number of others, but this guy's turned out to be...
free agent this offseason.
Yeah, good point. But this guy, Jordan Montgomery's turned out to be the best get out of all of those guys. I mean, obviously, one, because he's still pitching right now, but then two, the way that he's performed with his new team, and one that maybe didn't think that they needed him to perform like an ace when they got him, but he certainly has and is going to be asked to do so again tonight for the Rangers.
Well, just look at his own team.
What's that?
Just look at his own team. I mean, they have gone out and spent a ton of money on pitchers, whether it was DeGrom or John Gray or getting Scherzer. And now who's the guy that they're really relying on? It's Jordan Montgomery of all people.
Yeah, now, you know what? I'm glad you brought up the matchup between him and Yordan, because that curveball is what got Yordan. Yordan will have been looking at the iPad all yesterday, last evening, and this morning, and everything, and I'm sure he'll be ready for that. They're dubbing that the death ball now. Jordan Montgomery's curve is now called the death ball, which that angers me. I feel like that's made my list of things to hate about the Rangers. You are listening to KILT Houston and KILT HD2 and Odyssey Station. In the Loop will begin in just a moment. Right now, I want to thank Sean Bajani. Sean, filling in magnificently for Sean Pendergast. We'll be back on Monday, hopefully with some really, really good news about the Astros. Now it's time for In the Loop with Adam Spillane.
Thank you, Seth. Good morning, everybody. Hello, Figgy. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good, man. I'm good. I'm in a good mood, man. I had a good night's sleep.
I did not. But we're going to try and make the most out of it. It's a big day. Obviously, I am Adam Spillane in for John and Landry, taking you up until 2 o'clock. This is going to essentially serve as, I guess, an unofficial pregame show for Game 5 of the ALCS, Astros and Rangers, after the Astros won last night in Arlington 10-3. We will get to hear from both managers at some point in this show towards the end of it. We'll also have both lineups at some point before we get off the air, so stick around for that. Yesterday, obviously, it was a big day, and I don't think necessarily the game played out the way that we thought it would. I think that I came in here and sung the praises of Jose Urquidy, and Jose Urquidy just being the big game pitcher that he's been across over the course of his career, and Jose Urquidy wasn't very good in last night's game. But you had a bunch of unsung heroes, and we spent so much time talking about this Astros bullpen, but we spent that time talking about the back three, the Narises and Abreu and Presley. None of those three factored into the game, yet the Astros bullpen recorded 22 outs and did not give up a run. Or 19 outs. 20 outs. They gave up 20. They got 20 outs and did not give up a run last night. It started with Ryan Stanek getting the double play on one pitch. That ended the third inning, where it really looked like the Rangers had all sorts of momentum in that game. Astros had taken the 3-0 lead. Texas comes back. They get a couple of home runs. They tie the game. And then they have two guys on base, and Stanek got the job done. So it started with him. And then Hunter Brown. Hunter Brown had a really poor end of the season, to the point where the Astros could have used him in the rotation, and they did not. They skipped him multiple times. The emergency start that they had in Arizona, they could have gone Hunter Brown instead of Urquidy. They went with Urquidy. Basically, Hunter Brown had been relegated to the bullpen, and he was good last night. You know, they hit some balls hard against him, but the stuff that had really hurt him towards the end of the regular season, the walks and homers, it really didn't have much of an impact. And the big thing was that he attacked. He really attacked with all of his pitches. He was throwing hard. The velocity was way up. I think he hit 99.1 at some point in that game. That's what you want to see, and I think it shows you that Hunter Brown, maybe not the rest of this series, they're able to move on and advance to the World Series. I think you're going to see Hunter Brown have some sort of a role. I don't know if it would necessarily be as a starter. I don't know if they would go in that direction with him, but he's the type of guy who could really work out of the bullpen in a postseason series just because he throws hard and he can miss bats. And you are really looking for guys who can miss bats this time of year. and Hunter Brown does that. Phil Maton, very good in his 2 innings of work, and then Rafael Montero able to close it out. And, one of the things that it's always great to win a postseason game. Like, you will take any win that you can get in the postseason, you will take it. But the Astros got a bonus last night because not only did they get the win, but they were able to avoid using their 3 best relievers in doing so. And so you get Brian Abreu a day off. Brian Abreu had pitched in all 3 games of this series. You would have been asking him, had he had to have been used last night, he would have pitched 4 out of 5 days. That's asking a lot, especially knowing that you would probably need him in Game 5. So you don't have to use him. You get him a day off. You don't have to use Presley. You don't have to use Neris. That's huge for this team moving forward because you look, both games that the Rangers won in Houston, they had to use all their relievers. So you don't want to have to use your relievers if you don't have to. Give Dusty Baker credit. And it was the offense, too. It's one thing to get a lead, but you got to keep adding on to that lead for that very reason. It's not like the regular season, and the offense last night was very good. We'll talk about Jose Abreu because Abreu, again, coming up big when they need him most. A big home run to really, that took the wind out of the sails of that stadium. Crowd was into it. You have the bases loaded, nobody out. Has not exactly been it's not been a good moment for the Astros in this series. Game 2, bases loaded, same inning, 5th inning. And they did not score in Game 2. Last night, it was looking a little tenuous, but you get the sacrifice fly from Yordan Alvarez, and that's the second out of the inning, so it's looking like, you might only get the 1 run. Which, hey, you have the lead, but it felt like it could have been a lot more, and then Abreu comes through with just a massive home run. I mean, that's what you've been missing from Abreu. That's what you were missing from him the first 5 months of the year. Like, his home runs this postseason, they have not been cheap. They have not been little dumpers into the Crawford boxes. They've been 430-something feet. They've been into the second deck in Arlington. He hit massive homers just in terms of distance in Minnesota during that series.
Ain't this crazy how earlier this season, man, he went on, it was like a streak of him not hitting the home run.
He went, what was it, the first however many months of the
season?
Yeah,
it was a bunch of months. It dated back to when he was with Chicago.
Yeah. And what was funny, too, I don't know if funny is the right word, but basically he wasn't hitting anything to the pull side. Like, everything, he did not have, I think there was one stretch, I think it was like the first 2 months of the season, he had 2 hits that landed in the outfield to left field. So every base hit that he had was going the opposite way. And he was having trouble getting around off fastballs. That was the book on him. I remember talking to one coach for, it was a coach for the Twins, who told me, our book on him is that he can't hit a fastball. And this was early in the year, he had some really bad at-bats against the Twins in that first series in Minnesota. And this coach told me, hey, he looked bad. Like, he looked bad. He's not the same guy that we had seen in Chicago. And then when they came here the second time, that same coach says, they told us he couldn't hit a fastball. And then he gets around on 104 from Yohan Duran. So obviously there had been improvement. He had the back thing that came up. But for the most part, now in the postseason, he has been everything that the Astros really would have expected. So obviously a good night for Jose Abreu in what has been a good postseason. It's been, these redemption stories, Figgy, they're fun.
They are, man.
Because you see the expectations for Jose Abreu this season, they were very high. I mean, that's what you would expect from a guy that you gave almost $60 million to.
We was expecting him to be better than Hughley.
Well, and he was. And I guess he was.
Hughley was having a good year this year.
He was the cleanup guy. He was supposed to be that real big threat in the middle of the order. They wanted him to split up the 2 left-handed pitchers, or the 2 left-handed hitters with Alvarez and with Tucker, and it was bad early. And you just wondered, is he just old? Is this just something that, this is just what Abreu is at this point, and they already have buyer's remorse? And I don't know if, this could be just one really good stretch. Maybe it carries him in a really good season next season, but it at least is encouraging that you are seeing the results that you're seeing, especially when the games matter most.
Yeah, and I'm glad Dusty actually stuck with him. Because a lot of people were saying, get rid of him or you got to bench him and put somebody else in. He actually stuck with him the whole year.
I was one of those people. I legitimately thought that there's been all this angst about getting Yainer Diaz in the lineup. And so my whole thing was, okay, he's not going to catch because they want Maldonado catching for the most part. They want him catching the majority of the games. You guys we've argued that to the hills, and I'm done arguing that. But the point was, well, okay, if we want to get Diaz in the lineup, stick him at first base because he can play out there. And I talked to Joe Espada about this back earlier in the season. He's gotten a lot better at first base also. And Dusty Baker did not want to go in that direction. He stuck with Abreu, and so far, that has paid off. And they have needed Abreu to step up, especially with Kyle Tucker struggling in this postseason. You need somebody else to step up. You can't have the same guys do it over and over and over again. It takes all 9 guys in the lineup, and Abreu has been that guy. So that was a huge home run. I think when we look back on this series, and we'll obviously have a final result, at least by Monday night, the Abreu home run, and I guess, what was it, the 5th inning last night?
Yeah. That
could be the shot that won the series because it completely took the wind out of the sails of the Rangers. It's squashed. If you have bases loaded, nobody out, and you only get a run, the other team, I think, feels really good about that, especially when you're going through the heart of the opponent's work.
Yeah, and they actually had tied the game up.
Yeah, they had just tied the game up. The Astros have a chance to answer. They have bases loaded, nobody out. You have Bregman, you have Alvarez, and you have Abreu, 3, 4, and 5. If you only get one run out of that as a team, I think you're disappointed. And so the Rangers, I think, would have felt really good about themselves had they gotten out of it. They did not, obviously, and that was disaster.
Yeah, and not to mention they were down early.
Yeah,
they got hit hard early.
They did.
So they came back. They ended up tying the game up. And if they would have got out of that inning with just one run, that's a huge win for them.
Especially with the way that they swing the bats. It's a very good offensive team. You never feel safe. You never feel safe when you have a lead around those guys because they can just beat you 1 through 9. Yeah. And you saw last night, Corey Seager was very quiet for the first 3 games of this series. And then last night, he started to wake up. Yeah. So if I'm the Astros, that's a little bit concerning. I don't know. Here's Corey Seager. He's been probably their MVP candidate when he's been healthy, and he missed a little bit of time with some hamstring stuff. But I don't want to see that bat get going. It did yesterday, but the Astros were able to get control of that game after the Abreu homer, and then the bullpen did the rest. So to me, that really sent sent a big message for that series. And we're going to, this is a pitching series. I know the offenses are very good, but it's going to be about pitching. And for the Astros to be able to use basically everybody in their bullpen except for their top 3 guys and not give up a run, that's a huge message to the Rangers, whose bullpen obviously isn't nearly as good. They don't have that same sort of depth. Rangers aren't going to, I don't think if the Rangers have to use their 5 other relievers outside Spores, Chapman, and Leclerc, they're feeling great about that. I don't think they feel like they can shut you out over 6 innings. That's what the Astros did in last night's game. It started with Figgy. Do you have Stanek from last night talking about the double play?
Let me grab that real quick.
Because this was another huge turning point last night. We kind of brushed on this earlier, but it's the 3rd inning. The Astros lead is gone. The Rangers are threatening. They got a couple guys on base. Dusty Baker has decided to go to the bullpen. And you could go in a lot of different directions at this point of the game. You could have gone with Brian Abreu. Some teams will do that. They will go to their best guy when they feel like the game is on the line. Now, I wouldn't do that. I think the 3rd inning would be way too early. But he goes with Stanek. Stanek gets the ground ball, and the Astros were able to turn the double play. And it turned out to be huge. And here's Stanek talking. Stanek wound up getting the win. He wasn't exactly impressed with getting the win, the individual win, but just happy with the team win.
Reliever wins is the most arbitrary, almost meaningless stat because it's so circumstantial. I came in a tie game in the 3rd and throw 1 pitch and get a win. That's more or less like luck and circumstance than anything. But it was a big spot, and I came in and made a good pitch and got a good result. And yeah, it was cool. It doesn't feel bad to get a win, but it's more circumstantial than anything, I think.
Stanek said that he was trying to get a strikeout there, which is what he always does. But he threw a slider. Slider gets hit into the ground. Defense, which has been very good, especially in the infield for most of the season, they did its job. Seth Payne talked about this right before we came on, but Jose Altuve had a big defensive play over at second base up the middle.
And speaking of that, how about Abreu's that tag That was a huge play, man. That was a real huge play because I didn't even think he was out. I think that kind of sucked a little bit of the life out of them, too.
Well, that was another rally. That was right after the Astros had gotten the 4 runs in the 5th. Yeah. And they are making a bid to make a comeback again, the Rangers were. And they had the first 2 guys up. It was Simeon who led off the inning by getting on base, and then you have Seager. Seager just crushes a ball to first base, and Abreu able to make the catch and have the awareness to make the play to get Marcus Simeon at first base. And it was very close. Obviously, it looked like he beat him. Yeah. It was one of those things where it was hard to believe that they didn't get the out right away.
Yeah.
But give whoever was in the replay room, I can't remember who's in the replay room for the Astros, but give that person credit because they saw that, and I think a lot of teams, they might not make that challenge. They might not go with the challenge in that spot. That was the 4th inning, not the 5th inning. But you might not go with the challenge there. The Astros did, and it worked out. And again, took the wind out of the sails in that stadium. And that stuff's important, especially when you're on the road.
Yeah, I agree.
Just looking at some of the numbers, Jose Altuve, 3 hits in what was his 100th playoff game. I can't believe that guy's played in 100 playoff games. This is a guy who started his career by losing 100 games 3 straight seasons, and he has played 100 postseason games. 3 more hits yesterday, just barely missed a homer. That ball hit off the yellow line. That's 6 inches away from leaving the park, which would have been home run number 26 in his postseason career. Mauricio Dubon. This was a very interesting move by Dusty Baker, and I think part of it was not wanting to start Michael Brantley against the lefty. We talked about that yesterday. And it gave you a little bit of flexibility to, you could bring Brantley in whenever you want. They did not need to bring Brantley in because they had the lead. But Dubon, 3 hits in Game 3, 2 more hits last night, and with the lefty Jordan Montgomery on the mound for the Rangers today, I would expect that they could very well run out the same lineup with Dubon in center, and then Chas McCormick, who hit a home run in last night's game, he could start in left, and then you have Brantley off the bench whenever you need him. Alex Bregman, a couple of hits. Yordan Alvarez, man, 2 for 4. But the ball that he hit with the bases loaded in the 4th, I'm telling you, that felt like that was probably the best hit ball that he had all night.
Yeah.
He's had... It's been a post. You take out Game 1 of this series when he was sick. This postseason run that he is on is one of the best. I think it's one of the best that we've ever seen.
Yeah, I agree, man. Even the other game where he was robbed of the home run, he's really hitting the ball, man.
It's 2 home runs in Game 2. He had a multi-home run game against the Twins. This is just, George Springer in the World Series obviously was great in 2017, and he had all the home runs. But this has been different, and this has been obviously a little bit more. But they need to keep it going on. And the big thing too, what's been good about the 2 games in Arlington is that Alvarez was really the offense for the first 6 games of the Astros postseason run. Take away Game 3 in Minneapolis, it had almost been all Yordan Alvarez, and so to see some other guys get involved in these 2 games has been important. Abreu, obviously, the home run. Kyle Tucker, 0 for 5. Felt like he might have taken felt like he took a step forward in Game 3, might have taken a step back here in Game 4, but you still got to run him out there. I had somebody asking me, "Do you bench Tucker?"
No, you can't bench him, man.
No, that's ridiculous. And then the bottom of the order with Pena and Maldonado, whatever. Pena had the 1 hit, Maldonado went 0 for 4, but he reached base, and this was something that probably needs to be talked about a little bit more. And we're 16 minutes in, and I have not brought this up, but the 4th inning, who starts it? It's Maldonado. Maldonado falls behind 0-2. He works a walk, and that allows the Astros to really get that rally going in the 4th inning. And it's been a couple times now for him during this postseason where he's been the guy to start it. He had the big hit in Game 3, which drove in a couple of runs. He has the walk in Game 4 to start that 4-run inning. So, people complain about Martin Maldonado, and he's not perfect. He's not a good hitter. I'm never going to tell you that he's going to be a good hitter, and I don't think he would ever tell you. But when they have needed him, a lot of times in this postseason, he has come through. Not every time, but he's done a pretty good job. All right, we got a chance here for you to win the Yellow Rose bi-week Whiskey Talk tickets with Sean Pendergast, Sports Radio 610. Let's go ahead and do that. We're going to give away, Figgy, 1 every hour?
Yep, a pair of tickets every hour.
Okay, so let's go ahead and do that right here.
The Yellow Rose Bi-Week Whiskey Talk with Sean Pendergast is the place to be next Thursday night. Be caller number 5 now. And you and a guest will be joining us at this exclusive event thanks to Yellow Rose Distillery. 713-572-4610. Be caller number 5 to 713-572-4610. And you're on your way to the Yellow Rose Distillery for the Bi-Week Whiskey Talk on Thursday.
Coming up next on Sports Radio 610, Justin Verlander gets the ball in Game 5 for the Astros this afternoon. We'll talk about him and get his thoughts on starting against the team for the second time in a postseason series. That's next on Sports Radio 610.
In the Loop.
I'm not even that obsessed
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Because it's Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
Oh, the jokes are coming fast and furious every time y'all talk about this guy.
With Landry Locker.
Landry, I mean, you're going to be in midday forever now.
And John Lopez.
On occasion, Lopez makes a statement that's so ludicrous, it makes me pick my phone up and call you guys.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader.
Your champ, 610.
Sports Radio 610.
It poses a challenge, especially against an offense as good as theirs. These guys make adjustments so quickly. You have to be prepared to make adjustments back, either preemptively or reactively. I think I'm watching a lot of the games and trying to see what those guys are doing adjustment-wise on their end, so that I can have an idea going forward what they're trying to do, and so it has to be preemptively. There's really no telling until you're out there and competing. That's when everything happens.
That was Justin Verlander yesterday. Verlander will make the start for the Astros in Game 5 of the ALCS this afternoon, and it's an interesting, it's an interesting kind of chess match that you have, because now we're at the point in the series where you have starters starting for the second time, and so who adjusts to who? Verlander has been in this situation many, many, many times before. Jordan Montgomery really hasn't. And so both pitchers were very good in Game 1. Verlander got off to the shaky start, but then he really settled down and found his groove in the later innings of that game. He was able to get them into the 7th. He went 6 2/3. But Verlander, over the course of his career, has made 2 starts in 11 playoff series. And he has actually, the results have been better the second time than in the first. First start for Verlander, this is from Matt Kawahara from the Chronicle. Verlander with a 3.54 ERA in his first start of a playoff series when he has made 2 starts in a series. So of the 11, and you take out, he had one against Detroit. He had one postseason start with Detroit in the LCS. I believe that was against Texas as well, where he made 2 starts, but the first start he only went 1 inning because of the weather. So we're taking that out. So he has 11 postseason. So there are 11 postseason series in which he has made 2 starts. In the first start, he has a 3.54 ERA. In the second, he has a 2.96 ERA. So he has been able to adjust a little bit better the second start. Now, part of that is that his stuff is at a Hall of Fame level. Like when you have Hall of Fame stuff, you are going to be able to have a plan B. You're going to be able to have a plan C. So that's where that matters. Also, it helps when you have a good game plan. And I think that the Astros have always been able to put up pretty good game plans. Verlander now, comparing Verlander in 2012, 2013, 2017 is a little bit different than comparing Verlander now. He's much older, coming off Tommy John surgery. He just has to do it a little bit differently now than he has in the past. And so Verlander last year made 2 starts in 1 series. That was in the World Series, where in Game 1, he was dominant for 3 innings and then struggled in the last 2 innings. And then he really had to grind out Game 5. But again, he was able to get through Game 5, but he gave up just the 1 run in Game 5 of the World Series. So obviously, it shows you that he can more than survive pitching against a team twice in 1 postseason series. One other aspect of today that is important, Verlander's pitching on normal rest. And against the Twins in the last series and going into his last start against the Rangers, he was pitching on longer rest. So there's a big difference between pitching on extra rest and pitching on normal rest.
Once you kind of get in that regular routine and kind of get your mechanics honed in, when you're going on regular rest, that usually helps keep you locked in. So, we saw the other night I was a little on and started to get better as the game went on. I'm hopeful, although you still don't know. I'm hopeful that that'll be something that I'll be able to piggyback off of since I didn't have a long rest.
That's kind of been the theme, and Verlander's last 3 starts have been on longer rest. Or I should say 3 of the last 4. The start that he made in Seattle towards the end of the regular season, that was on extra rest. He then pitched on normal rest in Arizona, and he was very good really from start to finish in that outing. Then you go to the postseason in Minnesota. Against Minnesota, he was on extra rest in that start. He was on extra rest in Game 1 against the Rangers. And I think there has been a theme in the 3 starts where he had the extra rest, and that was that he started off a little bit slow. And you could tell he was maybe trying to find it early on, and especially with the breaking ball. I think the slider, especially in Game 1 against the Rangers, wasn't very good early. Was having trouble generating a lot of swinging strikes in that start, but he was able to find it as the start got on. And the one thing that he said that he does, or at least that he did going into the Rangers start, was that instead of throwing one bullpen, which you would normally do on normal rest, he threw a second bullpen. But that doesn't exactly that's not replicating a game situation. So I think that most starters, they don't want the extra rest. They want to be able to stay on that same 5-day routine. And so I think for Verlander today, that is something that will help him. Now, we talk about adjusting. The Astros will adjust to Jordan Montgomery. And the Astros have now seen Jordan Montgomery. He was very good against them on Sunday in Game 1. But now, does Jordan Montgomery have that adjustment in him? Can Jordan Montgomery something else? Because the Astros know what plan A is. They saw plan A, especially against the left-handed hitters. Fastball in, then go to the breaking ball. Especially, he had great success doing that with Yordan Alvarez. So how does he handle now the Astros having seen him, 3 times? All these guys saw him at least 3 times in Game 1 on Sunday. Now, how does he adjust here today? And is the stuff just as good? This will be the first time that Montgomery faces a team twice in a postseason series. He made a start. Let's see. Jordan Montgomery had appeared. He has made 4 postseason starts in his career. He had pitched out of the bullpen once as well. 2020 against the Yankees, for the Yankees against the Rays, 4 innings, gave up a run. And then he has made 3 starts this postseason. Game 1 of the wild card series in Tampa, 7 scoreless innings. He did not pitch well in Baltimore in Game 2 of the ALDS, gave up 5 runs, 4 earned on 9 hits in 4 innings. And then he went 6 1/3 scoreless against the Astros in Game 1 on Sunday. So it's kind of been an every other start thing, at least so far, for Jordan Montgomery. But can he come up with a plan B? Can he and Jonah Heim, his catcher, can they come up with a plan B to attack these Astros hitters? My guess is he will see the exact same 9 in the starting lineup that he saw in Game 1, which would be the Dubon-McCormick outfield. I think that the Astros will have Michael Brantley ready on the bench if they need him. Kyle Tucker probably going to continue to hit lower in the order than he did. But again, does Montgomery have that plan B? Because obviously, if you're the Astros, you don't want to lose this. Obviously, it's 2-2 in the LCS. You don't want to lose this game. But for the Astros, it seems like it is much more important for them to get a win today, because the alternative is that you've got to face Nathan Eovaldi in Game 6. And we all saw what Nathan Eovaldi can do in the postseason. We saw him do it on Monday afternoon at Minute Maid Park. That's not a guy that I think you want to face with your season on the line, especially when in all likelihood you're going to throw out Framber Valdez, who hasn't exactly been great this postseason. I think that'd be fair to say. He was pretty bad in Game 1, at least in the first inning of Game 1. He did not pitch well against the Twins either. So I think if you're the Astros, you want to have a little bit of a cushion going back into this when this series comes back here. And also, for an Astros team that has been dreadful at home for really much of the second half of the year, I don't know if you want to be in a position where you have to win back-to-back games at Minute Maid Park. It's been a while since that has happened.
That sounds crazy, man.
I know, right? It used to be winning 2 straight games at Minute Maid Park would be easy.
Finish the games on the road because you don't want to go back home to finish these games.
Exactly. It's the home field disadvantage right now. But we'll get into more of Game 5 of the ALCS a little bit later. Trust me, we got plenty for you. We'll have lineups probably in the next couple hours. We'll also hear from both managers coming up in the 1 o'clock hour. But when we come back, we'll shift over to the Texans, who are on their bye week. Everybody knows about New Year's resolutions. I want bye week resolutions. What are some bye week resolutions for the Texans as they come out of the bye week? That's next on Sports Radio 610.
First, though, I want to tell you about Orchard's win.
stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Breaking news from Sports Radio 610 is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
This is from the Rangers. John Blake, the Executive Vice President of Public Affairs for the Texas Rangers. The roof over Globe Life Field will be closed for Game 5 of the ALCS.
I guess that didn't work out so good.
The very fun sub-story of this series, and really of this postseason, has been the roof. Dusty Baker did not seem all that pleased yesterday that the roof was open. He said that he was told there was an agreement that the roof would be closed at both stadiums the entire series. Well, it's going to be closed today. So there you go.
Go figure, huh?
Hey, the roof. I'm in Houston right now.
Yeah.
I'm looking outside here to my right, and it looks absolutely perfect. The roof should be open all the time.
I agree.
It's way too nice this time of year, especially for a day game. Monday, had that roof been open on Monday for a day game, it would have just been an incredible scene. Who knows? Maybe things go differently for the Astros, but it'll be closed today. Adam Spillane in for John and Landry. Figgy is here as well. Texans are on their bye week. You're D'Amico Ryans, your first-year head coach. How are you spending your bye week?
I'll probably be in the car line a little bit longer, probably more this week, doing drop-offs and pickups, but it's fun. You know, one thing I say is as a father, you cherish those just rides, those 30-minute rides in the car to school and away from school, just hearing about our kid, hearing about our babies, just their days and how they're doing. So really try to take advantage of that.
All right, there you go. I would have gone on vacation, but hey.
Gotta spend some time with the kids, I guess.
Kids will be there. Take a break. But obviously the Texans will come back from the bye week probably on Monday. They'll get back to work, getting ready for Carolina. And we talked about this yesterday, but the Texans we thought would have an opportunity to take over first place in the AFC South. That's not going to happen now because Jacksonville was able to win last night in New Orleans. But there are some things I think the Texans can do better, and we always talk about New Year's resolutions. Do you do that, Figgy? Are you a New Year's resolution guy?
I used to. The last couple of years, I haven't.
What was like the New Year's resolution that you'd always go to? It's always the same for everybody.
It's the same one. Lose weight.
It's always the same.
Go to the gym. Try to save money. I'm going to try to go to church more. It's the same stuff, man. So a couple years ago, not to do that again.
You don't even mess with it?
Nope.
Okay. I think that you are probably like 95% of the people on the planet. They have the same thing. They should do a poll, one of those, you do the political polls, do a poll on what people do for New Year's resolutions, how long, and if they actually do it.
It's so funny, too, because the gym memberships be going up like in January.
They know.
Yeah.
You got to get in September.
Yeah. And by February, March, go right back down.
Just burning a hole in your pocket.
Yep.
All right, but I think the Texans should have some resolutions here as we get to the last 11 games of the regular season. And my first one has to do with the run game. And here is D'Amico Ryans on Sunday talking about the Texans' run game.
I felt really good about our run game. I think this may have been our best run performance of the year. It was good to see us moving the ball, getting some good runs. Good to see Motor, DP, both guys having success in the run game. And we just have to continue to grind at it, continue to work at it. Credit to our offensive line and what they did, right, of moving those guys off the line of scrimmage. This was a tough defense to run the ball on, and we did a really good job. And they tightened it up in the second half and, forced us to throw it a little bit more than we wanted to. But the way we ran the ball in the first half was what we look forward to do and who we want to be. But we still want to do more. We still want to just run it as much as we can throughout the entire game.
Okay, my first Texans post-bye week resolution. Stop trying to run the ball. It's not working. D'Amico Ryans can stand up there and say how it was their best game, whatever, running the ball. It was not good. Not good. They still, it's their best game running the football. D'Amico Ryans said they were still below 4 yards a carry. And Damian Pierce, who is getting more carries than anybody else, is averaging 2.5 yards a carry. the 4 yards a carry is kind of boosted a little bit by Mike Boone's 11-yard run. Xavier Hutchison had a 12-yard run. So you take those out, you're looking at, 29 carries for less than 100 yards. That's not going to get it done. You're just wasting plays by running the football, and you're putting the rest of your offense just in a hole whenever you're doing it. And I will give them credit. The Texans, not last week. The Texans actually ran the ball more than they threw it against the Saints, which it's just not good enough. It's not how you win in today's NFL. If you're gonna be 50-50 run pass team, then you better be a good run. You better be a good rush offense, and they're not. And right now, there are 32 teams in the NFL. The Texans are 32nd in yards before contact. That's not getting it done. And I don't think that this is going to get better anytime. Maybe they get some offensive linemen back. Maybe that helps. But if you're only at 1.7 yards before contact each attempt, you're not giving your running backs a chance. And you should know that as an offense and just say, you know what? We'll run it every now and then just to keep teams honest, but I want the ball in the hands of C.J. Stroud. Put the ball in the hands of the quarterback who can make plays. Stop running the ball on 1st and 10 and putting yourself in a 2nd and 9, a 2nd and 8, or a 3rd. You're just making things tougher on your offense than it needs to be. Give the ball to C.J. Stroud. Let him make plays. Selectively run the ball. Run some play action. Get creative there. But to say that you want to, no, just stop running the ball. All right, Figgy, what's your first resolution?
So my first one is kind of related to this. You say stop running the ball. I think they need to go find a running back, man. Okay. I think they need to go out there and get a running back. And this is no disrespect to Dameon Pierce. People got to realize, man, Dameon Pierce was a 4th-round pick. This isn't somebody in the 1st round that you got to keep giving the ball to. I think he's a really good back, but I don't see him as the carry the load guy. So I think they need to go out there and get somebody else and split the carries, man. I think, and my personal opinion, I think the NFL, I think a lot of teams need to go with that type of route of having 2 good running backs and, not put the load on everybody because everybody's not Derrick Henry. So I think they need to go out and find that type of running back and split the carries with Dameon Pierce. D'Amico like Motor. They like Motor a lot, Devin Singletary, but I don't know if he's it. So I think they need to go out and try to get a running back, man. See who's out there on the market, see who's out there for trade, and bring somebody else in who can catch the ball out the backfield. I think that will be a good weapon for CJ.
It's interesting. D'Amico Ryan's talking about how they had their best game of the season running the football. It was Gary getting a good majority or getting a good number of carries, 12 carries against the Saints last Sunday, and he ran it for 58 yards. That was probably one of their better drives of the game. Was when they were running the ball. But again, that was one drive, and as they struggled to really move the ball at all in the second half, that was a lot because of the run game. But Singletary had a 17-yard carry in that game. For the season, he's at, 3.9 yards an attempt. Again, these running backs aren't really getting much of a chance because the offensive line isn't getting much of a push. 1.7 yards before contact. It's,
I was kind of curious about that, too, because I want to say last week, this was when Devin Singletary didn't get a carry at all. And D'Amico Ryans pretty much called out Dameon Pierce. He pretty much said the offensive line is doing a good job, but the running back position is not making them miss.
Yeah, but it's hard.
So I'm not sure what the problem. I know we got a backup offensive line right now. Everybody's not healthy, but I'm wondering which one is it at this point. Is it the running back position? Is it the offensive line having trouble? Is it both?
If you're only at 1.7 yards before contact, I think a lot of that's on the offensive line. And if you're not getting much of a push, then you can make something out of nothing when that happens. But I think we'd all agree Josh Jacobs is a good running back.
Yeah.
He lead the league in rushing last year. The Raiders are 31st in yards before contact. And Josh Jacobs, league in rushing last year, is only averaging 2.9 carries or 2.9 yards a carry. Last year he was 4.9. So you can only do so much as a running back. Like, so much of it is based on what the offensive line is able to do, and you can try and scheme it up as much as possible. But if there are guys in the backfield or guys that are, if you're not moving guys, then there's not much you can do with that position. So
now the only thing I'm worried about is, so right now the offensive line is pretty much the healthiest we've seen it. You got Titus, you got Laramie back. So I'm wondering, are we waiting on a rookie to come back to improve this offensive line? Because I feel like it should be better than what it was, and D'Amico did say that was their best running effort, but to me it's still not good, man.
Yeah,
especially for this expensive offensive line.
Yeah, they have definitely used the resources on that position. Like, they have not gone cheap, and some teams will go, like, I remember like Seattle one year when Russell Wilson was there, they spent like a total of $5 million on their entire offensive line. Like, the Texans haven't done that. They have invested first-round picks, huge contracts to these guys, and second-round picks, and they haven't gotten a whole lot out of it. But yeah, maybe it is Juice Scruggs is what unlocks the run game for this team. My second resolution, you just mentioned it about go get a running back, go get somebody. My resolution is go get somebody before the trade deadline. We are 11 days away from the trade deadline in the NFL. I really think the Texans should go make some sort of a splashy move, whether it's getting a receiver, like Figgy said, getting a running back, just somebody that can help them, because there is an opportunity for this group to make the postseason. And I think they're plus money right now to make the playoffs, but they're 3-3 with a very manageable schedule. They've got a chance to win the division, even though that Jacksonville win last night hurt a little bit, but it's there for them. And I think they've got the opportunity if they just jump on it and go try and make some sort of a splash. There are some offensive guys who I think could help you in the near term, but I think there are some guys that could help you long term as well, especially on defense. Brian Burns being the big name out there from Carolina, who would be a free agent after the season, but he's a guy who is right in his prime. Like, he is entering his prime. He's 25 years old. That's a guy that you can build your defense around with Will Anderson. So I think that's the type of move that you should maybe look at if you are the Texans. It might cost a lot, but I almost think that it's worth it for this. I got one more real quick. Can we keep Derek Stingley healthy?
Good luck with that.
Can we try it?
Good luck with that.
That's my last one. Derek Stingley, who has not played in a while. I don't know. He's on IR. I don't know when he's expected to come off IR or when he's supposed to return to practice. That's a name that really hasn't been mentioned in a while. But, man, getting Derek Stingley back, just seeing what he can do.
Are you a little worried about Derek Stingley at this point?
You have to be. Yeah, you have to be.
Especially looking at somebody like a Sauce Gardner.
Mm-hmm. Well,
you could have had, and I know the schemes and all that stuff is a little different, but it do kind of hurt a little bit because he made All-Pro as a rookie. And, Derek Stingley, I think he could be good, but he can't even stay on the field right now.
When he's played, he's actually been pretty good. He just hasn't played enough, so that's been the big thing. All right, coming up next, we got 1 hour in the books. When we come back, we will get back to Game 5 of the ALCS, looking back at yesterday and a couple of redemption stories. That's next on Sports Radio 610.
If you could see the future and you knew a stock was going to drop significantly,
It's a Tachus Fiber Internet Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Jose Abreu hammered the left center field. Way back there. It is gone. Second back, Jose Abreu.
I couldn't happen to a better person than Abreu. I think that guy's been through a lot of stuff this year. We keep believing in him, what he has done. That guy is like, remind me of Julius. That guy has hit any part he played baseball. So, it was nice to him.
Joe Davis on FS1, and then Martin Maldonado in the Astros clubhouse as the Astros beat the Rangers in Game 4 of the ALCS last night, 10-3. Jose Abreu with the big three. In the fourth inning of that game, it turned a 4-3 game into a 7-3 game, and it really was probably the biggest swing of the entire night. And it could go down as the biggest swing for this entire series with the way that this thing could play out. Astros and Rangers are tied 2 games apiece. Game 5 coming up in about 5 hours. We'll hear from both managers, Bruce Bochy at 1, Dusty Baker at 1:30. We might hear from a player before or in between, so we'll have to wait and see on that. Should have lineups here in the next 90 minutes or so we'll keep you posted on that. But it's been a postseason a lot of times is about redemption, because you play a long season, and for a lot of guys it might not go the way that you would expect it would go, and I think that Jose Abreu would be number 1 on the list. Astros gave him a massive contract, one of the biggest that they have ever given out to a free agent before. And Abreu was terrible. I mean, let's just be flat out. He was bad for most of the season. He showed flashes here. He showed flashes there. He went on the IL for a little bit. But overall, you look at the full body of work of the, of all the players, the 133 players qualified for the batting race. They had enough plate appearances, which I think it's like 2.5 plate appearances per game is what you need for it to qualify. 2.5 times 162 games, that's what you need. 133 players hit that, including Jose Abreu. Only 8 players, 8 of the 133 had a lower OPS than Abreu during the regular season. And Abreu put up a 680 OPS as a first baseman. Like, that is a premium offensive position, and he was the worst offensive first baseman in baseball of the guys that played every single day. The 8 guys that were worse OPS-wise than Abreu of the 133 qualifiers, we're talking about shortstops, we're talking about center fielders, we're talking about utility guys. So Abreu was the only guy on that list who's playing a premium offensive position. But man, he turned it on. And it started in September when he came off the IL, and he has been able to carry that into the playoffs. So Abreu, Abreu hit his, third home run of the postseason in last night's game. When Abreu went on the IL, that was after the game on August 9th. He had a 634 OPS. He had a 629 OPS after his second game back. Since then, Abreu finished the regular season with a slash line of 257, 328, and a 551 slugging percentage for an 878 OPS. That's 200 points better than what he did during the regular season. And now in the playoffs, he has been able to carry that over. This is a guy who hasn't played in the playoffs a whole lot in his career. They just made it a couple times when he was with the White Sox, 2020, when they lost the wild card series to Oakland, and then against the Astros in 2021. But this postseason has an OPS over 1,000 after last night. 258 average, 343 on base, 677 slug. He has hit 4 home runs this postseason. I shorted him. 4 home runs. He's driven in 11. It has been a tremendous postseason run for Jose Abreu when the Astros needed him most.
And he came at the right time because Kyle Tucker is going through a slump right now. So he's pretty much picking up the slack. And that's the perfect. He couldn't have, came this way in the perfect time, man. More perfect time.
It's like they switched roles. Yeah. Kyle Tucker was the all-star for the entire regular season, and Jose Abreu was the awful hitter, and now all of a sudden it's Abreu producing at an all-star level during the postseason, and it's Kyle Tucker who's really struggling, and Tucker went 0 for 5 again in last night's game. But it's the one thing about Abreu as this season has worn on, and you have gotten, sometimes you're a new guy, you're a former MVP, you can come in a little arrogant. You can come in, you might not fit into the clubhouse culture of the team that you're arriving to. That has not been the case. And I think that's the one thing that you heard about Abreu from the start of the season when he was struggling to now, and you heard Maldonado talk about it just at the top of the segment. They love that guy. They loved Yuli Gurriel in that clubhouse. They love Jose Abreu in that clubhouse. He has fit right in. The work ethic is off the charts. This is a guy who's 36 years old. Mauricio Dubon said this before the postseason started. He's 36, got all the money in the world, and he works just as hard as everybody else. And so I think that has been appreciated by everybody within that clubhouse, is that not only he's fit into the culture and into what they do, but he has worked just as hard as everybody else, and worked probably harder as he has tried to find his way out of this season-long slump. And listen, for me, I don't know, Figgy, how you would feel about that, but that's got to be, you don't know this guy all that well. He's walking into your, you've played against him for however many years, and you would see him maybe 7 times a year. You don't know him all that well, but that's a pretty good first impression that he's made.
Yeah, it is. And on top of him not really, performing well, because that could have easily went off the rails. But I feel like Dusty trusted him. He kept him in the lineup. He moved him around a little bit, but they stuck with him. Dana Brown didn't trade him. Dana Brown didn't, move him away or anything like that. They stuck with him, and I feel like everybody in this clubhouse got each other's back, man.
The other thing, too, he's not a guy who's made excuses. Like, even when he went on the IL, he said, yeah, it's impacted me, but that has nothing to do with why I have underperformed the entire season. Like, he never made the back thing out as an excuse. He tried to play through it as much as he could because he wanted to be on the field. But I think that's the other thing, is that he's owned up to it. Like, it's not like he tried to pretend like he wasn't struggling. It's not like he tried to blame his struggles on anybody else. He owned up to it. And I think that shows a lot. Remember Zach Wilson last year? He had that awful game I think it was against the Patriots. And he was terrible, and he didn't really acknowledge that he was terrible.
Yeah.
And he basically lost the locker room that day.
Yeah.
Like, that's the sort of, like, stuff like that matters. Players hear it when you want to accept blame and take ownership for your struggles. And Abreu has done that. He's handled himself really like a professional this entire season. So that's been a really good redemption story for the Astros during this postseason. The other redemption, and it's not quite on the same level, but Hunter Brown had really struggled over the course of the second half of the season. It looked like he was going to be right in the middle of the Rookie of the Year race, and he was terrible down the stretch.
Man, they showed his ERA throughout the season. I didn't know it was up to 5.
And let me find it for what it was post All-Star break, because for a while it was in the 3s.
Yeah, I remember that.
He started off the season, again, pitching really well. Let's see, it was his ERA was at 3.35 after he went 7 scoreless innings against Washington on June 13th. 3.35. That's really good.
Yeah.
You will take that. He ended the season, so 3.35 on June 13th. His last 18 appearances, 6.72. So basically doubled from what he did from the start of the year to June 13th to June 14th through the rest of the season, 6.72. But again, he lost his spot in the rotation, essentially. The Astros, he made that start against Kansas City on the Sunday. He gave up 6 runs in 3 innings, and then he could have been the guy to get the ball in Arizona for that Friday game when JP France had to be scratched, but they didn't trust him enough. They gave the ball to Jose Urquidy. Obviously, that worked out that night, but Hunter Brown line with the lead, a 3-run lead, right after the Astros had regained the lead. It was 7-3, and he came in and pitched really well. Did he get hit a little bit? Yeah. He gave up some hard hit balls, but 3 innings, allowed 2 hits, did not give up a run, and the big thing for him is that he did not walk anyone. And when he has struggled over the course of the season, it's been because he has had trouble throwing strikes. But threw more ball, he threw the strike rate was very good. The stuff was really good. The velocity was excellent. He was hitting 98, 99 consistently in last night's game. And I don't know, we'll have to see what, that Urquidy spot would not come up in this series again. But I do wonder if now maybe he has a bigger role for them moving forward in this postseason. I don't know. Not saying that he would necessarily be a leverage guy. I don't think he obviously wouldn't be available to pitch today. I don't think he would be available to pitch on Sunday. But if we get to Monday in a Game 7, if the Astros feel like they need somebody to bridge the gap between whoever starts the game, likely Javier, or and the back end of the bullpen, how comfortable I feel like they would be a lot more comfortable using Brown in that spot. And then if they do get to the World Series, you're going to need a Game 4 starter. And I do wonder if Brown has put himself now in that conversation. JP France should obviously be there. He was very good coming out of the bullpen in Game 2. And we'll have to see about Jose Urquidy, who struggled in last night's game. But I think that's the big difference between these two teams. The Astros just have so much more pitching depth.
Yeah.
And it's through you can get through a best 2 out of 3 series in the wild card series. You can even get through a best 3 out of 5 when you don't have a lot of depth with your pitching. But to win a long series, it's really hard to do that if you don't trust more than 5 pitchers.
Yeah.
And that's what it feels like Bruce Bochy is in right now. Bruce Bochy, obviously, he trusts Jordan Montgomery. He obviously trusts Nathan Eovaldi. I think they trust the 3 relievers, the back-end relievers, Spores, Chapman to a certain degree, and then Leclerc. But after that, it gets a little shaky.
Yeah, who is that guy they go to when their starters can't get out the second inning or third inning? Somebody that could kind of eat up a couple innings at least.
They try. Dane Dunning was good last night for them, so maybe he finds that role. But obviously, Max Scherzer not being 100% and Max Scherzer being a little rusty. He was supposed to be that guy. Hasn't been there. John Gray has also been he's been hurt, so I don't think that they fully trust him the way that they would have expected when the season started. But it's going to be difficult for them.
Yeah.
And the thing, and talked about this earlier in the day, but all these teams go into games in the postseason with a script when it comes to their pitching. They kind of have an idea of how many outs they want their starter to be able to get. They have an idea, okay, if we're at this part of the lineup, we're going to go with this guy. If we're at that part of the lineup, we're going to go with that guy. If you can get the Rangers out of the script, it's really beneficial because they just don't have the guys who can come in and pick up slack, essentially, for other guys. The Astros do, the Rangers don't. And so last night, Astros took the Rangers out of their script by jumping on Andrew Heaney in the first inning. And I guarantee you, Bruce Bochy did not go into Game 4 thinking, okay, we're going to get 2 outs out of Heaney. And then we're going to try and piece together with everybody else. Now, to me, they probably wanted 9 outs from Heaney, 9 outs from Dunning, and then we hand the ball off to the bullpen. Dunning did his job, but Heaney did not, and that took them out of their script. And now all of a sudden, they're having to go with who was it? The Chapman, or not Chapman, but the other guy, the lefty who starts with the C, whose name I can't remember right now. They had to go with Will Smith. They had to go a lot deeper into that bullpen than they wanted to in last night's game. It was Bradford. Bradford was the guy.
Rookie.
They had to go with Stratton. Like they had to, and obviously they're using Martin Perez to try and mop up innings. But if you're Bruce Bochy, you're not trying to go to Bradford and Stratton and Smith if you don't have to in this series. Yeah. And the Astros made him have to do it yesterday.
Yep, and the Astros benefited off of it because they didn't use their big 3.
No.
So, and this is the other thing, too. I know Rafael Montero, we kind of look at that contract. He ain't have a good year this year, but it felt good to see him close out the game, man.
He's bounced back. Like, obviously, the numbers have not looked good, and it's not going to – basically anything he does won't justify the contract. The contract was a mistake.
Yeah.
But – he's a guy who I do think that they feel like they can give maybe not like leverage innings to right now, but he's a guy who they can at least trust to a certain degree.
Yeah.
And that stuff matters. It's like, my guess is Bruce Bochy would love to have Rafael Montero on his staff right now.
Yeah.
Because Montero is better than Bradford or Smith or Stratton or any of these other guys that they're throwing out aside from their top 3 relievers. So that's the difference right now in these teams, is that if you did a draft of relievers in this series, you would probably finish the Astros. You would get finished with the Astros bullpen, and you'd still only have taken the 3 Rangers guys.
Yeah.
Like you'd have all those Rangers left over.
Yeah.
After you drafted all 8 of the Astros pitchers. All right, when we come back on Sports Radio 610, we'll get into the NLCS a little bit. the Phillies dropping Game 3 in Arizona, and also look ahead to the college football week because it's a big one, especially in the Big Ten. That's next on Sports Radio 610.
It's a Tachus Fiber Internet Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
John and Landry are out. Adam Spillane in with Figgy Fig. Figgy, I got to ask you this. I'm reading the text line right now, and I have a text right now that says, I have some Parmesan packets in a drawer you can have.
What?
Now, it feels like that's a wrong number. How often, I don't know how much you read the text line, because you got other stuff to do most days.
I check on it once in a while.
But it feels like there are like 2 or 3 of those where you just get somebody who, maybe he just let me know that they've got some Parmesan packets, but I always enjoy the ones that are just completely random, who it feels like they're texting the wrong number.
Yeah, or maybe they think we eating the cheese or something. I don't know.
I mean, I don't want Parmesan packets. That's not real Parmesan.
Yeah.
Hey, right?
That's fake.
Yeah, it's not real Parmesan cheese. Somebody else on the text line asked this earlier. If the price is the same, would you prefer, we were talking about the Texans doing something at the trade deadline, would you prefer Brian Burns, and I believe, or Chase Young? I would go Burns. I think that's, I don't know, there might be a little positional overlap between Chase Young and what the Texans already have. Plus, Burns has never had health issues in his career. So I would go with the guy who's been healthy and probably been a little bit more productive over the course of his career.
Yeah, if it's the same price, I would prefer Burns over Chase Young, and I'm an Ohio State guy.
Yeah.
But if Chase was a cheaper price, I might consider Chase, just trying to be cheap.
Okay.
Because, I mean...
Well, if the price is the same.
Yeah,
okay.
If the price is the same, Burns. Okay. But we talked about yesterday, you'll give up a first for Burns. If Chase is going for like a low second, maybe a third, I will really consider Chase.
Okay. Would you give up the Cleveland pick for Burns, knowing that you have to pay him also? I would.
Yeah.
I absolutely would.
I will probably so, because I think of it like this: can I find somebody like Burns in the draft where Cleveland will probably be, where that Cleveland pick will probably be, which is probably between 10 and 20. I don't know if I will find somebody around there.
And even if
it's the same as Burns,
and even if you do, that player won't be ready to contribute like on day one. And I think that we would both think, the Texans probably won't win the division this year. They could, but they probably won't. But I think next year you have to target next year.
Yeah.
And you have to take advantage next year of, here you have CJ Stroud on that rookie deal. You might as well really go at it. You might as well really take a shot the next couple of years while CJ Stroud and Will Anderson are as cheap as they are, because it allows you to really spend in other areas of your roster. So you might as well take advantage of that.
And the other thing, too, is you kind of rolling the dice if you give up that Cleveland pick right now, because you never know. They could be good. They could make the playoffs. I think it's a good chance they make the playoffs with that defense. So that might be a later pick that you probably couldn't use to get Burns in the offseason or before the draft.
And Deshaun Watson has been back at practice for the Browns.
So that throwing.
He might be healthy. Who knows? We've been talking about the ALCS. Real quick, let's look at the NLCS, because that series tightened up yesterday afternoon. It kind of felt like that was trending towards a Philly sweep. But the Diamondbacks got some really good pitching in yesterday's game, and they walk off the Phillies in game 2-1. So that series is now 2-1, with game 5 coming up later tonight, or rather game 4 coming up tonight in Arizona. And this is now set up to where maybe this could be a long series, because while obviously the Phillies have an advantage when it comes to the starting pitching, really not a huge advantage, but this is going to be a bullpen game today for both teams. So I would give the Phillies a bit of an advantage when it comes to the bullpens, just because theirs is a little bit deeper. But the Diamondbacks have a way to kind of muck these games up a little bit. They can really, if they can get them on the bases, they can run a lot. They're really suited well for that ballpark. So that was a big win, obviously, for them yesterday. It kept their season alive, and we might have 2 really good LCSs for the first time in a long time. And you look last year, the Astros swept the Phillies 1-5. Like, very rarely do you get the 2 long ALCSs. Really, you had it in 2020 when both went 7, but that wasn't real. That was
yeah.
It was 2020.
The COVID year.
Yeah, so that didn't count. But like 2019, the Astros went 6. They beat the Yankees in 6. The Nationals swept. 2018, you had the Dodgers win a long series against Milwaukee, but the Red Sox beat the Astros in 5. So it'd be fun if we could get 2 long LCSs. All right, let's go to college football. It's a big week. It's actually, just looking at the schedule, this is a really good college football week. And one of the things I really like about how Fox does college football is that they're not afraid to put big games early. So many of these like big college football games are primetime games. They're the 7 o'clock games, the 8 o'clock games. But Fox is going to put probably the game of the week at 11 o'clock. Yeah. I love that. I love just right out the gates. It's Penn State at Ohio State at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. So that'll be fun. And it's also the game day game. And C.J. Stroud is going to be the celebrity guest picker on College Game Day. And Landry's all about this. Landry is very excited about this. Figgy excited for C.J. Stroud to be the celebrity guest picker on College Game Day tomorrow.
I am, man. I'm super excited. Look, I've been probably a number one C.J. Stroud fan because I'm an Ohio State guy. And, I think that's good for the Houston Texans, man, because we were in quarterback hell. And now you got this quarterback that's making the game day picks and all that stuff. Safe to say, an Ohio State legend. He probably the best quarterback coming out of Ohio State. A long time, I guess. I don't want to say ever, but
it might be. I mean, the list of Ohio State quarterbacks hasn't been great, especially recently.
Yeah, so
that was a strike against him. Remember?
yes, and it used to drive me nuts, man. I forgot you a Big Ten guy too. But I used to hate when people say stuff like, "Oh, that's a Big Ten school. They can't do anything."
Best conference in America. What are people talking about?
Yeah, it's just like, come on, man. Like, if these guys get drafted in the NFL, man, all they got to do is learn how to play. It don't matter what school they went to.
The Big Ten is the toughest brand of football in America.
I'm down with it, man.
It's cold. It's physical. Best football in America.
All these SEC snobs. Over here, that's gimmicky offense and all that stuff. C.J. Stroud looking like the best quarterback right now from that gimmicky offense.
He's a Big Ten guy. People make fun of Iowa all the time about Iowa football. Iowa gets more guys drafted into the NFL than a lot of SEC.
I would take their offensive line for sure.
Just physical, ugly, hard-nosed football. That's what we do with them. So obviously the game of the week is in the Big Ten with Penn State and Ohio State, but we do have other good games. Alabama hosting Tennessee. That's a battle of top 20 teams. Both one-loss teams, so kind of an elimination game, at least for Tennessee. Tennessee already has the one loss in SEC play. They could still win the SEC East if they win this game because they play Georgia. Bama at 4-0 in the SEC. They seem to be in the driver's seat to go to the SEC championship out of the West. Kind of a big game here. U of H hosting Texas.
Yeah.
This is like one of the reasons that U of H wanted to get to the Big 12. You want to be in that conference with Texas and Oklahoma, and this is going to be their one shot at the Longhorns. So this will be fun.
Yeah, it might not look too good. I ain't going to lie. And plus, they playing over at TDECU Stadium. And
a lot of orange, I think.
Oh man, the orange gonna come out of nowhere for this one. So that
like the terrible towels at NRG a couple weeks ago.
Yes.
The line: Texas laying 23.5 points against U of H, but U of H coming off a big win against West Virginia, where they had the Hail Mary on the last play, which killed anybody who had West Virginia -3. You know, it is what it is. Other games. This one obviously there are a couple night games. Like the first games that we mentioned were all day games, 11 o'clock with Penn State and Ohio State. UT U of H is at 3. The Bama Tennessee game is at 2:30. The two good night games. You've got Duke and Florida State. Duke has been very, very good. They're 6-1. They beat Clemson the first week of the season. Their one loss came against Notre Dame, and then Florida State ranked 4th in the nation. This looks like the old Bobby Bowden Seminoles right now. That's how good they have been so far this season. And then over in the Pac-12, Utah at USC. Utah's offense has been really bad. USC's defense has been really bad. USC coming off the loss at Notre Dame. I can't take USC seriously. I just can't.
Yeah, I can't either. I can't either. Shoot, they almost blew the game against Colorado.
Yes. Defensively, they've been a mess. They really struggled offensively against Notre Dame last week. Caleb Williams has been good. 23 touchdowns, 4 interceptions, but he threw 3 interceptions against the Irish last week. I think USC favored by 7. I kind of like Utah in that spot. I don't know if Utah will win the game, but I think it'll be a lot closer just because I think SC will just make too many mistakes, and that will keep Utah in that game. But it's a good college football week, and you look at, I guess it's probably too early to get into the rankings at this point, but I think it's a little more wide open this year than it has been in the past. Georgia ranked number 1. Georgia hasn't looked great for a lot of the season. You know, they've shown flashes. I thought probably they played I can't remember who it was a couple of weeks ago, but they looked good in that game. They barely covered. It was against Kentucky. And, Kentucky was a top 20 team going into that, but they beat Kentucky 51-13. They struggled a little bit with Vanderbilt last week. Michigan's looked really good. Ohio State's looked good, but obviously both those teams won't make the playoff. One will eliminate the other, and then you have Florida State and Washington in the top 5 with the Heisman candidate in Michael Penix. OU looming at 6th, and then Penn State. Texas still alive at 8th in the nation. So it's been a very interesting college football season. The one team that we did not mention in the top 10 was Bama.
Yeah.
Bama right now, right outside the top 10, but they could get back there with a win over Tennessee tomorrow afternoon. Coming up next, we will play the hits on Sports Radio 610.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
We've covered and
All Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks Studios. In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Adam Spillane in with Figgy Fig. Lopez and Landry are out. Let's play the hits here. And we'll start with Game 5 of the ALCS. First pitch will be in a little more than 4 hours from Arlington. The roof over Globe Life Field will be closed after it was opened in last night's game. And Justin Verlander gets the ball for the Astros against Jordan Montgomery. A rematch of Game 1 where Montgomery got the best of Verlander. He went 6 1/3 scoreless innings in that game. Really flummoxed the Astros hitters the entire night, especially Yordan Alvarez. He struck out Alvarez, all 3 times that he faced him in that game. Alvarez was a little under the weather. He seems to be pretty healthy right now, although it led to...
Yeah, that virus.
Yeah. Well, Figgy, what is sick?
What is sick?
I
got a virus.
I was in the room for that. You can probably hear me laughing. It was just there have been a lot of Dusty Baker moments over the last 4 seasons. I think that's probably my favorite one. The what is sick? It just got me.
What is sick? We all got viruses.
Do you still have that?
Yeah. Let me pull it up real quick.
I need to play that. I haven't heard it in a couple days, and I need to hear this. This was an exchange between with Dusty Baker. This was right after the report had come out on Monday morning that Yordan Alvarez was sick for Game 1. And Dusty Baker was asked just to confirm the story, and then it just devolved into a bunch of nonsense where Dusty Baker asked the question, "Well, all right, this is the whole. I'm in the room for this, and I couldn't keep it together."
Hey, Dusty, there's a report that Yordan is dealing with a virus. Just how is he feeling, and what went into the consideration to put him in the lineup today?
Well, his name is Yordan. That's number one. And plus, number 2, the reports about him having a virus. I got a virus. Everybody got a virus. So he's fine. He's better today than he was yesterday.
Go to Christy in the right here.
Just to follow up, are you sick, or is Alvarez sick? Or you said everyone has a virus, like?
Yeah, I mean, my allergies are bothering me. Yeah. Like I said, I mean, what is sick? No, I'm serious. I'm not being smarty, but...
Well, I guess what are the things Alvarez is dealing with?
All right.
He's fine. Yeah.
I couldn't keep it together. What is sick?
He said, I got a virus. We all got a virus.
And the second reporter is my friend Christy Reekin from the AP. And now she's like, because if it turns out that everybody on the Astros is sick, now all of a sudden she's got a bunch of work to do.
Yeah.
And she's got to write about that. So she was not enjoying it that way.
So, Dusty, are you sick?
It's like, is sick. The whole team is sick. It was just a very fun way to start off Monday afternoon from Minute Maid. But we'll hear from Dusty Baker probably at the last segment of the show. He'll have his media availability from Globe Life Field. We'll also hear from Bruce Bochy. He is scheduled to talk to reporters at 1. We should have starting lineups, I don't know, maybe in the next 45 minutes or so, but as soon as we have the lineups for today's game, we will get that to you here on Sports Radio 610. Over in the NLCS, Game 4 between the Phillies and Diamondbacks. Diamondbacks winning Game 3 yesterday afternoon, 2-1 in a really good game. That series needed something because the first 2 games were not good, especially Game 2, which the Phillies won 10-0. But they get the walk-off from Ketel Marte, who's probably one of their longest tenured guys, so it's fitting that it would be him to get the walk-off off Craig Kimbrell, who struggled a little bit in the 9th. The Diamondbacks pitching yesterday was really good, starting with Brandon Pfaadt, who was essentially their third starter and had struggled his first few postseason starts, but 5 2/3 scoreless innings from him. Ranger Suarez was excellent as the Phillies' third starter yesterday. So now today you're going to wind up with a bullpen game, and the Diamondbacks will go with the lefty Joe Mantiply, And this is basically as an opener because it gets Mantiply, a lefty, in there against the Phillies' top three, two of which are left-handed with Schwarber and, in all likelihood, Harper. My guess is Harper will hit third, but they want Schwarber and Harper to have to face at least the first time through the order. And then the Phillies are going to go with Christopher Sanchez, a 26-year-old lefty who I don't believe has pitched in the postseason before. He has not pitched in this postseason. I don't remember him pitching in last year's postseason. So it gets very interesting in these best 4 out of 7 series because you've really got to go deep into your pitching staffs. And it's somewhat surprising. I mean, the Phillies went out and traded for Michael Lorenzen at the deadline. You would think that this would have been a spot for him, but they go with the lefty Sanchez instead. And again, this will be a bullpen game for both teams. That's where the game has changed so much because it used to be, and the Astros are kind of the only team that run like this now, where you'd have a fourth starter.
Yeah.
And you would just throw that guy in game 4, but teams don't really do that anymore. But it was, first of all, it was good to see Arizona get a win yesterday because you would like to see a little bit of drama in that series.
Yeah. I ain't want to see a full-blown sweep and the Phillies sitting there waiting around for who win the ALCS.
And the Phillies have been, obviously, they've been very good this postseason, sweeping Miami in the wild card series. They took out the Braves in 4. Braves were the best team in baseball during the regular season. They could have very easily swept that series. The one game that they lost, they had a 4 or 5-0 lead in, and then they came back to Philly to close them out. And then it looked like they were just going to romp after the first 2 games of that series. So game 4 of the NLCS will be after game 5 of the ALCS. All right. So busy weekend in Houston this weekend, sports-wise. Obviously, you have the Game 6 will be here on Sunday. We talked about U of H hosting Texas tomorrow. But the Rockets are in action tonight. Rockets will play their preseason finale at Toyota Center against the Heat. It's a preseason game. It doesn't mean a whole lot, but this would seemingly be the dress rehearsal for the regular season opener, which is 5 days away. It's hard to believe, but the NBA season
came up quick.
Yeah, training. What NFL training camp is 6 weeks long.
Yeah,
it's long, and you play a lot of preseason games. The NBA camp, it's like 3 weeks. It's very, very short.
I feel like the draft just happened.
Well, again, you look at the NFL calendar. The draft is in April. Season doesn't start until September. That's 9 months? Or excuse me, not 9. That's 5 months?
Yeah.
NBA draft is late June, and you start the season in late. That's 4 months basically. So it's a little bit shorter than what you see. But yeah, the NBA offseason is quite a bit shorter than what you get out of the NFL. But the Rockets hosting Miami. Again, we should see most of the guys that you would expect to see on opening night. The Rockets sat a bunch of guys in San Antonio on Wednesday, but Jalen Green is going to play. He had missed the last 2 games with a toenail issue. So I think right now the only rotation player who's a question mark tonight is Tari Eason, who's missed a couple of games, but this should be a dress rehearsal for what we're going to see on opening night in Orlando on Wednesday. And it's I think it's going to be an interesting season. I think it's an interesting team. It's a team that's actually going to win this season, which has not been the case the last 2 years. The last 2 years, they were content losing as many games as possible and improving their draft lottery position. That's not the case now. They don't own the first-round pick. First-round pick goes to Oklahoma City unless it falls in the top 4, which you could lose every game, and that's still a coin toss.
Yeah.
So I'm looking forward to Rocket season. Figgy, where are you at on that?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it too. What do you think the starting lineup going to look like? That's the one thing that kind of been I've been kind of curious with.
So I think the starting lineup is pretty well set in stone. It's going to be Van Vliet, Green, Jalen Green, Dylan Brooks, Jabari Smith Jr., and Alperen Şengün.
Okay.
I think the stuff for me that's interesting is what do they start doing off the bench? Because I think they got a lot of names, they got some vets, they've got some younger guys. How often do they play without a center? How often do they go small? What does the point guard rotation look like throughout the season? Because I think that we saw, I think that the expectation was that Kevin Porter Jr. would be their first guy off the bench, and obviously that's not going to happen now. They traded him after he was arrested. So that opens up opportunities maybe for Amin Thompson. I didn't think Amin Thompson would have a huge role this season. Just a younger guy, point guard. There were some bodies in front of him, but now, the the one roadblock is gone, so I think he's going to play a lot more than people expected. But I think it could be tough for them to score when they go to the bench. I just don't know if there's like that score. I think Cam Whitmore has that in him. Cam Whitmore wants to be that guy, but I think he's going to, he's going to go through any struggles that a rookie would go through. But I think that there's a lot of talent. They now have veteran guidance that can help.
Yeah, you got the Jeff Greens and all that stuff. Yeah, I think it's weird because for some reason Jeff Green always find himself in like some type of rotation or star lineup, man. So I think that might be a sleeper on this team that can actually put up some points and do some damage.
He knows how to play.
Yeah,
like that's always beneficial when you have a guy who just knows how to play and you don't have to like try and teach him a bunch of stuff. And I think that's what they were looking at with just the way that they handled the offseason.
Yeah, and he know his role.
Yes.
He been on probably every single team in the NBA. He know his role.
He's been in every situation. You look last year he won a championship with Denver. And I asked him about this on Media Day. This Rockets team is very similar to the team that he came into the league with Oklahoma City, where he came into the league with Oklahoma City / Seattle. They lost a ton of games early, but they had a lot of young talent. And he said that there's a lot of similarities between those Thunder teams and the team that he is with now with the Rockets. Let's do one more here. Thursday Night Football. We talked about this quite a bit yesterday. Saints and Jags. I thought it was going to be low scoring. It wasn't. The Jags coming away with the win. They beat the Saints 31-24. They were up big in that game, and then New Orleans came back, but Trevor Lawrence led a nice drive to get the game-winning score. And I guess the big play. Did you watch this at all?
Yeah, I was flipping back and forth. And ironically, I kept flipping back to the touchdowns, and Al Michaels, it was really bad.
It was bad?
This time. It was really
I didn't have
bad.
the volume on it, so I had the volume on. I don't remember what else was on, but I had the volume on something else. And Foster Moreau dropping that touchdown that could have tied the game. That's a tough one.
Yeah, that was tough because I think he just came back from like battling cancer and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So that was real tough.
But you look at the numbers for Trevor Lawrence. Not great. They're okay. Again, the Saints are a good defense, but Trevor Lawrence, 20 of 29, only 204 yards. He threw the one touchdown. He didn't turn it over. Jacksonville trying to get the run game going, and Lawrence was effective with that. He had
he was really good. Yeah, that was actually surprising because especially him coming in with the knee problem, he was rushing a lot.
Travis Etienne, 4 carries, 53 yards. Derek Carr's line. Oof. I know they put up some points, and he threw for 300 yards, but
he threw 55 times.
Yeah, 55 pass attempts for 301 yards. That's 5.5 per attempt. Not a great game. The returns on Derek Carr so far in New Orleans have not been very good so far. They had trouble running the football. Alvin Kamara, 17 carries for 62 yards. How about Calvin Ridley?
Yeah,
big trade acquisition. Who had that great game week 1? Calvin Ridley targeted 4 times, only 1 catch for 5 yards. And then on the other side, did you see any of this Chris Olave stuff? Just like breaking off every single route.
Yeah.
He did catch 7 passes, only 57 yards. He was targeted 15 times. I guess you're going to get targeted a lot when you throw the ball 55 times.
Yeah.
But Olave, 15 targets, but only with 55.
I want to say like 12 catches. I want to say too.
Let's see.
It might have been a lot of check downs, but
yeah, that's Derek Carr for you.
Yeah.
14 targets for Kamara, 12 catches, 91 yards. Again, just no big plays out of that passing game.
Yeah, and you could tell New Orleans is a little frustrated on the offensive side too.
Yeah,
I've never seen Derek Carr this frustrated.
Oh, he was livid like in game. That's why I mentioned the Olave thing. He was going after Olave.
Yeah, I think they mentioned they might have mentioned it in pregame how I think it was last week where he was cussing on the sideline, and if you know Derek Carr, he don't cuss.
Yeah, he had a lot of things to say too about how they just weren't doing little things correctly when they lost to the Texans, and that was a game that the Texans made plays when they had to, but
they could have won that game.
Yeah, the Saints certainly had their chance.
They couldn't score in the red zone.
All right, we have your chance here to win the Yellow Rose Bi-Week Whiskey Talk tickets with Sean Pendergast and friends at Sports Radio 610. We're giving away one an hour. We're going to give one away right here.
The Yellow Rose Rose Bi-Week Whiskey Talk with Sean Pendergast is the place to be next Thursday night. Be caller number 5 now, and you and a guest will be joining us at this exclusive event thanks to Yellow Rose Distillery. 713-572-4610. Be caller number 5 to 713-572-4610. And you're on your way to the Yellow Rose Distillery for the Bi-Week Whiskey Talk on Thursday.
Coming up next on Sports Radio 610, we'll look ahead to the rest of Week 7 on the NFL schedule. I am Adam Spillane in for John and Landry. Figgy is here as well. This is Sports Radio 610.
Let we go! Odyssey app. It's a Tachus Fiber Internet Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Cheers in the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, Adam Spillane in for John and Landry. Figgy here as well, taking you to 2 o'clock before we go to the drive. Game 5 of the ALCS coming up. First pitch is in 4 hours from now from Arlington. Don't see any starting lineups yet for either team, but it is my assumption that the Astros will go with the same 9 that they had in last night's game.
I sure will.
But again, people would have said, "Oh, well, you go with the same 9 that you went with in Game 4 that you used in Game 3." Dusty Baker did not go in that direction. Actually, we have a Rangers starting lineup. Is that worth the breaking news thing?
Nah, you could just say
okay.
it.
All right, here Rangers lineup is. Oh, there is one pretty big change here. It is the same guys in their lineup, but Leody Taveras, who's been terrific in this series, he's been moved up to the 5th spot in the order. So Simeon, Seager, Carter, Adolis Garcia, Leody Taveras batting 5th. Josh Young moves up to 6th, and then Nathaniel Lowe, Mitch Garver, and Jonah Heim get dropped down. So Heim is batting 9th. Heim and Garver have had really poor postseasons overall for the Rangers. So there's your lineup here. Again, Seager Simeon second base, Seager shortstop, Carter left field, Garcia right field, Taveras center field. That's the big change for them. Young third base. That's another change. He moves up from 8th to 6th. Then Lowe first base, Garver DH, Heim the catcher, and Jordan Montgomery is the Rangers starting pitcher for this afternoon's game. We do not have an Astros lineup, but again, like I said, with the lefty Montgomery, it would be my expectation that the Astros will go with the same 9 that they had in the starting lineup yesterday. That kind of gives Dusty Baker a little freedom to go with Michael Brantley whenever the opportunity comes up. You know, if there are a couple guys on base in, say, the 6th inning and Montgomery's out of the game and they've gone to a righty, then you want to pinch it from McCormick, then there you go. That's your spot. I think the plan yesterday was they knew that Haney wasn't going to go deep into the game, and as soon as Dunning comes in, you deploy Brantley whenever you get the opportunity. But the Astros had the lead, so there was really no point to weakening the defense to get Michael Brantley in there.
Yeah, no, I agree. And then McCormick was actually playing all right, so leave him in there.
Kind of screwed up the one play in left field, but that's not an easy play towards that wall. Did a homer.
Yeah.
So that was important. So still waiting to see if we get an Astros lineup yet for this game. The Rangers, it looks like the Rangers will make their Game 6 starter available to the media. They have not announced who that is, but it's going to be Nathan Eovaldi. I believe the Astros might not do that until tomorrow, and it would be my expectation that Framber Valdez, regardless of how bad he's been the last couple times out, he will start Game 6 for the Astros Sunday night at Minute Maid Park. All right, let's switch gears to the NFL, because while the Texans don't have a game, there are plenty of games. You got a full schedule of a full NFL slate, that you do have, 5 other bye week teams. Bengals, Cowboys, Titans, Jets, and Panthers are the other teams that are off. So the Texans kind of get hurt because they don't, the advantage of having the bye week is that you play a team the next week, you would hope, that did not have the bye week. So you have the rest advantage. The Texans will not have a rest advantage because Carolina,
everybody going to be rested.
Yep. So Carolina, the Texans' next opponent, also has the bye this week. So let's run through some of these games in the NFL. It's not a great, I don't know if you've looked at it, Figgy, does it seem like, would you say this is a good schedule? Would you say that you are looking forward to these games? There's some good ones, but there's like 4 that you say, okay, this is a really good game, and then everything else is, I really have no interest in that.
Yeah, I'm looking through them now.
Sunday night game's elite.
Who plays Sunday night?
Sunday night is Dolphins-Eagles.
Oh, yeah.
That's a great game.
Yeah. A bunch of storylines with that. Possible Super Bowl match. You got Jalen Hurts versus Tua, who was both played for Alabama. So, that's definitely a 5-star game.
See, the early slate especially is bad. Raiders, Bears, Browns, Colts. We'll see if Deshaun Watson plays. I can't believe both those teams are either at 500 or over 500, which is not something that I would have expected.
Yeah.
Bills, Patriots.
Yeah, that's rough.
Commanders, Giants, no thank you. Falcons, Bucks is somewhat interesting just because those two teams are still in it when it comes to the NFC South, especially after the Saints loss yesterday. The best 12 o'clock game, though, involves the Lions.
Yeah.
Lions-Ravens.
Actually pretty good, man.
In Baltimore, Lions are at 5-1. Ravens are at 4-2. And both Ravens losses were games that they probably should have won. I like this Ravens team. They feel very similar to how we kind of talked about Jacksonville, where you watch the Jags and you feel like, okay, they should be scoring a lot more points than they actually do. And that's kind of what it is with the Ravens, where they're able to get the ball towards the red zone. They're able to move the ball, but they struggle to actually score points.
Yeah. And remember, that's a new offensive coordinator too. It seemed like they're not as good as I thought they were going to be on offense. So maybe it's still early for them. Maybe they still trying to figure it out. But this new offensive coordinator, it seemed like it's not really working like I thought it would work.
They scored 24 points against the Titans in London. I mean, they had to settle for a lot of Justin Tucker field goals in that game. They only scored 10 points against the Steelers 2 weeks ago, and they lost that game 17-10, and they outgained Pittsburgh in that. I mean, you have 335 total yards. You should be able to score more than 10 points. They were able to move the ball, but 0 for 2 on fourth downs. They just put themselves, they're 14, you're running too many third down plays. They just aren't getting the chunk plays, I feel like, that you want out of that sort of an offense. Lamar Jackson's had an okay year, first year with the contract, completing 70% of his passes, but only 5 touchdown passes through 6 games, which is a little bit low.
Yeah.
They've just had trouble putting the ball in the end zone so far this season. So that's those are the 12 o'clock games. The 3 o'clock games are, I guess there's probably one that you'd say, okay, I want to watch this. And that would be Chargers-Chiefs. Yeah. But I don't know, the Chargers tend to play pretty well against the Chiefs, but I don't know. That's another offense that you look at and you say, how are they not better?
Yeah, I agree. And they got another offensive coordinator too. So that's a tricky team, man. I think that coach is on the hot seat as well because I think they should be way better than they should be. And we have to see with them.
Let's see. I want to see how their schedule looks. They play a Sunday night game, the Chargers do, next week against the Bears. I don't know who scheduled a Bears game on Sunday night. Yeah. Don't leave them in charge of the scheduling ever again. But yeah, you look at the whole first coach fired thing. I mean, that could definitely be Brandon Staley, and he's really done nothing to make you feel like he deserves to keep that job longer than he already has.
Yeah, he make a lot of questionable decisions, man. Like going for it for 4th and 3 at your own 30.
See, I'm okay with that though. I don't mind that. I like that. I like that aggressiveness because you're trying to win a game. Now the actual play call that they go with has never been good, so that's an issue. But it's just like you shouldn't be in those positions.
Yeah,
like you have too much talent on the field to even be in a position where you have to even decide whether or not to go for it on a 4th and 3 from your own 30 to try and win a game. That's not how this should work.
Yeah.
Like that quarterback is too talented to be in that spot. So, yeah, I kind of think that we kind of focus on the micro stuff with Brandon Staley, but I think you got to look at the macro stuff and say, well, why are they in that position to begin with?
Yeah.
And so they tried changing the offensive coordinator. It hadn't really worked with Kellen Moore so far. We'll have to see, though, how it works. But let's just kind of go through teams that are struggling when you want to do first coach fire, because somebody's going to get fired.
Yeah.
You're not going to see all 32 survive the entire regular season. We have one winless team in Carolina. Frank Reich's not getting fired. He just got there. Yeah, he just got there. You look at the 1-5 teams. Denver, Sean Payton just got there. He's not getting.
They traded a lot for him too. So
and paid him a lot.
Yeah, he's sticking around.
Brian Dable's 1-5. Just what was he coach of the year last year?
He was coach of the year. Yeah, got him in the playoffs. So I think he'll stick around.
Matt Eberflus, we were just talking about the Bears. That could be a first coach fired guy.
Yeah, I can see that.
That situation
has been awful.
It looks like a mess over there. Arizona, Jonathan Gannon at 1-5. They've probably exceeded expectations.
Yeah, I feel like somebody might have went down to him and said, "Hey, we supposed to be tanking." Like, hey, stop trying to
take
win
over
these
in the
games.
fourth quarter. Yeah, I think Jonathan Gannon was kind of the very cringy guy in the offseason. But they've been okay. And maybe it turns out that the cringy guy might be a decent NFL head coach.
He kind of, and it's weird to say because he came from Nick Sirianni, but he kind of remind me of Nick Sirianni a little bit because
cringy.
We were saying the same thing about him, how he was a little bit weird with these sayings and all that stuff, and he's one of the best coaches out there right now.
It's worked out so far. So, and then the other 1-5 coach, Bill Belichick.
Yeah.
Is there a world where he gets fired during the season? I can't see it. Sorry.
I can't see it either. I think they might give him the benefit of the doubt, but man, them articles floating around there now saying Robert Kraft is not happy and willing to move on from him. So it's starting to get out there now. It
has been a long time since the Patriots won a playoff game. They won that Super Bowl the 2018 season. So 2019 lost in the wild card round. 2020 they missed the playoffs. 2021 they lost in the wild card round. 2022 they missed the playoffs. 2023 it missed the playoffs. That's 5 straight seasons without a playoff win for that franchise. That's hard to believe.
Yeah, and it's looking worse, man. Yeah. And look, I like Bill Belichick. I think he's one of the greatest coaches, but last year it was, I don't know what he was thinking making Matt Patricia and who was it, Joe Judge?
Yeah.
I don't understand what he was thinking about making them offensive coordinators. I just didn't get that. They bring back Bill O'Brien. I thought it was, better than last year, but it's not looking good at all, man.
It kind of tells you got to go off your coaching tree sometimes.
Yes.
Like all these guys that he hires are either related to him or guys that have coached under him. Like I think Nick Saban has done a really good job of like, hey, I need an offensive coordinator. Lane Kiffin's a really good offensive mind. We have no relationship with each other whatsoever, but I'm going to hire him anyways. Like that really worked out. He hired Steve Sarkisian to be his offensive coordinator. Like things like that. That's, I think, how you get better as a coach.
Yeah, I agree.
And I think that Bill Belichick's biggest mistake over the last 5 years is that he's not willing to bring in anyone from the outside.
Yeah, and now we're starting to see this Patriots way and all this stuff. It's starting to look like the Tom Brady way, because none of these guys, whenever they left New England, they wouldn't. The only good one was Bill O'Brien, and I thought
and that's not like the best.
Yeah, I thought he had an okay coaching career here, but his offense wasn't that good, so it just didn't look good at all, man. Now I do branch out.
Basically, all the coaching hires that they've been making are guys who played with the Patriots, coached for the Patriots, or are Bill Belichick's son.
Yeah,
like that's basically
pretty much
the types of moves that they're making, and that's just not how you maintain it. It's not how you get better as an organization. Let's see, just run through some of these other. Mike Vrabel obviously is safe. They're 2-4. Kevin O'Connell 2-4. He's safe. They're really.
What about Matt LaFleur?
With Green Bay?
Yeah.
They're only 2-3. I don't think so. I like they've lost some close games of the 2-3. Like they lost a close game to Atlanta. They lost a close game to the Raiders. Like those are games that they could have easily won. And so you could be sitting here at 4-1 instead of 2-3. So I can't say that he should be. It's the first year without Rodgers, so you're going with a new quarterback. Like they tried to empower Jordan Love, but let's be honest, I don't think that I know people talked up Jordan Love during the summer, but I didn't have like huge expectations for him. Yeah. So I think it's more of a talent thing than a coaching thing right now with the Packers. So to me, it's Eberflus and it's Staley. Those are the two guys that they probably have the hottest seat at this point of the year. All right, when we come back, we're going to get into some lunchtime confessions. I'm sure Figgy has some good ones. We'll see about it. I'm terrible at the lunchtime confessions because I feel like I just repeat the same ones over and over. So we'll try that. That's next on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, man, that weather's got me wanting to get outside and cook, grill, smoke some meat. I know
is presented by La Michoacana Meat Market.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right. Let's do confessions here at lunchtime. I got one. Brock preseason game today. Talked about that a little bit earlier. Okay. I'm kind of looking forward to it. You know, it's a good way it's the dress rehearsal before the first regular season game next week. So I'm looking forward to it. All their guys should play. Tari Eason's a little iffy. I'm going to complain as soon as the ball tips off.
I'm shocked you looking forward to this, man, because I feel like you the guy that don't really care about preseason. You don't really care. I don't want to get to the regular game.
I don't care about preseason, but I'm interested just to see how rotations look and just see, okay, who's coming in for who's sharing the floor with who. So that's what I'm kind of looking for. But man, as soon as it starts, I'm going to complain about being there. And I'm doing it for the pod. H-Town Hoops podcast. Subscribe. Me and Brandon Scott. I'm doing it for the pod. The problem with these preseason games is that there's just no flow. They call so many fouls. It's like the officials are trying to send a message with how these games are officiated. So there's a ton of fouls. It was the first preseason game they played against the Pacers. Rick Carlisle used all of his timeouts with 3 minutes left in the game. Like, what are we doing? Why are we calling timeouts at this point of the game? Like, you should always have the way that TV timeouts are built in. You should always have 2 timeouts for the rest of the game for the last 3 minutes. Carlisle's were gone. He's calling extra timeouts when he didn't need to. Udoka's challenging calls. It's like, no, let's just play the game. Running clock. Let's just get out of here. So I'm looking forward to going, but I'm going to complain as soon as it starts.
That's the one thing I hate about preseason. I don't lie, I'm not really investing in NBA preseason, but NFL preseason, I'll be super excited for the first one because it's football and you get a real game outside of, scrimmaging and training camp. But after a while, man, after the third quarter, I'm just like, man, these dudes ain't about to make the squad. So we sitting here wasting our time watching this, and they ain't going to be on the squad. So I get a little frustrated, especially with the last preseason game.
Oh, yeah. Fourth quarter. Whew,
yeah, it's just like, all right, man. Like, especially when you were at the game, too. It's like, I'm at the game, and none of this stuff matters. None of this have anything to do with the regular season.
So I have the preseason game from Wednesday on my DVR just ready to watch because it was on at the same time as the Astros. So I wasn't going to watch live. And I watched like 3 minutes last night, and I just said, I can't do this. Even with the French kid, I can't watch this.
Yeah, the good thing about social media is they'll give you all the highlights.
Yes.
They'll give you all the clips. Other crap I don't need to see.
Yeah, I get it. Şengün was awful in the game. Okay, well, we'll move on and we'll see what happens today. But yeah, I will certainly complain. All right, what do you got?
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So I was flipping back and forth from the Astros to Thursday night football game last night, and I was ready to come in to eat some crow on Trevor Lawrence, man. That first, I want to say it was the first drive. They looked super clean. I'm like, okay, maybe I was wrong. Maybe I was a little too harsh on the Jags. But for some reason, man, look, Trevor Lawrence had it wasn't, he ain't throw for 300 yards or nothing like that, but it was an okay game. He didn't make a lot of mistakes. He rushed the ball a lot, which kind of surprised me. But I still think this team could get got, man. I just don't strike fear. This team don't strike fear in me at all, man. I think the Jazz are okay, but I think it was kind of ridiculous how they had the win total, 11?
I think it was 9.5. I think it wound up at 9.5.
Okay. I know. I think
but they were huge favorites to win the division, though.
Yeah, and I just don't see the Trevor Lawrence hype, man. I get it coming out of college. He was the second best prospect after Andrew Luck, but I just don't see it, man. He looked okay. He looked. I don't want to be Steve Smith, but he looked like a jag, no pun intended. Just a guy at this point.
Who would you rather have, Trevor Lawrence or Justin Herbert?
Justin Herbert.
Really?
Yeah.
At least one guy's won a playoff game.
Yeah, barely. And I think
he beat him though. He beat Herbert in the playoffs.
He did, but man, I'd rather have Justin Herbert, man. To me, he looked more promising than Trevor Lawrence. I think if Justin Herbert had the right coaching, I think he'd be I think he'll be fine.
Okay. I don't know what I would go with.
Yeah, it could be a stats thing.
So we're in the lobby here, and I was in there during one of the breaks, and I'm just, I usually go, I was pretty quick back in here. They had a Rihanna song going. I stopped.
Oh, you're a big Rihanna fan. I forgot about that.
Yep. We Found Love. Gets me every single time.
we found love in
a hopeless place.
Yeah. Every time I hear that song, so that song was hot when I was an intern for CBS Radio back in Cleveland, and somebody told me that it sounded like she's saying we found love in the homeless place. And so I can never unhear that now. Every time I hear it, it sounds like
that's not what it is it?
No, nah.
I'm gonna make sure. I'm checking.
We found love in a hopeless place, I want to say, but it sounds like she's saying we found love in a homeless place. So I can never unhear that.
Her Super Bowl show is the best I've ever seen. Just to come onto the stage and start out with "Better Have My Money."
Yeah.
For a Super Bowl and announce her pregnancy that way on a floating stage. Hey, that's swagger right there. That's swagger. It don't get any more swagger than that.
I love that you a big Rihanna fan, man.
The best. Just hit after hit after hit after hit. Let's do it.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So the Texans are off this weekend. So I'm going to be rooting for the Browns, man. And this is why. The Browns play the Colts, and we talked about it yesterday, how I'm done with the Browns. I'm not looking at that draft pick anymore. I don't care if they win or lose, but I want the Houston Texans to win the division. So I want every team to lose. If they play the Browns, I'm rooting for the Browns, man. I want the Browns to beat the Colts because I want a better chance for the Houston Texans to win the division, possibly make the playoffs and all that stuff. So I'm gonna be rooting for the Browns, man. I ain't gonna lie. I want the Colts to lose. I know Tennessee is off. I was rooting for the Saints last night. They didn't get it done, but I'm gonna be rooting for the Browns this week, just so the Colts can lose, so we can be higher in the division.
So you're telling me you, Figgy Fig, will be rooting for Deshaun Watson this weekend?
I am, man.
All right.
I am, man. And this is the other reason why, too. And I discussed that yesterday as well. I feel comfortable with C.J. Stroud. I felt like I think it's safe to say that the Houston Texans got the better deal in this trade.
Yes.
And I know C.J. Stroud is not connected with the trade, like, as far as the draft pick, but I feel like this was the right move. I feel like we're in a good spot. So who cares what the Browns do at this point? So, like I said, I know we got their draft pick, but wherever that draft pick land, I feel like we're in a good place no matter what. Now, if it's top 10, that's an extra cherry on top. But right now, I don't care. I'm looking at the playoffs, man. I want to win the division, and I feel like I know the Jazz won last night, but I feel like the division still be got.
But you, Figgy Fig, are still rooting. You're going to watch a football game, and you are going to be rooting for Deshaun Watson to do well in that football game, is what you're saying.
I'm rooting for the Colts to lose.
Okay.
I'm going to put it that way. Okay. I'm rooting for the Colts to lose.
Good save. All right. I got nothing left. We'll get back to the ALCS coming up in the next segment, but I do want to run through the Rangers starting lineup for today's game for Game 5. The Astros have not announced the starting lineup yet, but with Jordan Montgomery on the mound, the Rangers will go with Marcus Semien playing second base, Corey Seager playing shortstop, Evan Carter playing left field, Adolis Garcia playing right, Leody Taveras playing center, Josh Young playing third, Nathaniel Lowe at first base, Mitch Garver, the DH, and Jonah Heim is the catcher. So obviously, really the big changes in the lineup, it's the same 9 that the Rangers have been going with, but they move Leody Taveras from 9th to 5th. They move Josh Young from 8th to 6th. And then Nathaniel Lowe and Mitch Garver and also Jonah Heim get moved down in Bruce Bochy's starting lineup. So that's what you look for Game 5. Jordan Montgomery getting the ball. He's
He's made 3 starts this postseason. The first start was very good. The second start was not. The third start was very good. So he's kind of been a back and forth type guy. Justin Verlander getting the ball for the Astros, 1-1 with a 1.42 ERA through his first 2 postseason starts. When we come back, we will take a closer look at Verlander, who's going to try and do something that is not easy to do, and that is face a team twice in the same postseason series. He'll talk about that next on Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610, live from the Twin Peaks studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
It poses a challenge, especially against an offense as good as theirs. These guys make adjustments so quickly. You have to be prepared to make adjustments back, either reactively. I think I'm watching a lot of the games and trying to see what those guys are doing adjustment-wise on their end, so that I can have an idea going forward what they're trying to do, and so I can adjust maybe preemptively. There's really no telling until you're out there and competing. That's when everything happens.
That was Justin Verlander yesterday before Game 4, talking about having to face a team for a second time as a starter in a postseason series, something that Justin Verlander will do this afternoon in Arlington. But first, Adam Spillane in for John and Landry. Figgy is not happy with the text line. Figgy's mad right now.
Yeah.
Why are you mad?
Yeah, tell him why you mad, bro. Nah, but yeah, somebody said whoever said that Bill O'Brien was an okay coach is tripping. Whatever he said, he pretty much saying we've been carrying the water for them all this time. Look, man, Bill O'Brien. Look, say what y'all want, and it ended awful. I wanted him going too, but he was an okay coach. He wasn't god awful, and he wasn't great. He was like right in the middle, man. He did what he needed to do. He got them in the playoffs. It didn't get anywhere. I thought they should have moved on after Kansas City, but let's not. Come on, we had like we sitting here talking about David Culley or somebody like that, man. He wasn't god awful, but he wasn't good. He was mid. He was right in.
So in the last 20 minutes, Figgy has said he's rooting for Deshaun Watson and he's carrying water for Bill O'Brien.
According to the text line, I guess so.
So there you go. Figgy is on the record. Bill O'Brien, good head coach. Deshaun Watson, I'm rooting for him. All right, there you go.
Bill O'Brien was an aight coach. I wouldn't even say good. He was an aight coach.
All right, we'll move on from Bill O'Brien. Astros and Rangers today from Arlington, Game 5 of the ALCS. You just heard Justin Verlander talking about the challenges of facing a team twice in one series. And it's something that Verlander, when you've made as many postseason starts and been in as many postseasons as Verlander, you're going to do that a lot. And so for his career, Verlander has faced a team twice in one series 11 times. A 3.54 ERA for the first start, a 2.96 ERA for the second start. And if we can run through these. It happened first in 2006 during the World Series. Game 1 went 5 innings, allowed 7 runs, 6 earned against the Cardinals. Game 5, he went 6 innings, allowed 1 earned run. 2011 against the Yankees. Actually, we'll do the Rangers. The Yankees start was in a rain-shortened game against the Rangers in 2011. Let's see. This was Game 1, 4 innings, allowed 3 runs. Game 5, 7 1/3, allowed 4 runs. 2012 against the A's, 7 innings, allowed 1 run. Then in Game 5, he struck out 11 in a 4-hit. You're seeing that over the course of his career, Verlander has been able to make the adjustments to, you might go to plan A against a team the first time you see them, but you can't necessarily stick with that same plan the second time. Now, Verlander has such good stuff that he could have done whatever he wanted. He had so many different ways that he could attack guys. He could rely on the fastball. He could go with the breaking ball. So it all kind of depended on just how he was feeling. It's a little bit different for Verlander now. And so you kind of have to separate Verlander a little bit. And so I think you almost have to go pre-Tommy John surgery to post-Tommy John surgery. And so post-Tommy John surgery, this will be the second time that he is facing a team twice in the same postseason series. Did it in the World Series last year where Game 1 against the Phillies, he went 5 innings, allowed 5 runs. All of that came in his last 2 frames. He was almost... he seemed to be unhittable for the first 3 innings of that start. And then he had to grind it out in Game 5 of that series. He went 5 once again. He gave up just the 1 run, allowed a little bit more traffic on the bases. He had to pitch out of a lot of trouble. But again, you are seeing him kind of evolve. And this is going to be a little bit different today. Obviously, you're facing a very good lineup for the second time. They'll know him a little bit better, and it's now, can you go to plan B? Can you go to plan C against them? Now, one advantage that Verlander is going to have in his favor, the first 2 postseason starts he has made, he's been on extra rest. And some people might say, well, extra rest, that's good. It's always good to have extra rest. But for a starting pitcher, always the best thing. And so Verlander talked yesterday about just like how it's an advantage for him being on normal rest for this start today as opposed to being on extra rest the last 2 starts.
Once you kind of get in that regular routine and kind of get your mechanics honed in, when you're going on regular rest, that usually helps keep you locked in. So, we saw the other night I was a little erratic early on and started to get better as the game went on. I'm hopeful, although you still don't know. I'm hopeful that that'll be something that I'll be able to piggyback off of since I didn't have a long rest.
So that's Justin Verlander yesterday. Now you look at the other side, and the Astros are going to once again be facing Jordan Montgomery. This will be the first time that Montgomery has ever faced a team twice in the same postseason series. So now let's see, how does he adapt? And so we're talking about how Verlander is going to adjust. How does Montgomery adjust? Because Montgomery certainly had a plan against the Astros in Game 1, especially with Yordan Alvarez. He executed that plan perfectly. It was just a perfect execution of what he was trying to do, especially with Alvarez, where he was going to start fastballs inside, and then once you get to 2 strikes, you go with the curveball. Away, and he was able to get plenty of chases from Alvarez in that game. Can he do it again? Alvarez is going to be looking for it now. The Astros kind of know, they know what plan A is for Montgomery because they just saw plan A on Sunday. Can Montgomery get to plan B? Is there a plan B? What does he do now? The Astros know what he's going to do. The Astros know what he wants to get to. What does he do when they don't allow him to get to that? If the Astros start to attack him a little bit more early in counts, if he's going to really throw his fastball early in counts, can he do that? Or if you're the Astros, you almost anticipate, okay, I did this in Game 1. Now I'm going to go to this in Game 2. So maybe you start pitching backwards a little bit more in Game 2. It's a fun chess match. So much of the chess match is almost about, people talk about the lineups and you do this with the bullpen, you do that with the bullpen, you go with this pinch hitter, you go with that pinch hitter, maybe use a pinch runner here. But the chess match of pitch selection, I think, gets really interesting. And it's been kind of fun the last 2 games listening to John Smoltz. He has not enjoyed the pitch selection of Jonah Heim and whoever has been the pitcher. I mean, he had that with Yordan Alvarez in Game 3, where it looked like against Bradford, or no, it was Will Smith. They had against Will Smith, they had set up Alvarez with that fastball, that inside fastball, to get him to 2 strikes. So on 2-2, they go right back to the fastball, and you can just hear John Smoltz saying, why are you going fastball there? You have him set up to go with the breaking ball. They did not do that. And then it was again yesterday. Smoltz was not enjoying some of the pitch selection from the Rangers in that game. So Game 5, obviously pivotal. You don't want to have to lose. You don't have to win. You don't want your backs up against the wall and have to win back-to-back games, especially for the Astros having to do it at home, where they have obviously struggled not just all season, but just during the postseason as well. Texters are still coming at you, Figgy.
Yeah, I see.
You just lost a listener.
Yeah. You just lost a listener.
I was waiting for the impression.
You just lost a listener. I'm done with 16. Shout out to y'all, though, man.
Yeah, thanks for listening. I'm Adam Spillane. He's Figgy Fig. We're in for Landry and Lopez on Sports Radio 610. We are with you until 2 o'clock before we hand it off to the drive. And we'll get you ready for Game 5 of the ALCS. We will hear from Dusty Baker coming up in about 45 minutes or so. We'll hear from Bruce Bochy at the top of the hour. We'll play a little bit of what they had to say. Still waiting on an Astros lineup. We've already given you the Rangers lineup for today's game as the Astros get the win yesterday in Game 4, 10-3. Really a redemption game for Jose Abreu. Abreu last night hitting the big 3-run homer that traveled more than 430 feet. This is a guy who it took how many games for him to get to 4 home runs during the regular season? He's already got 4 this postseason. Their big ticket free agent signing who struggled for much of the year, one of the worst hitters among all everyday players during the regular season. But he has come through for the Astros when they've needed him, and they've needed him because Kyle Tucker has struggled so much. So for Abreu, and this was talked about a lot during the regular season, did not get his first home run until his 51st game of the year. Did not hit home run number 4 until game 66. It took him 66 regular season to get to 4 home runs. He has 4 home runs now in 8 postseason games. It has been a different Jose Abreu so far in the postseason. And Figgy, it's been fun to watch.
Yeah, look, man, I was hard on Jose Abreu too. He couldn't have come at the right time, man. This is the perfect time. You got Tucker struggling a little bit. Man, he's picking up this. I feel super confident seeing him at the plate now. At first, I used to, you know that old trick when you about to go to the bathroom and you see who's coming up to the plate. When I see Maldi at the plate, I'm just like, all right, yeah, that's it.
Maldi like that?
Yeah, I'm like, all right, that's it. That's an out. And I leave or whatever. But with him, I'm like, okay, I'm stick around because he might hit a home run.
And they're not cheap home runs either.
Yeah, no, he's actually crushing the ball.
And like Figgy said, they've needed it with Tucker struggling. And the way that they have him in the lineup, where this is what they wanted all year long. They hit Abreu cleanup for a reason, because they wanted his right-hand bat in between the two lefties. So that if you want to stack lefties, if you want, lefty relievers to have to face the Astros late in games, okay, you can have a lefty face Alvarez, you can have a lefty face Tucker, but there's going to be a tax. And that tax is that you've got to have your left-handed reliever face a right-handed power hitter, whether it be Bregman, whether it be Abreu. They wanted that to be Abreu, and Abreu now is starting to come through where, hey, they had the lefty up there. They brought in Bradford. They had the lefty. They used him. He was ready for Tucker, but they did not let him get there. And you have to give Abreu credit for coming up big when they've needed him to, and it's been important just because they've needed this. They have needed this badly. So the Astros will obviously Game 5 tonight. Game 6 is an interesting one. It'll be Sunday night at Minute Maid with Framber Valdez getting the start for the Astros against Nathan Eovaldi. In all likelihood, the teams have not actually announced the starting pitchers, but it would make sense that that's who it's going to be. Would you, Figgy, have any doubts over Valdez for Game 6 with the way he's pitched in the postseason?
I ain't gonna lie, man. I'm a little nervous, but for some reason, I mean, we talked about it yesterday, man. These pitchers have some type of ice veins, man. When their backs against the wall, when it's time to win, I wouldn't be surprised if Framber give you like a good 6 innings.
He could, and I think that's what makes me, and this is why I would be a bad postseason manager, because I would just stick with my guys. I would just stick with the guys that got me there. But Framber, he has the ceiling. Like, the ceiling could be, he could give you 8. Like, you could get 8 strong innings from him, and he can shut a team down. And he also forces, the numbers say that he is better against right-handed hitters than he is against lefties, but teams try to avoid having their lefties in there against him. They don't like it. That's why Evan Carter didn't start Game 2 for Texas. It's just there's a different angle that you get from Framber. But you look at the Rangers, and you have Carter, and you have Seager. Like, these are really good left-handed, be able to neutralize just a little bit by going with Framber Valdez. But, the Rangers don't like him. Marcus Semien basically said that after Game 2, where it's like, hey, this guy threw at me. I don't forget something like that. So I am very interested to see. I just want to see if he bounces back.
Yeah, me too. And that's the one thing I got to give Dusty credit. I know a lot of people, blame it all on Dusty.
Do the impression?
It's all on Dusty. Dusty in over his head. Dusty being Dusty. But Dusty, he stick with his players, man. And, we seen the season Javier had. He could have easily put him out, try to throw somebody else in there. He trusts his guys, man. He put Urquidy in there. And Urquidy didn't have a great year. He put him in there at the right time, and, the rest is history. So I think that's the one thing I appreciate about Dusty. Dusty going to stick with Framber, even though Framber didn't have a good postseason. So I wouldn't be shocked if Framber come through.
It'll be Framber against Nathan Eovaldi in all likelihood for Game 6. Again, it's not official. Still waiting to see. Still waiting for that announcement to be made, but it would be my expectation that we will see Framber Valdez against Nathan Valdi. It's very irritating that these teams kind of wait on announcing postseason starters. Like the other night after the Astros won Game 3, we all kind of knew it was going to be Urquidy. But you asked Dusty Baker after the game, and he says, well, have they announced a starter? And the answer was no. So he's like, okay, well, I'm not going to announce a starter until they do. Just like the pointless gamesmanship that you get from this. It's just say who no, just say it so that we can all just write it. It's like the CJ Stroud.
Yeah.
Is he going to be the starting quarterback? Like, we all know it. Just say it so we can all do our jobs.
You don't ask me who the starting linebacker is.
Well, we'll start. Is John Weeks going to be the deep snapper this week? We'll start asking those questions every single week. All right. So again, Game 5, Astros Rangers. Get you ready for that. Still waiting for the lineup. Has not been announced just yet. The Rangers have the big. I guess I don't know if you want to call it a story, but somewhat of a story is that Leody Taveras has been moved up from the 9th spot in the order where he was really the entire postseason. He will now bat 5th for the Rangers. Taveras has hit a home run off of Verlander. Verlander hung a slider to him. Verlander couldn't get him out in Game 1, and he's batting .444 in this series as well. So Montgomery against Verlander. We'll hear from Bruce Bochy maybe at some point in the next segment. We'll hear from Dusty Baker maybe coming up in the next hour. I'm Adam Spillane in for John and Landry. This is Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. When we come back, actually, you want to do Whiskey River?
Yeah, let's do that
All right, let's do Whiskey River. Then we come back. We will do around the NFL. This is Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
The Yellow Rose Bi-Week Whiskey Talk with Sean Pendergast is the place to be next Thursday night. It's a Tachus Fiber Internet Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Let's go around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
We'll go around the NFL. We'll also let you know. We'll break into anything if we hear anything from Arlington. Still waiting on an Astros lineup. Figgy is monitoring Bruce Bochy's pregame press conference, so he'll let you know if anything important comes out of that. We'll hear from Dusty Baker's pregame press conference is at 1:30, so we'll be monitoring that. Again, no Astros lineup. The Rangers have posted theirs. It's the same 9 that they've had last night. The one couple changes, they've changed the order a little bit. Leody Taveras and Josh Young have moved up. Nathaniel Lowe, Mitch Garver, and Jonah Heim have been moved down in Bruce Bochy's lineup. All right, let's go around the NFL. We'll start with the first game of Week 7, and that was played in New Orleans last night. It looked like Jacksonville was going to come away with an easy win over the Saints, but the Saints came back. They staged a rally. Jacksonville still won the game 31-24. So the Jags is now 5-2. They're a game and a half up on the Texans for first place in the AFC South. Also, you have the Colts in there at 3-3 as well. So we thought maybe the Texans could wake up in first place in the South on, October 29th. That's not going to happen now, but the Texans still in pretty decent position for the division. Jacksonville next week has to go to Pittsburgh, so another tough game for the Jags. Apparently, I didn't realize this. Trevor Lawrence had a Superdome hex. Trevor Lawrence had not won in the Superdome before.
Yeah. Dating back to college, right?
Both his losses as Clemson's starting quarterback came in the Superdome. I believe it was the national championship game against LSU in 2020, and then the next year they lost in the college football playoff against Ohio State at the Superdome. So, and then Lawrence's, and this doesn't really count, but Lawrence's second preseason game was at the Superdome, and they lost as well. I don't even know if he played in that game, but his team lost that game. So Trevor Lawrence able to get a win at the Superdome. Derek Carr, 300 yards passing, but he threw 55 attempts. And I guess the one stat that really stood out in that game for me was Calvin Ridley. 1 catch for 5 yards, only targeted 4 times. And the Jags were a little bit more balanced offensively than the Saints were in that game, but still you would think Calvin Ridley would have more than 4 targets and more than 1 catch. This was a story from yesterday or the day before, but we didn't mention it. Roger Goodell was given a new, his contract as NFL commissioner was extended 3 years. It likely will be his final contract as NFL commissioner. He's getting into his mid-60s, so which is hard to believe. It kind of feels like just yesterday.
It seemed like he just got in.
He was like this 40-year-old young guy taking over that job. But yeah, it does. He's in his 60s now at this point, and you can. I guess anybody could probably be commissioner of the NFL.
Who would take his place, though? Who is somebody that will possibly take?
I don't know, because I think Goodell was a pretty under-the-radar guy before he got the job. A lot of times it's not some famous guy who has the job. It's some guy who works in the commissioner's office who you never hear from. It's the deputy commissioner or whoever. It's not like I guess you kind of know who the underlings are below the NBA commissioner because they do the draft lottery or they do the second round of the draft. So you see them a little bit more on TV. Yeah. But I couldn't even tell you who's like the deputy commissioner of the NFL right now.
Yeah, I have no clue. And like you said, with the NBA, you see those guys all the time. So after David Stern, we knew we knew Adam Silver was going to take that torch.
Yeah, and Adam Silver would be the one who would announce all the second round picks on draft night. So David Stern would do the first round. Adam Silver would do the second round. So I don't know who it would be. Rob Manfred was kind of known before he was commissioner just off of some of the labor stuff. He was always front and center when it came to labor negotiations. So that's a good question. I don't know who would take over, but whoever does it, it's not that hard a job. I could do it. I'll do it for like half the price.
Yeah.
So if they want to,
he getting paid pretty good too.
Yeah. Talk to me. We'll do it. We've talked about some of the schedule for Week 7. One of the games, probably one of the worst games out of the bunch, is Raiders and Bears. Jimmy Garoppolo, it does not look like he will play. ESPN says he's got a back injury. So it looks like Brian Hoyer, it'll be either Aiden O'Connell or Brian Hoyer. I think it was O'Connell, the game that Garoppolo missed early in the year it was O'Connell who was the starter. But when Garoppolo got hurt last week, it was Hoyer who wound up taking over. So it almost seems like they just make Hoyer the second quarterback. They make O'Connell the third guy. So it's a weird
I don't
team.
know what they're doing.
It's the Raiders. Did you see Mark Davis dancing with the WNBA team after they won the championship?
I didn't see that.
Oh, Mark Davis was getting after it.
Oh, wow.
He's the owner of the Las Vegas Aces, and they won the WNBA championship in Brooklyn on, I think it was Wednesday. And he was trying to dance. It wasn't like great, but he was trying. I guess give an A for effort there.
Yeah. And Tom Brady got another ring, somebody said.
Yeah, I guess he's part of that ownership group.
Yeah.
Hey, they all count.
They do, yeah.
Let's see. Jahmyr Gibbs, the Lions running back, is expected to return against in what is probably the best of the non-primetime games this week. Gibbs is going to play against the Ravens. He's missed a couple games with a hamstring injury, so that will be a welcome addition to the Lions offense. And he's been a little underwhelming. I think when you look at where he was picked in the draft, you thought that you'd get a little bit more production out of him, especially when you look at what Bijan Robinson has done with Atlanta. Last couple of games hasn't been as good. But Gibbs he's only carried the ball 39 times through the first however many games of the year. Hasn't been that involved in the passing game. Still hasn't gotten in the end zone.
Yeah. It seemed like the Lions was kind of underusing them for a little bit. But, I was actually shocked they took him that early.
Oh, very.
A couple people, I think on this show, I think Landry and Lopez was like, that's fine. I guess they expected that, but I was actually shocked, man. And I felt like somebody like David Achane. Yeah, I think his name is Achane, not Achane. But he's been playing. He been balling pretty much this whole season. So yeah, he's been a little underwhelming to me.
Yes, he has been. Figgy, if you can with Bruce Bochy, can you pull his third answer?
Yeah.
All right, pull that, because that's going to be something that we talk about a little bit later. It's hard to do this when it's the two of us, because I can't really talk to you.
I actually got the whole press conference.
Okay, yeah. So
it's about 4 minutes.
Yeah, so it's just find the third answer. We'll play that. That's going to talk about lineup construction. So we'll get that to you, because the Rangers did make a change with their lineup. I want to make sure you hear that answer from Bruce Bochy. Gibbs, we were talking about Jahmyr Gibbs. You would think he'd have a little bit more big play in him, but longest run has been 21 yards. Longest reception has been 10 yards. So I think he's been a little bit underwhelming. Bijan Robinson has been much better of those two guys that were picked in the top half of the first round. It's been kind of a quiet week in the NFL. You would think that there would be a little bit more at this point of the season, but with us, no Texans, so we haven't heard anything out of them now in the last few days. I still think, and we've had one trade get made this week with Mecole Hardman going back to Kansas City. But I'm interested to see if this is a busy trade deadline. And as we've talked about, the Texans probably need to do something at the trade deadline just to enhance the roster. It doesn't have to be just for this season, but it can also be for next year also, and for the future. Pounce a little bit. You've got plenty of cap space. You have an opportunity to maybe add somebody who could help you really down the road. Brian Burns has been the guy that I've pointed to as somebody who's 25 years old, is going to be really good for another 5 years. Like he would grow with the rest of this Texans defense. That's the direction that I would go into. The game of the week is going to be the Sunday night game, and that is Philadelphia and Miami. You have both teams are at 5-1. The Dolphins coming off of a couple of wins. The Eagles lost to the Jets last week, and it kind of pits Tua Tagovailoa and Jalen Hurts, a couple of old Alabama quarterbacks who they've got a little bit of a rivalry.
Teammates.
They were teammates, but remember, Hurts started that championship game. It was against Georgia.
Yeah.
Hurts started. Bama struggled. Tua replaced him, and Tua won the game.
Yeah.
And then that was basically it for Hurts at Bama.
He ended up transferring to Oklahoma, and the rest is history.
So that's a fun little storyline from that game, which that could be a Super Bowl preview. I think right now the Eagles haven't been quite as good this season as last year, but I still think that they would be favored right now to come out of the NFC. Them or San Francisco.
Yeah.
Detroit's going to be, I don't know if Detroit is going to be as good. Detroit's not as good as those two teams, but Detroit has a good opportunity to come away with the 1 seed.
Yeah.
And we talked about that yesterday with Michael Jenkins, where if Detroit gets the 1 seed, then there's a really good chance that they get to avoid having to, if you finish with the 2 seed or with the 3 seed, then you've got to beat, or if you finish with the 2 seed, you might have to face both the Niners and Eagles. And now it looks like the Lions might get to avoid one of those 2 teams, and maybe you have home field in the NFC Championship game, which is also a not a bad thing to have as well. Do you have the Bochy thing?
Yes, I got it.
Okay, so one of the things we were talking about earlier, we have the Rangers lineup today, and the big change is that Leody Taveras was moved down in the lineup. Actually, before we go to that, we do have the Astros lineup for Game 5. So let's run through the Astros lineup. It is the exact same lineup as they had in Game 4 as expected. Altuve at second base, Dubon in center field, Alex Bregman playing third base, Yordan Alvarez is the DH batting cleanup, Jose Abreu playing first base batting fifth, Kyle Tucker again in the 6th hole, Chas McCormick will bat 7th and play left field, Jeremy Pena, the shortstop, will bat 8th, and then Martin Maldonado will catch and he will bat 9th. So again, Michael Brantley available off the bench. My guess is that whenever Bochy goes to the bullpen, or at least if it's going to be Spores or Jose Leclerc, then it will be Brantley who will be ready to pinch hit. Whether one, maybe it could be for McCormick, who knows? Maybe it could be for Pena or Maldonado. So it gives Dusty Baker a few options to go off the bench. But what we were talking about, the Rangers made changes with their lineup. Leody Taveras moves from 9th to 5th. Josh Young moves from 8th to 6th. And it looked like Bruce Bochy talked about some of those decisions with the lineup construction today.
Hey, Bruce, what's the kind of the plan going forward with John Gray? Does he need to be stretched out more at this point if you want him to make a start eventually down the road, or what?
Wrong question. That's about John Gray.
You want to play the whole thing?
No, don't play the whole press conference. Just play. So it was the question before that one. So that was the 4th question. We want the 3rd one. And the question is, what went into the lineup adjustment that you made in the batting order, specifically moving Leody Taveras up and moving Garver and Heim down? So that's the answer that we are looking for from Bruce Bochy. And they made kind of the one change in their lineup. They did not start Evan Carter in Game 2, but that was against the lefty. Now here is Bruce Bochy talking about the lineup construction today.
Bruce, what went into the lineup adjustments you made in the batting order, specifically moving Taveras up and moving Garver and Heim down?
Right. I think as much as anything is the way they're swinging the bat. Leo's been swinging it well. So I just decided to move him to that 5 hole. Gives you speed. He's a switch hitter, and his timing's really good. I think a couple guys, it's fair to say, their timing's not quite what it normally is. We're facing a tough pitcher today in Verlander, so I just a little bit, and I put Jonah in the 9 hole. He's trying to find that timing, as I was just talking about, and same with Mitch. So I just moved them to the back of the order. That's all. Try to get this offense sparked a little bit.
All right, so that was Bruce Bochy talking about the lineup construction, and again, the Rangers. They didn't change any actual people. They just moved some guys around in their order, mainly Leody Taveras moving up for them today. So Game 5 of the ALCS coming up. First pitch is in, about a little less than 3 hours from now. Dusty Baker will talk to the media at 1:30. We'll try and bring you some of that in the final segment of the show. The Astros lineup is exactly the same as it was yesterday. Again, if you just missed it, Altuve, Dubon, Bregman, Alvarez, Abreu, Tucker, McCormick, Pena, and Maldonado with Verlander on the mound. Again, that kind of frees up Michael Brantley to be used as a pinch hitter. They would have done it yesterday, but the opportunity did not come up. They didn't need it, and you didn't want to weaken the defense by using him later in that game. They would have done it in Game 1, but the Astros couldn't get Jordan Montgomery out of the game. And so that will be the big key for them in this one is, can you get the Rangers off the script? Yesterday, the Astros were able to get the Rangers out of their script with their pitchers. They knocked out Andrew Heaney early. That meant that Bruce Bochy had to go to Dane Dunning a little earlier than he wanted to. And so the rest of that pitching staff got exposed a little bit. So the Astros will try and do that once again this afternoon. We'll get into Game 5 coming up. We'll wait and hear from Dusty, then we'll get into Game 5. When we come back, the Texans are on their bye week. And so you've heard of New Year's resolutions. We're going to get into some Texans post-bye week resolutions. We'll do that next on Sports Radio 610.
Let we go. Join the It's a Tachus Fiber Internet Football Friday. Radio 610. Cheers in the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
I feel really good about our run game. I think this may have been our best run performance of the year. It was good to see, us moving the ball, getting some good runs. Good to see, Motor, DP, both guys having, success in the run game. And we just have to continue to grind at it, continue to work at it. Credit to our offensive line and what they did, right, of moving those guys off the line of scrimmage. This was a tough defense to run the ball on, and we did a really good job. And they tightened it up in the second half and, forced us to throw it a little bit more than we wanted to. But the way we ran the ball in the first half was what we look forward to do and who we want to be. But we still want to do more. We still want to just run it as much as we can throughout the entire game.
That was D'Amico Ryans on Sunday after the Texans beat the Saints 20-13, talking about the run game. And the Texans' run game on Sunday was better. I still wouldn't say it was good. And so the fact that you're calling that your best effort on the ground is probably not a good thing. And as the Texans hit the bye week this week, it kind of feels like the calendar turns. The calendar turns from 2023 to 2024. The calendar turns from pre-bye week to post-bye week. And so we want to kind of go through some resolutions that the Texans should have for after the bye week. And my first one is stop trying to run the ball. Just stop. It's not working. You can sit there and tell me how it was so good last week. It was fine. 31 carries, 120 yards. But when you dig up at the running backs, Dameon Pierce is getting most of the carries, or at least he's getting more than half of your carries. He averaged 2.6 yards a carry on Sunday against the Saints. So 31 carries, 120 yards. Singletary had a 17-yard run. Great. But let's look at Mike Boone, 1 carry for 11 yards, and Xavier Hutchinson had a 12-yard run. So let's take out those 23 yards, okay? So it's 23 yards, so now you're down to 97 yards on 29 carries. That's what, 3 yards a carry? That's not good enough. And you are putting your offense in such a tough spot when you are continually trying to run into a wall, and that's what they're running into. Of all their 32 teams in the NFL, the Texans are worst when it comes to yards before contact on the ground. So I get you want to run the ball and you should, strive for a little bit of balance, and you've got to show it sometimes. But I also want the ball in the hands of C.J. Stroud as much as possible, because he's the guy who's going to make plays. And I think that you have to be able to trust the receivers that you have and your tight ends to go make plays as well. And I'll never forget, this was something that Rex Ryan said way back in the day when he would be playing against Tom Brady and Peyton Manning, because he would invite runs. Like, he would always say, I want those guys to run the ball, because if they are running the ball, that means Peyton Manning and Tom Brady aren't throwing it. So if you are a Texans opponent, you want the Texans running the ball because you don't want the ball in C.J. Stroud's hand. I think that's the way that you have to look at it. And the Texans, again, it looked better. It looked better basically for one drive. You had the one really good drive with Singletary on it. So just stop trying to do it. Stop putting your offense in a difficult spot, because they tried to run the ball in the second half. It did not work. So let's focus on throwing the football here after the bye week. I'm not saying you go 100% pass, but 65-35 pass. I'm telling you, it's going to make everything. It's going to make your offense so much more efficient if you do that. And you've got to be able to trust your rookie quarterback. All right, Figgy, what's your first resolution?
So mine is kind of related to yours. I know the run game is not working right now. I think they need to go out and get somebody, man. I think the trade deadline is in, I think you said 11 days. It's on Halloween.
Yes, Halloween.
So I think they should really look into acquiring some type of big-time running back, in lack of a better word. I like Dameon Pierce. I think he's good, but I don't think he's running back number one good. They got him in the 4th round. I think that's a perfect spot to get somebody like that in there, but I think you need somebody else too. I think him carrying the whole load is not. I don't think that will help the Texans at all. I don't think he's that type of running back. I think he's really good at the end of games where you need to run the ball hard, get that first down, and milk the clock and all that stuff. But I just think his style, man. I think he needs somebody else with him with that type of style, and maybe you'll see a difference. I'm not sure, because we had this conversation earlier about which is it the offensive line? Is it the running backs? What Miko said, the offensive line was blocking really good. They did a good job, and he kind of pointed the finger at Dameon Pierce. So I'm not sure which one it is, but I think I always thought the Texans needed some type of other running back too. I like Singletary, but I don't know if he's that person. So I do think they need to try to, see what's out there. I ain't saying give up a first round pick for a running back or nothing like that, but see what's out there. Try to bring somebody else in that, CJ need another weapon too. Somebody to throw the ball out the backfield type of deal. So I would say look into getting another running back.
To me, if you are last in yards before contact, that's usually an offensive line thing.
Yeah.
I guess you're not giving your running backs really an opportunity to succeed when you are last in that category. And, the team that is second to last in yards before contact is the Raiders, and that's with Josh Jacobs. And Josh Jacobs, he led the league in rushing last year. I think most people would agree he's a good back. And Josh Jacobs is now averaging less than 3 yards a carry this year. So much of it is on the offensive line. It's not everything. Like, you still, as a back, you can make guys miss, and you can, find yards in other ways. But if you're getting hit, like, right at the line of scrimmage every single time, you just don't have a chance.
Yeah, and it's a little troubling, too, because we spent a lot of money on this offensive line. You got Tunsil back. You got Titus back. And I feel like Shaq Mason. A lot of money right there. And I feel like we waiting around for these rookies that never played. Juice never played in the NFL game so far. And we sitting there waiting for him to come back. And I'm not sure if it's going to get better. It might get better. I don't know. But
can't be worse. Can't be worse than 32nd in yards before contact.
Yeah, it's tough, man. It's very tough.
All right, so my next one is kind of going to piggyback of what Figgy just said about going to get a running back. I'm not necessarily on the let's go get a running back, but make some sort of big deal at the trade deadline. Like, use the assets that you have to help supplement this roster, because the division is right there for you. Like, Jacksonville isn't going to run away with this division. That schedule is really difficult. The Texans already have the one game in hand against the Jags, and the next time the two teams will play is here at NRG. So, like, you can win the division. It is there. Just go make some sort of a move that will give you an opportunity to do so. And last year, I think Bradley Chubb was probably the big trade chip that got moved before the deadline. There were a couple others, but he got moved for a first-round pick. I don't know if I would necessarily give up a first-round pick at the trade deadline or the Browns' first-round pick at the trade deadline, but I would think about it for the right guy. Like, you look at Brian Burns of Carolina's linebacker, 25 years old, an elite talent. Yeah, I know he's a free agent at the end of the season, and you got to worry about that, but that's the type of guy that I think you should target, because wherever that Cleveland pick winds up, let's say right in the middle of the first round at 16 or 17, you can get a good player at 16 or 17, but the likelihood of you getting a player of that sort of caliber, the caliber of a Brian Burns, who's, an all-pro type player, very low, and it's definitely low for year one. So if you're looking to compete next year, take that shot. And the other advantage that the Texans have going for them right now is they're in a great cap space. The cap is in great shape right now. You have a terrific rookie quarterback in the first year of his rookie contract. You have maybe your best defensive player, Will Anderson, in the first year of his rookie contract. So it gives you an opportunity, it affords you an opportunity to splurge in other areas. So why not do that with somebody like Brian Burns? You pay him a hefty price for the next few years. And then by the time that it's time to pay Stroud and pay Anderson and their cap numbers go up, you have a little bit more flexibility when it comes with Burns and when it comes with other spots. So, like, the time to really pounce is when you have a quarterback on a rookie deal, especially when you know he's going to be good. And I think we all agree that C.J. Stroud is going to be good. So for me, the Texans' resolution for Nick Caserio post-bye week is take a big swing at the trade deadline. See if you can really bring in a legitimate talent to this team.
I agree, man. I agree. And, we know CJ is the guy at this point. So let's not waste any time. Let's try to load up and go from there.
All right, let's go back to Game 5 of the ALCS. We'll focus on that for the last segment of the show. Astros and Rangers. Astros lineup is out. It is the same lineup that they used last night in Game 4. Altuve, Dubon, Bregman, Alvarez, Abreu, Tucker, McCormick, Pena, and Maldonado with Verlander on the mound. The Rangers going with Simeon, Seager, Carter, Garcia, Taveras, Young, Lowe, Garver, and Heim. So you have the same 18 guys starting in this game. The difference for the Rangers is that they shuffled the deck a little bit, moving Taveras and Young up, and then moving Garver and Heim down. So Game 5 of the ALCS is coming up. First pitch is at 4:07 from Globe Life Field, where the roof will be closed. I believe Dusty Baker is talking to the media right now. We'll see. We'll pull out anything important that comes out of that. But first, we are going to do Whiskey River right here as soon as I find it, and I don't know where it is.
Yellow Rose.
River. Yellow Rose, thank you.
Yeah, Yellow Rose.
I'm the worst at this stuff, I'm telling you. So we're going to go ahead and give one of those away. That's the fourth one. We've been giving away one every single hour, so let's do that right here.
The Yellow Rose Bi-Week Whiskey Talk with Sean Pendergast is the place to be next Thursday night. Be caller number 5 now, and you and a guest will be joining us at this exclusive event thanks to Yellow Rose Distillery. 713-572-4610. Be caller number 5 to 713-572-4610. And you're on your way to the Yellow Rose Distillery for the Bi-Week Whiskey today.
All right, coming up next on Sports Radio 610, we got one segment to go. We will get more into Game 5 of the ALCS, and we'll hear from Dusty Baker. That's next on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Payne and In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Final segment before the weekend. Adam Spillane in for John and Landry. Figgy is here. We are monitoring Dusty Baker's pregame press conference in Arlington. A little bit of news coming out of that. Framber Valdez will start Game 6 of the ALCS for the Astros on Sunday. Not a surprise, but now official. So Nathan Eovaldi and Framber Valdez, Game 6, a rematch of Game 2, where Eovaldi was great and Valdez was not. So the Astros will hope that Framber bounces back from two really poor postseason starts. For the first one against Minnesota, and then on Monday against the Rangers, and he did not pitch well against Seattle, his last regular season start either. So something to watch. You know, Valdez got a little unlucky in that game. Not real unlucky, but there was a little luck that went with it on Monday, where the first two pitches of the game were, the first one was a sinker that was that was below the strike zone, and Marcus Semien shot at a diving Jeremy Pena. That's a play that Pena maybe could have made. It would not have been an easy play, but he had a shot at it. And then the very next pitch is the little blooper down the left field line from Corey Seager. And so you throw two pitches, you allow a couple of hits, and then Framber just screws up the PFP. And that's really what set that inning in motion. So Valdez against Eovaldi, game 6. Still have Game 5 today. With Verlander against Montgomery. First pitch is in about an hour and a half. Figgy, who are we handing it off to in 10 minutes?
Brandon Scott and Ron Show,
okay,
or Ron Hughley.
Yes, I just saw Brandon's Twitter right now. They are at Sawyer Park in Spring, so if you're in that area or you want to get to that area, go hang out with them from 2 to 6. You can watch the game with them from 2 until 6. Astros going with the same lineup that they went with in Game 4 last night. They have obviously swung the bats very well in Arlington, not just in this series, but they have all season long. It feels like this is a must-win game. It would be beneficial. I don't know if they want to have to win 2 in a row against a very good Rangers team, especially knowing that the 2 games are going to be at Minute Maid Park, where they have obviously struggled really the last half of the season and the postseason as well. The Astros are 1-3 at Minute Maid. During the postseason, they've lost 3 in a row. They won Game 1 against Minnesota. They lost Game 2, and then of course they lost the first 2 games against Texas in this series. Both games were very close, but there has been the comparison made over the last couple of days between this series and the 2019 series. And actually, Jose Altuve was just asked about that a few minutes ago, and he said, "I don't want to talk about that because we wound up losing that series," which of course they did, and because nobody could win at home during the 2019 World Series. But I think the better comparison for 2019 is that this Texas team is built a lot like that Nationals team, where they only, that Washington team, they had some really good pitchers. They had the 4 starters, Scherzer, Strasburg, Corbin, and then Sanchez. And then they had the 2 relievers that they really trusted in Doolittle and Hudson. This Rangers team is kind of similar, except they don't have the same starting pitching, and the bullpen is just a little deeper. The Nationals were able to get by, and part of that was, you had to give them credit because they were just very creative with how they used their pitchers. They were very comfortable using, especially Patrick Corbin, they were comfortable using him out of the bullpen during the World Series, and it helped them. It helped them in 2 of the games that they won. And so the Rangers they don't really have that. They have the 2 starters that they really have a lot of faith in right now, with Montgomery, who's going to go today, and Eovaldi, who's going to go Sunday. You have Scherzer, who's coming back from the injury, and then you have the bullpen. And so the Astros did a poor job in games 1 and 2 of getting to everybody else on that staff. They let Montgomery in a third, and so that allowed Bruce Bochy to then use his 3 best relievers, Spores, Chapman, and Leclerc. Then in Game 2, you had Eovaldi pitch deep in that game. He was able to go 6, and again, Bochy was able to just stick with the 3 relievers that he trusted. But the Astros, the last 2 games, have been able to get them out of that script. And so I imagine the Rangers knew they weren't going to get a ton from Scherzer in Game 3, just coming back from the injury, and the Astros took advantage. And then last night, I think in a perfect world, and I don't know exactly what the Rangers' plan was, but to me, the plan for them was get 3 innings out of Heaney, get 3 innings out of Dunning, and then hand the ball off to the 3 relievers. But the Astros' ability to get Heaney out of that game completely ruined that plan. So Heaney blows up in the first. They have to use Dunning a lot earlier than they expected, and then you got to try and find a way to bridge the rest of the inning. So that game gets tied. They get the game tied, but instead of having one of the pitchers that they wanted to have in there, they had to go into the underbelly of the bullpen, and the Astros were able to take advantage. They took advantage of Bradford. They took advantage of Stratton, and then from then on, the game was really out of reach, and it didn't matter at that point. So that is what's going to be important for the Astros tonight or today. Can you force Bruce Bochy to have to get off of his script? Because I imagine he goes into this game this afternoon and he wants to go 6 innings at least with Montgomery, and then you hand the ball off to Spores, you hand the ball off to Chapman, and you hand the ball off to Leclerc at the end of the game. I'm kind of going through this Dusty Baker press conference really quick. Do you have the very beginning exchange, Biggie? Because just play that really quick, because I think Dusty wanted to pull one on some of the reporters there. He seemed to want to be a little coy with who his Game 6 starting pitcher was. Go ahead and run
That's the first question. We'll start with Chandler, 5 rows back on your left, Dusty.
Dusty, do you have a Game 6 starter yet?
No.
And why wouldn't it be?
Oh, Game 6.
Yeah.
Framber.
Okay.
And we'll go to Brian in the next.
Let's play this answer. Play this answer too, because this is an important one.
Row ahead.
How crucial was it just to stay away from your high leverage guys yesterday? I guess that they had pitched a little bit, workload was building up, and I guess they'll be able to reset for today.
You asked that question yesterday, and came to fruition that we trying not to use them, but we're trying to win the ball game, and it helped a lot. It was big time the way that, excuse me, that Stanek threw the double play pitch, and then the fact that Hunter Brown was so good for those 3 innings. I mean, that really helped us out, and plus the additional runs that we added on.
All right, so that was really the big bonus. You heard Brian McTaggart ask that question. That's a really big bonus of what the Astros were able to do yesterday. Not only do you get a win, you get a win in a game that you absolutely had to have, but you were able to stay away from your 3 best relievers. And Brian Abreu they've used him a lot over the course of the season, and obviously he is factored into all these playoff games. I think the only postseason game he pitched in all 3 games of this series. He pitched in Game 1, pitched in Game 2, pitched in Game 3. So you didn't have to use him yesterday. You didn't have to use Neris. You didn't have to use Presley. So you go into this game with a rested bullpen, and that matters at this time of the year, because if your bullpen is fresh, it gives you a little bit more flexibility. I think in a perfect world, Dusty Baker would love to be able to get 6 out of Verlander. He got 6 2/3 out of him on Sunday. If you can do that again, you hand the ball off. You don't need your bullpen to cover that many outs. But because they're rested, because they didn't have to be used last night, those guys can cover maybe a little bit more. You can be a little bit more aggressive with your bullpen than maybe you had planned going in. And so I think a really good example of this would be, let's say last night's game is a little bit closer. Let's say they don't get those last 3 runs, and you have to use Abreu because you're trying to protect the 4-run lead instead of a 7-run lead. That means Abreu will have pitched 4 times in 5 days, and I don't know how much he has going into this one. I just don't know. I mean, could he pitch for you today? Absolutely, even if he had pitched in 4 out of 5 days. But I don't think it's something that you necessarily would have wanted to do. Now, he's pitched basically once in the last 3 days. Now it gives you a little bit more flexibility to lean on him a little bit more than maybe you would normally do. So maybe if you need 4 or 5 outs out of Abreu, you can go to Abreu for 4 or 5 outs, knowing that he's only pitched once in the last 3 days, and you're off tomorrow. So yesterday, that was the big bonus of yesterday. And not only do you get the win, but you did not have to use any of your 3 best relievers. And to me, that's a bonus. And that's why this Astros bullpen had kind of been through some ups and downs, and we had talked about it being overworked so much. It's because they weren't getting those blowout wins. Every win it seemed like that they would have was close, and there was a stretch. There was like a 2 or 3 month stretch where they did not win a game without having to use one of their best 5 relievers. And that's how baseball is nowadays, but they couldn't get one of those like 14-1 wins where, you know, your starter goes 7 and then you have a mop-up guy for the end of the game. That's what they were able to get yesterday. A lot of credit goes to Hunter Brown, who pitched really well out of the bullpen. 3 innings, did not give up a run, didn't walk anyone, more importantly. So overall, a good day. Figgy, who you got tonight?
I got the Astros tonight, man.
What about Sunday?
Sunday, I think I had them going 7 from the beginning. So I think Game 6 is going to scare us because I felt like the Rangers might pull off Game 6 and we're going to be headed to a Game 7 sitting scared. And I think the Astros going to take it all.
Okay, so there you go. Figgy says Astros in 7. He says Bill O'Brien was a good coach, and he's rooting for Deshaun Watson this weekend. So there you go.
Hey, that's 1 out of 3. that's a good 1 out of 3.
I'm just throwing out facts. We have you on the record, so that's just how it is. All right, Astros and Rangers again. Do we have them? Do we have Brandon and Ron?
Yeah, we got them.
All right, what's up, guys?
Oh, what's up, baby? And listen, as we're here live at Sawyer Park, this is absolutely one of the best venues we've been to. A great place for a football Friday, as well as a huge day for the Astros. The food is great. It is a great. There is not a better spot out here in spring. There is not a better spot to watch this game. TVs all over the place, outside, inside, huge TVs everywhere. This is the spot to be. And I also want to say, Adam, like, hey, just because Figgy came at me about my teriyaki wings, I can still be respectful, and I'll defend him. Yeah, I mean, Bill O'Brien was a good coach. All right, man. He was a good coach. So I mean, it's all right. He wasn't great at all.
I don't understand why y'all chose to litigate this, man. We in a good spot.
We in a good spot, but
we got D'Amico Ryans, we got C.J. Stroud.
I defend you.
Things are looking up. We didn't trade the draft pick. It looks like it's not going to matter.
I'm on that.
All of these good things that happen. Y'all want to relitigate Bill O'Brien.
Let me explain. Popped up because we were talking about Bill Belichick and how the Patriots way ain't the Patriots way. It's the Tom Brady way. And I said the only person that came out of New England that was all right was Bill O'Brien. And that's a fact. He was the only person that came out of that Patriots tree that was decent.
I'm just trying to stir the pot.
I thought you put it good. I thought you put it well, Figgy.
I learned that about Adam.
when Figgy said that he was all right, that's probably the best way to put it.
He's all right.
Yeah,
you know what? You're right.
Right.
You know what, Brandon? You're right.
He was all right.
I don't want to come out and say, man, a guy who's had a lot of injuries and got Brock Osweiler and Brian Hoare to the playoffs is a good coach.
In a division that had Zach Mettenberger and
I don't care, man. Those two dudes.
Yeah,
but I'm just saying,
good for him. That was all right.
Good for him. But it's a bigger day. Listen, we're on to bigger and better things, including the Astros. And hey, listen, I was loving some of the stuff I was hearing on this drive up here from you, Adam. I think it is a big thing because I do have a wonder. Like, for me, it's like Jordan Montgomery, he can't do this again to the Astros. Like, I mean, listen, he ain't that good. I mean, he's a third starter to me.
He damn sure looked like the other night, though.
He did the other night, but like they've seen him. You brought up a really great point, Adam, in saying this is the first time he's pitched against another the same opponent in a series. Like I am really interested to see how this works for him because this he's not a Hall of Fame level. He doesn't have amazing stuff. I refuse in my heart to believe he's going to be able to do that again to the Astros. Hold him scoreless? No chance.
Well, the big thing is the Astros know what plan A is. Can Montgomery now get to plan B? What does plan B look like for him? Because he's not going to be able to win with plan A once again because the Astros are ready for it.
Yeah. I like that you say that, Adam, because my question is, was plan A good enough? Like, I remember
there
after
were some
that,
hard hit balls, man.
There were, but I remember, Yordan Alvarez had some tough times with it. I remember him after the game talking about how the curveball looks like a fastball. And there were times where it did seem like they had trouble picking it up. Now, they're seeing it for a second time. And like you said, I do like your point, Ron, about, hey, it's not like Jordan Montgomery is Justin Verlander and is used to making the same sort of adjustments. Adam has gone over the numbers for Justin Verlander the second time he faces a lineup in a playoff series. Jordan Montgomery does not have that on his ledger, but it did look good. I am interested to see what the matchup looks like, not just the adjustment, but the adjustment to the adjustment.
You guys have a great show. Everybody out there, have a great weekend. Crosstalk is brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. You're listening to KILT AM, KILT HD2 and Odyssey Station. For Figgy, I'm Adam Spillane. Everybody have a great weekend out there.
All right, there it is. As we are live here, baby. As I see he done switched over to a different shirt today. I see Tyler Milner's in the building, ready to rock and roll, and Brandon.
Up and ready to be.
Yes, sir. Just always too much.
I hope Arlington's lubed up. That's all I got to say.
All right.
Oh, wow.
Okay, man. I mean, it's not even 2 o'clock
Oh, it's going to be one of these kind of days,
sir. And you got lubed up twice?
Yeah, that's right.
My God, man.
That's right.
All right,
Play
man.
stupid games, win stupid prizes, Arlington. Let's go.
That's right. By the way, you get to win pretty cool prizes here today as we are live here on a Football Friday. Your chance to win a $50 gift card to Academy Sports and a $50 gift card to La Michoacana. So if you're in the building right now, all you got to do is sign your name, your chance to win a $50 gift card, and you can put your name right in there, and we'll draw your name in the 3 o'clock hour. That'll be the first time we hook somebody up.
Is this the tea meal that I missed in the 15 minutes that I was absent yesterday?
Absolutely.
In those first 15 minutes that I wasn't around. And I did make it on time. I would like to note that today. But I feel like this is the tea meal that I was missing in those first 15 minutes. This spicy tea meal that's dropped 2 lubes on us in the first minute of the show.
Hey, listen, I'm juiced. I'm juiced for this tea meal. I'm juiced for this. The fan base, the cocky arrogance is back as well as it should be as the Astros tied it up last night. The lineup is out for today's game. Today's game, 4 o'clock here in a couple of hours. We will keep you updated. You don't want to go nowhere. You're going to stay right here. You know you're going to get that real action right here on the drive. As I said, Clint is out. Brandon Scott is in today. Make your way on out here to Sawyer Park. Great food. I just had the queso and some of the chicken strips are fantastic. It is a great, like an indoor-outdoor spot, and it's a beautiful day for that. And they've got something really cool back here as well. As you can go to SawyerPark.com. They've got Sawyer Suites where you can go get a nice little spot that's kind of in your own space. You can watch the game on a huge screen they have out here. It includes food that they have lined up over there and drinks as well. So come on out. Check out SawyerPark.com and see if you can get involved with them Sawyer Suites, as it is a great, great spot. All right, I'll give the lineup real quick. Here is the surprise. There is no surprise. The lineup is exactly the same as it was yesterday with the lefty on the mound. That is not a real surprise to see, as it is Altuve leading off. They keep Dubon in the 2 spot playing center field. Bregman, who was on base 3 times in front of Alvarez, he is in the 3 spot. Alvarez is the DH again. Abreu, who had the huge night. Tucker is up behind him, who struggled again last night, but he's batting 6, with McCormick staying in the game in left, with Pena and Maldonado as Justin Verlander is on the mound. All right, Tyler, I need something to get myself juiced, okay? All right, I just need to raise the energy. Can I get that Jose Abreu home run? It's 4-3. It looked like the Rangers, they felt like they was about to get up out of this thing as they got lucky because Jordan just barely missed. A grand slam.
Would have been a home run in 17 out of 30 ballparks.
Yes.
So
but
that in mind.
He scores the run. They got 2 outs. They feel like they're going to get out of it. They start the count 0-2, and he battles back and has another great at-bat just like Jordan did. And then give this to me, Tyler. I need to hear it.
Hammered to left center field. Way back there. It is gone. Second deck.
Oh my God! That
Man.
just I'm telling you, boy. He drilled that thing. He's been going second deck home runs. He did it in Minnesota twice. He did it here. I just want to ask, has Jose earned his stripes of being an Astro?
The Jose Abreu redemption tour continues, and you love to see it. Look, I don't think we can overstate this, and we're going to give Jose Abreu his flowers today because he absolutely deserves them. Like Yordan Alvarez, if the Astros go on to win this series, Yordan Alvarez is the ALCS MVP. I have a hard time imagining it going in a different direction. But Jose Abreu, to me, would be a close second. And then in terms of value, in terms of these entire playoff runs so far, Jose Abreu is right up there. If there wasn't a Yordan Alvarez, it would be Jose Abreu for me. Yep. And I don't think, again, the part that we can't overstate is how bad it started. Like, we weren't overreacting. We weren't overstating it at the time. And because of how
he was awful.
Well, he was so awful that even the fact that he made up for it at the end, even the fact that he had a really, really good September didn't quite make up for how awful exactly it was. So in totality, it was so bad that
his numbers when you finish it, if you look at his numbers,
it's still bad.
You were like, well, I mean, still, but you're like, damn, he had 18 and drove in 90.
Yeah,
as bad as it was. He really there were points in the season he came on, but
they're like that end of June, early July point.
Yep. And then
he had that little run, and then at the end of the season he has that run. But when you take it all in totality, he was one of the worst value contracts, especially in baseball, period. But especially at his position. One of the worst value contracts at his position throughout the entire year. And now none of that matters. None of that matters. Like you said, not no more. Like all of a sudden, none of it matters. He's made up for it. The redemption tour continues, and Jose Abreu is one of the more valuable players on the team that has a chance to go to the World Series.
Let me ask you this: 713-572-4610. Jump in on this as we're here on this Tachys Fiber Internet Football Friday, talking a little baseball as the biggest game of the year, the pivotal Game 5, starts at 4 o'clock, a little after 4 o'clock here today, as the Astros will take on the Rangers in Arlington. I want your thoughts, Tyler. I want you to think this through. B. Scott, you too as well. 713-572-4610. You can text in on this. When did you all know, this game's over? Like, at what point of it was it when you're like, hey, this thing is done? The Astros have this game. The Astros are going to win this game. It is over. OVER. When was it? 713-572-4610. Tyler, I ain't heard from you. When did you know this game was over? Point did you know the Astros got this thing? Tyler probably say before it started.
No, whenever Kitty was walking out to the mound, or really when Altuve walked into the box in the top of the first, I felt pretty good about it being very much over.
Guy, you knew the game was over when it started. Is that just
Was the game being played? Was it being played in Arlington? Yeah, I knew it was over.
Prime ultimate Astros arrogance right there. How did I know? Because I'm an Astros fan.
And here's the thing is, like, I think he's dead serious.
Oh, I believe him.
I don't think he's kidding. I think
serious as a heart attack, my friend.
I know. I believe you. 713-572-4610. When did you feel like this thing is over? This thing is over. Someone texted and said when Hunter Brown was pitching lights out.
Okay, that's reasonable.
Someone when I woke up. As Tyler
I appreciate
is now
the honesty.
using the text line as well. All right, for you, when did you feel like this game, the Astros have it?
Now, mind you, we went into this game. I remember I went into this game. We talked about this yesterday. Went into this game feeling pretty good about the matchup. Now, it didn't go exactly how I thought it would, but I went into it pretty confident to begin with. But based off of how it went, can't say that I really felt like you're asking when did I feel like they were going to win the game? Like this is over, the Astros got this in the bag. I didn't feel like that until Jose Abreu did what he did.
That home run.
Like even with
3-3 going into that inning.
Yeah,
they had gotten out of it. They had run Urquidy.
Yeah,
and now
they had run Urquidy. We'd had the stick moment at that point, right?
Yep.
Like we'd gotten out of the gym with the one pitch. Felt good about that. Felt really good about that. You get Yordan Alvarez at the plate with the bases loaded. Felt really confident about that. Still score a run. Just miss a home run. Would have been a home run. Would have been a grand slam in 17 out of 30 ballparks. Just missed that, but still scored a run. Okay. All right. Good. That's cool. Didn't get exactly what you wanted, but then Jose Abreu steps up just a little bit later and cashes in on it, right? So to me, it was almost like an and one. Instead of getting the 3-point shot, you got the and one because you still got the 4 runs that you were expecting to get if Jordan does exactly what you want him to do. And at that point, I felt like, hey, the Rangers have already come back. They started out this thing. What happens? What do you get? Double, single, triple? You go double, single, triple, and they jump out on you on the starter, on Heaney. They wanted 50 pitches out of him or more probably, or probably wanted him to go 5 innings or more. You chase him early. They come back. That took a lot already. Okay, you get a second lead off of a 3-run shot right after what could have been a grand slam with Jordan. Get the 3-run shot by Abreu, but they probably could live with getting beat by instead of Jordan. Oh, yeah, I felt good at that moment. And you had already gotten to their lesser pitchers. You're in a bullpen game effectively, right? Both teams in a bullpen game using 2 starters, quasi-starters, back-end starters in a bullpen game, and you like your matchup, and then you take a second lead like that. That's the moment where I felt pretty good about it.
Yeah, 713-572-4610. When did you feel like the Astros had this game won? Tyler, the start of the ball game. As soon as it came on, Tyler said he knew this sucker was over. Brandon said when the home run was hit by Jose Abreu. For me, it was as soon as Andrew Heaney got ran.
Yeah.
As they get there in that he wasn't able to make it out of the first inning. That's when I felt like it was over, because
that was the first sign of their plan being derailed.
Yeah, it was
because that was not part of their plan.
Because the point is, like, they know it, the Astros know it, everybody watching knows it. Like, if that bullpen has to fill a ton of innings, and the bullpen has to have more than the guys they want to use, the 3 guys that they trust at the back end.
Yeah.
If they gotta fill a lot to get to them, they're in trouble.
Yeah.
And at that point, you knew, all right, we talked about it. We knew the formula was going to be, let's go with Heaney, and like he did against Baltimore, can we get him to go, somewhere between 3 to 4 innings? They pulled him out 3 2/3 against Baltimore. Then Dunning came in and was able to bridge that thing to those 3 in the back end they want to go to. Well, as soon as he didn't make it to the first, I knew Dunning was coming in. But I then at that point you knew, well, he's not going to pitch 5.
Right.
Like, you knew at that point they're going to have to use these other dudes but they were going to have to use multiple guys before they had to get – and there is no way, spotted 3-0, there's no way that the Rangers bullpen is going to hold down the Astros offense from continuing to score.
Yeah.
And everybody knows it.
Right.
It is a thing tonight, too. If they get to Jordan Montgomery and he can't get it to the 3 guys at the back end for the Rangers, like they were able to do the first 2 games and like they've pretty much been able to do in most of the games in the postseason, they're probably going to give up runs, especially the way this Astros team is swinging the bat. So when that happened, I was like, oh, this is over.
Yeah.
They're not going to stop them from adding on to this 3-0 lead. And we look at it, their bullpen, none of those big 3 get used, and they give up 7 runs.
It was the first panic moment, the initial panic moment, the initial sign of their plan not going accordingly, right? So, like, I could definitely see that. But I will say from that moment, they did at least have another guy that they trusted. Like, they hadn't at that point gotten to the guys that they hadn't – their pitching staff at that point, to me, even still had not yet been exposed the way it was, say, when they had to go – when they felt like, at least, Bruce Bochy did, felt like he had to go away from Dunning and go to the lefty to take care of Yordan Alvarez. And it worked out to an extent, but not really, because he still ended up scoring the run. He didn't – I mean, he could have – that could have still been a grand slam, as I've mentioned twice already, in 17 to 30 ballparks. But once you go from your two ideal options, just concede that the lefty that he's going to is a lesser pitcher than Dunning and Heaney, then already now you're choosing that option to go against Yordan Alvarez. And then there's Jose Abreu to kind of clean up the mess there. So to me, that was when it really, to me, went off the rails for the Rangers, even though you can say, hey, once Heaney doesn't even get you out of the first inning, you're already kind of panicking. Like, if I was a Rangers fan, that would have definitely been the moment I would have panicked.
Even when Seager tied it up,
Yeah.
even when they got back, I was like, okay, they got out of it. But all I know is they're going to keep putting up runs. And now it is the Astros bullpen versus theirs. And I just did not believe they were going to be able to hold them down, and they're not. They're not.
And the Astros bullpen versus theirs.
Can we say something about that?
That's
real quick?
advantage Astros.
And can we go there's some advantages. I don't know how much all of us would say that. Hey, man, and what'd you say, Tyler? Ryan Stanek threw one pitch and got the W.
Yeah,
he threw one pitch.
Nice day of work
pitch,
right there.
A huge pitch, and he induces the double play to get them out of that inning after Urquidy struggled and was pulled. But two guys, man, Ryan Stanek and Hunter Brown were huge. Hunter Brown pulled the Christian Javier from 2021, where he comes in and stabilizes and holds things down. And I'm telling you what, Hunter Brown, I've said this before, Tyler, you know it, I love stuff. Stuff to me especially plays in the postseason where you got swing and miss stuff. 97 coming up and humming, and he's cutting it loose because he knows he ain't got to go 6, and he is busting through. He has great stuff, and they couldn't touch him. Those two guys, to me, were huge in this game.
Yeah, man, 100%. And I think even bigger picture, like, first of all, give them their flowers. 100% Ryan Stanek in that moment. Like, I look at Ryan Stanek as somebody, like, a forgotten figure for the Astros. Especially, remember last year where it was like, during the postseason, it was like, where's Ryan Stanek? He was one of their better relievers last season.
He had the best ERA in the history of the franchise for a reliever.
The best ERA for a reliever in the history of the franchise. And when it got to the postseason, in which they won the World Series, he vanished. He completely disappeared.
That Brian Abreu fella came over and just...
Yeah, and then you get to this year, he's got that moment at Dodger Stadium where he's called for the balk, and he goes off on that second base umpire. I know he got injured at one point this year, and it's just like, and even this year it feels like he's one of the forgotten figures because he's not one of their high leverage relievers. But for him to come up in that moment, even if it is just one pitch, I love that for Ryan Stanek. But bigger picture, I'm like, man, these dudes were able to win a bullpen game, and just, I guess, maybe by the grace of the calendar, but they were able to win a bullpen game without their actual high leverage dudes. Like, they were able to do a bullpen game with the other guys in their bullpen and one of their starters that they were able to plug in there. Like, to me, that was ideal.
Tyler, I didn't want to be the one to say it, but Dusty was in it.
Boy, was he?
Hey,
let me throw you a little Stanek. Let me throw you a little brother Brown out there.
I'm gonna tell you, Dusty. I said it yesterday. I trust Dusty. I sure as hell wasn't into that Michael Brantley sitting down on the bench thing for Chas McCormick after those at-bats we watched.
That worked out.
Wait, you trust Dusty, the future Hall of Famer? You really trust him?
What is he thinking?
I was thinking, boy, I don't know,
You're
man.
insane.
I know Dubon's been swinging the bat well, but, man, you move Brantley up in that 2 spot, and then here comes Dubon just all over the place on the bases, making contact. He's a perfect two-hole hitter. And Brantley is too, but a perfect 2-hole hitter. And then Chas goes deep, and I just said,
well,
right,
and shout out to Chas, but shout out to Chas. But Michael Brantley did feel like the more reliable player. I don't think we were out of bounds to feel like it was a better idea to have him in the lineup, but certainly.
Oh, I'm not saying the idea was wrong. I'm just saying,
but credit Dusty for having the finger on the pulse, so to speak. But let me say this though, real quick, before we get out of here, before we hit the break, man. I got to humble myself right here before the Sawyer Park crowd, before the Sports Radio 610 audience, the city of Houston.
This man is drinking a cold beer on you.
Listen, man, I got to humble myself and apologize. I owe the most sincere apology to Dusty Baker, Martin Maldonado, hell, even you, Ron.
What?
And everybody yesterday
I'm all ears.
Who was getting on me about not giving Dusty Baker credit for leaving Martin Maldonado in the lineup, man. Because, look, I wasn't about that. I thought a broke clock could be right twice. All that. I wasn't all that enamored.
He did strike out with the bases loaded yesterday.
He did, but he also drew that walk that started the rally.
He did, didn't he?
He drew that walk that started the rally. And that's the type of stuff, Ron, like, that's not the type of thing that's going to show up in the analytics or in the box scores and the numbers that you're going to study when you're trying to figure out who's a good player and who's not. When you study those numbers, it tells you that Martin Maldonado don't have no business out there. But when you actually watch the game and you're invested in the result and the outcome and you really have an appreciation for some of these moments, you're like, you know what? I got to humble myself. I'm not able to readily identify from just looking at the numbers. When I really pay attention, dude's got some value, man. I got to give him credit. I didn't want to do it yesterday. I was wrong.
That's good. That's big of you.
Apology,
That's big of you, and many people could follow in his leadership.
I have to do that.
Clint could learn a lesson.
Okay, wow, Tyler, man, shots fired. Yeah. All right, hey Tyler, I need you to help me out with something because, I like to get up and I like to listen to see, what the other radio stations in the other cities are talking about. So I slid over to Dallas, and hey, y'all, I just want you to listen to a small piece of this. I just want you to listen to a small piece of this because this is our sister station, 105.3 The Fan, RJ and Sean. And listen to what they're saying, their morning show. I just want you to hear a piece of this. Go ahead. Hit me with that, Tyler.
Your city sucks, Astros fans. I just want you to know if you're spying on us this morning.
Just give them a little piece. I'm telling you, it gets worse. It gets worse. If you want to hear them come on the other side, they are losing it. And I'm going to tell you what, Tyler, you got to speak for the people. I need a Tyler Milner response because I don't know if anybody loves the city of Houston more than Tyler Milner. And Tyler's heard this. Tyler, you can take your ass home if you don't stand up for this city. I'm serious. You can take your ass home. We'll find somebody else to produce this thing if you can't step up for the people. If you want to hear the rest of what they're saying about your great city, stay tuned on The Drive. That's next.
Bury me in the H.
The bye week is here, and there's plenty to talk about with our hometown squad. Want to be a part of the conversation? Join Leader, Sports Radio 610. It's Attacker's Fiber Internet Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Sawyer Park Ice House in Spring, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back on this Football Friday and a huge day for the Houston Astros. We are live here at Sawyer Park here in Spring. Make your way on out here, man. It's a great time. I got my man out here. I must have called him a while back. He showed me an old picture of the two of us right there. So it's a good time out here. They've got there's no better place to come and watch the game. Game starts at 4 o'clock. They've got TVs all over the place, inside, outside. And as I said, man, I walk back there, B. Scott and Tyler, you have got to take a look at putting yourself in the Sawyer Suites. You can go to SawyerPark.com and find out more information, but you got your own little designated area. You got a huge screen out there that you can watch under shade. They've got food. They got your own personal bar back there. That is a hell of a spot. It's a big area, so it is a spot to be. And if you're in the building, you got a chance to win a $50 gift card to La Michi Wakana. All you got to do is, like my man right now in the Space City jersey is doing, sign your name, fill your name out, put it in the box, and we will raffle out first a $50 to Academy Sports. So you don't want to miss that. All right, we played a little taste of this on the other side, Tyler. And I know I heard it this morning, and that was the first person I thought of. And they are letting it go today here in Dallas after the Astros have just tied up this series. This is our sister station, Sean and RJ, and this is RJ Choppy, one of the co-hosts of their show 105.3 The Fan in Dallas, and they let it get away from about 6:10 this morning. This is them. Just so mad that they lost that they just had to cut at the city of Houston.
Your city sucks, Astros fans. I just want you to know, if you're spying on us this morning, I hope to God you're spying on us so that I can tell your city you are such trash. Your city sucks. Your baseball team sucks. It's your food sucks. Like, everything about Houston is so damn awful. And I'm embarrassed that it's even 2-2 against such a trash city like that.
Terrible.
Well, be embarrassed then, homie. Be embarrassed then.
He is really upset.
Hey, before Tyler goes off, can I just let me just say something? I just love the irony and the hilarity of somebody want to trash Houston to that degree. And, bro, you live in, and that's Bobby Belt. I know who Bobby Belt is. He's from out that way. Bro, you're from Dallas. Like I don't know, and Houston to me is one of the best cities in the world. But Dallas, like we're supposed to be impressed by Dallas, bro. You trashing Houston and you're from Dallas, which, if we're being honest, is a comparable city. Like, what are we doing, bro? Like, you sound like an idiot.
I mean, he just really. I mean, he came after the food. That was interesting.
Stupid. Like, honestly, tell me how the food is at all really significantly different. Certainly not worse, but how is it, like, significantly different?
What's the signature Dallas dish?
Thank you.
I'm just curious. The signature thing.
Like, at least Houston is closer to Louisiana.
I mean,
and we got a little bit of everything around here. What kind of flavor they got up there?
All right, Tyler, you got a response, and I want to hear this response because this is the first one I thought about you. I mean, I think you need to stand up. You're as much Houston as anybody I know, Tyler. Your response.
Yeah, no, someone needs to stand up. I'll be that guy for him. Absolutely, I always will, because what this guy just said, the idiocy associated with the audio that we just played. It all starts with the lack of this guy being able to say it with his chest. Is this what was his name? This is RJ, right?
That was Bobby Belt.
Is that Bobby Belt?
Bobby Belt.
Tough name.
Okay, yeah, that's tough. Bobby Belt sounds like he's 10 years old waiting for hair to grow on his peaches, and he wasn't sure where he was going next. If you're gonna come to an entire city, my friend, and make claims like Houston is trash and I'm embarrassed that they even tied it up, at least back it up with some substance, dude. This guy doesn't know what he's talking about. All he could say was Houston trash. Yeah, we were the fattest city in America for several years because the food is just that bad down here. The stats, the numbers don't lie, my friend. And you shouldn't be embarrassed that it's 2-2 in the ALCS. You should be very thankful your asses didn't get swept because we all see what you do in clutch moments. You piss away the AL West towards the end of the season, couldn't win a game in September, and now you're acting like you're king of the world and you can't win a damn game at home. They called us the Arlington Astros last night, dude. You can't copy the two banners in Houston. We got two banners. Meanwhile, you're holding two Johnsons. We've all seen the picture, okay? We know how Rangers celebrate. You need to be thankful for where you're at. And you can try to copy Minute Maid Park all you want. We see it on the TV. We know Globe Life is just a carbon copy to the best you could do up there in Arlington. But it's all right. We'll treat it like our own home and keep beating your ass every game in Arlington. And we're going to end this thing in 6, like I've been telling you. This guy's stupid, dude.
Yeah, okay. Damn, you were good there, too. You did say it was going to be a sweep to start. I don't know when you changed it to.
Which is why they should be thankful. And also, I know I claimed that the Rangers were dead at one point. I said they were dead as they were pissing away the division. We all witnessed it.
This one just came to his head.
But you know what? That's okay, too, because your crowd is so dead at your home games when the Astros are beating the Rangers' ass that they might as well be a bunch of zombies walking around Globe Life.
Oh, my God.
He actually did start his segment complaining about that.
What happened to our crowd?
Yeah.
Why were the Astros so much better?
It's the business people at the Shut the hell up and be better.
Orange is so loud.
Yeah.
And we've been voted the fattest city.
Hey, underrated. No, underrated in his rant there was he. Tyler is the first person that I've heard be able to adequately brag about Houston at one point being the fattest city in America. And I feel like you got to respect it.
Just say it with your chest, Bobby Belts. Don't say stuff about an entire city and don't back it up with anything.
Respect the game.
Ignorant.
Yeah, you're right. I didn't feel like Bobby meant it. I really didn't. I didn't feel like Bobby meant it.
Your food's not good.
That's why. That's right there. That was the response. Tyler Milner, the second best producer in all of Afternoon Drive, not in Los Angeles and New York. Number 2, Tyler Milner with that beautiful piece of gold there. All right. Here we go. Let's look at this. Why is Game 5 so important? We know the obvious, but big picture wise, why is Game 5 so important? We'll tell you on the other side.
All right, we got Astros playoffs. I don't know that you need much more, but you got Astros playoffs. You got football 5 days a week, NFL and college football. And I don't know if you've been paying attention, but them Texans
800-684-4611. That's 800-684-4611.
It's Attacker's Fiber Internet Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Sawyer Park Ice House in Spring, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right, as we are live out here on this Tachys Fiber Internet Football Friday. And we are at, as you just heard, Sawyer Park. Get on out here in spring. This is a great location. A great location. People are starting to come in as the Astros get started at 4 o'clock. And if you're in the building, hi, ma'am. If you're in the building, you got a chance to win a $50 gift card to Academy Sports and La Michoacana. All you have to do is go right here, fill out your name, put it in the raffle box, and here coming up, you'll have a chance to win a $50 gift card. So that's all you got to do. If you're in the building, it's completely harmless. Just write your name down. No address, no social security card number, none of that. Just your name, and you have a chance to win a $50 gift card. People on the text line, 713-572-4610, they feel like you should go to number 1 after that rant. Let's hold our horses, folks. Get them, Tyler.
It was elite.
And talk about their mamas, too. He moved up 2 spots. Damn. God, dog.
I mean, it was elite.
Yeah. So
climbing, baby.
Maid Park. Yeah, it was good. Somebody called in and just said, "Can I call in and speak as well?"
Very polite.
Very polite. Very polite.
Unlike those idiots up Highway 45, manners, class. You know, we wouldn't cancel. We wouldn't tell the Rangers, "Oh, you got a massive hurricane coming your way." No, you need to go play somewhere else. You can't play at our ballpark because not only are we champions in Houston, but we have some class as well. They could learn a lot from us, actually.
Still going.
They could.
It's still going.
They could. He's right. Points were made.
I didn't say he wasn't.
Points were made.
He's still going.
Their asses are up there jamming Creed. We're down here listening to Paul Wall, Zero, Bun. These guys don't know what they're doing. Jackassery.
Worried about our food and ain't got no music taste. Imagine that.
They're banging Paul Wall and Creed.
Yeah, can you take me higher?
Oh, man, he is rolling. By the way, coming up.
Keep doing it.
Hey, let's
Dingoes.
do this. Are we doing this once an hour? Your chance to win. Stay tuned in this hour. Your chance to win a pair of tickets. We're doing it once an hour. It's opportunity. At some point in this segment, your chance to win a pair of tickets to Yellow Rose Whiskey Talk. It is coming up, and it is coming up next Thursday. Caller. Let's do it. Hell, let's do it right now, Tyler. Why not? Caller number 5. Caller number 5, 713-572-4610. Caller number 5, 713-572-4610. Your chance right now. First of 4 opportunities to be at our Yellow Rose Whiskey Talk. It is always a good time. And Sean Pendergast, who leads the way. We got a lot to talk about. As we said yesterday, this year we actually got a football season to talk about, potential of a playoff division.
Yep.
We got a lot to talk about, and Sean will be there along with many others from Sports Radio 610. So go ahead and give us a call, and you'll see, or give us a call, your chance to win this, and hopefully you're there to hang out with us on always a great night at our Yellow Rose Whiskey Talk. So Tyler will take care of you, and it'll be a good time. You remember, your chance to do that each and every hour. That was the first of 4, your chance to win a pair of those tickets. All right, can we get into this? Because today, obviously, the obvious of, hey, Game 5, series tied. This is the pivotal Game 5. Generally, in these situations, the team that wins Game 5 wins the series, puts themselves in obviously the greatest spot to win the series. It is now a 3-game series. You win this one, go back to Minute Maid, which who knows what that means. But if you're able to pull this off, you put yourself in obviously best position to win the series. But long-term wise, because I know you have some nerves on what Sunday could bring. We know there's going to be a Game 6. By the way, we know who's starting Game 6, and it is Framber Valdez. That has already been announced. Framber Valdez will start Game 6, and I'm pretty sure it will be versus Nathan Uvalde, the same matchup in Game 2. So for you, Game 5 is even bigger to you
than just how normally big it is with a pivotal Game 5.
Yeah, because I need the comfort. I need the comfort going into Game 6 feeling like I've got 2 shots to win it at Minute Maid Park. I do not want, as great as Framber Valdez has been over the last few years for the Astros, we've seen how it's gone over the more recent starts, and I don't feel comfortable going into an elimination scenario, season on the line, and just one shot with Framber Valdez on the mound to save the season. I got to have it today. 4 o'clock today. I absolutely have to have all 3 of these games in Arlington / South Oklahoma. Today is critical. And look, it's not just because of the math of it. Obviously, you would rather be up 3-2 than down 3-2.
It's Framber for you.
It's Framber, and also today for me, like I feel like you have to take advantage of your pitching matchups, the ones that are in favor of you. And so far, I feel like they've done that in Arlington so far, right? I think that they did that with Christian Javier versus Max Scherzer. That was advantage Astros. Effectively a bullpen game with Urquidy, Ryan Stanek with 1 pitch, but basically Urquidy and Hunter Brown versus Heaney and Dunning. That's advantage Astros, and they won those games. To me, Verlander versus Jordan Montgomery, the second go-round, something that Montgomery's never done and something that Verlander has done well in the past, and he's Justin Verlander, and you're playing in that ballpark where you won however many games straight. You own the Rangers in that ballpark. This, to me, should also be advantage Astros. I would not feel good about losing a game where it feels like you've got an advantage and one where it feels like you have less of one. To me, Game 6 is advantage Rangers slightly, and Game 7 is advantage Astros. I would much rather win Game 5 with Game 6 on the horizon.
Let's just be honest, man. Framber makes you scared.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Framber makes you scared if they somehow lose this game and the season's on the line.
Framber with the season on the line
I even think he
makes me nervous.
I even think he makes Tyler nervous.
Oh, no, Tyler's not going to admit that. No, Tyler's not going to admit that.
Tyler won't admit that.
No,
I believe it even makes him nervous with the game on the line. And listen, I can understand that. It is very fair with what he has done, especially this year in big starts. You needed a huge start from him against Seattle. They had to claw back and win that game because it started off rough. You needed him a big start in the playoffs just now. He struggled against both the Twins and against the Rangers in this series. I will say I get it. I get it and understand it. I am not as concerned as I think others about Framber because I can concede and understand it does seem like something happens, things go off the tracks. But if I watch what he did in that game against the Rangers, I'm not going to sit there and say he pitched well, but he pitched better to me than what his line was. And I think there's a clear adjustment that could potentially be made there as the Rangers tried to jump on him. The Rangers did what the Astros did to Andrew Heaney last night. They jumped up like right there. The Astros had 3 runs on 11 pitches. Them jokers had 4 runs on 8 pitches, and I think a few of them he got ground balls.
Yeah.
That were finding holes. Now the home run he gave up was clearly a mistake, but he struck out 6 against 1 walk. So it's stuff they weren't seeing it all the time. I felt better about him in that start than maybe the numbers looked. And so I feel better. Now, I'm not going to say I feel great if they're in need of a Game 6, but I feel better than I think most.
But see, the things that you just said, every point that you just made are ones that I would be more focused on if they win this game today. And if they come back to Houston with a 3-2 lead and an opportunity to secure this thing.
But if they lose, you're thinking about all the other stuff.
Exactly. If they win this game and Framber's got an opportunity to close this thing out, I'm going to look at everything that you just said and be like, you know what? He wasn't that bad. I could squint and see how, hey, Framber's got good stuff. Maybe he responds in a positive way, pitches better in his second time around the way you anticipate Verlander will. And you've seen him pitch well in the postseason plenty of times before. So it's not like you've never seen him do it before. He does, I think, deserve some level of benefit of the day, even offline, about, hey, what's your level of confidence? And I said, hey, I know I don't sound like it. I know I'm complaining about it. But the confidence is a level of somewhere around 6 because I've seen it happen before. I'll be telling myself all the things that you just said if they win this game, convincing myself that Framber Valdez can close this thing out. But if they lose, I'm going to be worried about all of the bad stuff that I've seen. And going to be like, man, look, I'm watching this World Series run flash before my eyes because I don't feel great about the matchup. I feel pretty good about the one today. Would like to feel really good about our chances coming back to Houston.
Yeah, I understand the nerves and concerns about Framber. I'm just in a space where I think I have a little bit more confidence than most have with what Framber has done. But I completely understand.
Do you not? If we share the concern about the whole mentality thing and how his emotions affect him, do we not think it would be better to win this game even for Framber to go into the game with a less amount of pressure?
Hell, absolutely.
Yeah,
I'm
man.
just saying,
I think that matters.
I'm just saying I am not scared to death if the game and the season's on his hands. I'm not scared to death. I didn't look at him and his performance, at least in the last game, with the thought of, God, man, you just can't put him out there.
Yeah.
I didn't, and I think there are some people who feel that.
You absolutely have to put him out there.
All right, yeah. Coming up. We'll get you set up here as the Astros will look to win Game 4. Turn the page. Justin Verlander gets the ball today. They brought him in for this game, but what are your think about this, your fair expectations for Justin Game 5? We'll tell you what ours are. Coming up next as we're live on this Football Friday at Sawyer Park here in Spring.
Justin Verlander. Let we go. Join the drive with Stoerner and Hughley, live from Sawyer Park Ice House in Spring on a With permission. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day. It's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
All right, the number one thing is, hey, it is a Tachys Fiber Internet Football Friday, even though this is a huge, huge day in baseball, as Framber Valdez is being silly on the camera right now for some reason on Fox Sports. But come on out here as we'll get you ready for the Astros. They're about an hour away from starting Game 5, a pivotal Game 5. Whew. Justin Verlander against Montgomery. That was the Game 1 start between the two. By the way, Clint Stoerner out. Brandon Scott is in. Come on out to Sawyer Park, man. I'm telling you, it's starting to fill up.
I think you might have that time wrong, Ron. I think the game's getting started here in just a few minutes, isn't it?
Is it really? Oh, I've been Eastern time zone, dude.
Yeah.
Gummit.
Yeah.
Is it really? Is it 3?
Yep. 3:07 first pitch.
God. Holy hell. All right. 3:07 first pitch.
I thought it was 4.
I thought it was 4:07. It is a 3:07 first pitch. Come on, man. This is why you're the second best. You should have jumped. You heard me say 4 multiple times.
That's why I just said that.
All right, come on out as the game is getting started. Boy, it is
4, Tyler.
Is it 4?
It's 4:07.
Okay, I'm about to say I thought I was right.
What are you doing? Don't ruin that.
That's a Google machine. I'm just saying.
I'm
that's
sorry.
Google. It said Central.
The epic rant that you just went on.
God, Tyler, this is the second time. I know I knew it. I've looked at it multiple times today. Somebody give me a beer. I know I knew it. And Tyler,
I'm just glad that is the case because we need you to give the lineup this hour.
That's why I moved it. This is like the second or third time. I'll get one. This is like the second or third time that Tyler has sounded so convincing on something that I knew I
didn't even sound confident. I said, hold on, is that right? It's the Google machine's fault. Just go on, man. Just go on.
I think you need to take a look at it. I think it's at 3:07. And then I started getting frantic about these lineups. All right. No, it is 4:07.
My apologies.
About an hour away. We'll get you that. Don't listen to Tyler on that one.
I need at least another drink.
I'm just excited, man. I'm ready to go.
I need at least another drink in me.
All right.
I am pumped for this game.
Justin Verlander and Montgomery get going tonight. Real quick, I'm watching at the pregame show. I don't know if you all sit down and watch the postgame show. Somebody is messing with A-Rod's chair. I don't know if y'all have watched this. A-Rod can never get comfortable in his chair. This thing, if you've seen it, he is pushing that thing up and down. I know yesterday they couldn't take their hands off of Alvarez's legs. But I don't know what it is. That chair is just not working for A-Rod.
Does he have arthritis or something? Is it a special chair? Is it like a Phil Jackson situation?
Honest to God, I think David Ortiz is messing with the screw in his chair. I think it is because every time he comes up, he cannot get. It's coming up and down. He cannot get that thing. He cannot get that thing right. I'm glad he shaved today. But my goodness, that thing is crazy. But
that does seem like something that David Ortiz would do.
Yes,
of all the people on that set.
Yes,
it does seem like he would be about the shenanigans.
I think he is behind it. 713-572-4610. What's the fair expectations of Justin Verlander tonight? What's the fair expectations? This is it for me, fellas. Listen, this is why you brought Verlander here, right? This is why you brought him here for this game. But I do not think he needs to be special.
Yeah.
There are times, right, where you watch games where you're like, hey, like they're going up against a beast or they're going up against somebody where, hey, you got to go be great. I felt like moving to Arlington, I felt like Jose Altuve had to go and be Jose Altuve. They needed the greatness from Jose Altuve, and boy, has he done it. Right? Sometimes you look at it and you're like, they just need Yordan Alvarez to come and just have a takeover spirit, and he has done that. I don't necessarily think that Justin Verlander has to be special tonight. He just has to be, to me, quality start level.
Yeah.
And because I do not think Jordan Montgomery is going to shut this offense down again. I think to me, my expectations, and I would say, Justin, well done if you can get me to Neris.
Yeah.
If you could somehow now, if Neris has to come in and get an extra out in the sixth, and it's 5 2/3, whatever. If you can, if he replicates not just what he did in the first game, but if he replicates what Christian Javier did, which was 5 2/3, and he handed the ball off to Neris, that to me is all. Now, hey, I'm not telling JV he don't got to be special.
Right.
If he want to go out there and be vintage, that's fine. I'm just saying that is, I don't think, called upon for this team today. I think he just needs to be quality start worthy to me.
Quality is the bare minimum. Quality start is the bare minimum, and I think that is in part because of what you have on the other side. Like, you were able to afford last night not getting the quality. And I was expecting Jose Urquidy to give you something close to quality. He did not. But you could afford doing that because even in a bullpen game scenario, that was still advantage Astros. I feel like if you don't get quality Justin Verlander, like you're talking about, you don't think Jordan Montgomery is going to shut this Astros offense out the way he did in the
because quality start wasn't good enough in game one.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. I do think that quality start is the bare minimum because I think that Jordan Montgomery can give the Rangers quality. So if you don't at least get that from Justin Verlander, you're paddling upstream against Jordan Montgomery on the other side of it. So you don't have the bullpen game matchup advantage that you had the night before. You have an actual challenge on the other side. So you need Justin Verlander to at least meet that challenge. And I don't think that's too much to ask of JV.
Yeah, I don't either. Some may think he needs to be special. Now, seriously, this is the game that you brought him here for, but I believe the way the Astros are swinging the bat, I hope that Bruce Bochy and the Rangers believe that Jordan Montgomery is Yordan Alvarez's kryptonite.
Yes.
I hope they feel like they can be in attack mode to him because they got another thing coming, in my opinion. They've seen him now, and I think they'll have a lot more success. And I think they had some success in Game 1. There was some. I think there was one. Jordan was good, but he, of course, like a lot of starts, had some fortune.
Man, he struck out Yordan Alvarez a handful of times, man. Like that to me. There is the game.
He made him look bad.
And that is the game within the game to me because Yordan is unequivocally the best player in this series, no doubt about it. Yordan Alvarez, whose only game that wasn't spectacular was the game in which they went against Jordan Montgomery. How does that matchup develop? Who makes the adjustment and who wins that matchup? It's the game within the game.
About this yesterday, and it proved.
Cups, sits and starts, and more inside info. They do the work for you. New episodes every Tuesday and Thursday. Just follow the Upper Hand Fantasy Podcast on the free Odyssey app. It's Attacker's Fiber Internet Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Sawyer Park Ice House in Spring, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back, as it is a football Friday, but a little baseball action is the Astros have a huge, the biggest game of the season coming up here a bit after 4, as we will keep you updated on that. Brandon Scott's in as Clint Stoerner is out today. We're live on a football Friday here at Sawyer Park. I'm telling you guys, they got specials all over the place. Happy hour Monday through Friday, 3 to 7. Great food, great drinks. I'm telling you that right now. And the really cool thing they have here, by the way, get on up here. No better place to watch the game. There are TVs all over the place. We're set up outside. We can see the TVs. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 right here in front of me. They also have a huge projector screen outside as well, a stage with a huge screen on it, and TVs all over the place. So you cannot miss it. This is a great spot to watch this huge game. And maybe the best thing they've got out here is they've got the Sawyer Suites. You can go to SawyerPark.com and find out more on that. It is a kind of an exclusive spot. You got your own area. It is covered. You've got your own bar. You've got your own food they have set up out there. And you can get more information at SawyerPark.com. You can do that right now. Hell, if you're sitting in the building, you can do that. All right, coming up after this segment, and I want you to listen up. If you're in the house, after this segment, we're going to give away a $50 gift card to Academy Sports. All you have to do is walk over here to my guy here who has got a raffle box. All you got to do is fill your name out, put it in the box, and we will draw names and your chance to win a $50 gift card. We don't need any additional information. We're not trying to get your phone number. We're not trying to get your email.
If you're good looking, you can leave the number.
Wait a minute. What?
Tyler, it's 2023. We can't stop that. We can't do that. Where do you
Tyler,
come from?
No.
Where do you come from?
Let me dump that.
And I'm not kidding. This lady is over here smiling though when you said it.
How you doing, girl? How you doing?
Okay. Wait a minute.
He's married, guys. He's married.
Very married.
Happily. Megan, I'm
extremely
married. Extremely married.
He's got dogs. Like, chill out, man.
3 fur babies at home, man.
Okay, God.
Dude, what are we doing?
4th on the way. God, calm down. All right.
4th on the way.
Yeah, you can sign your name. And,
free money. Free money.
Have a chance, man, to get what you need. You can get a bunch of Astros gear with that $50 gift card to Academy Sports. So if you're in the building,
maybe a hat.
Can do that. If you're too cool, keep sitting down. You remember yesterday we had a rush of people sprinting to go get that sign once we hooked somebody up with a $25 Visa card?
Yep.
Somebody snuck a projector and said, "What the hell?"
Yeah.
I just don't get it. Too cool for it.
Yeah.
All right. You would think, right, that the Astros flat out have the pitching advantage here in a lot of different ways. I thought they had it in today's game. I thought they had it in game 1. When you think about Verlander against Jordan Montgomery, obviously the pedigree and all of the history and the battles Justin Verlander has been in compared to Montgomery, you thought they had to match up. But the reason why the Astros lost game 1 was because of Jordan Montgomery.
Yeah.
They could not solve him, and they were ultimately shut out at home. There's no way that Jordan Montgomery can do that again. There's no way. There's no way that he can do that again, right? They're just not shutting him down, especially the way that this offense is rolling. They are now 8-1 at the ballpark there in Arlington, and that's not something that should be a great concern, right? That they go get shut down again.
I mean,
do you feel that? Do you feel that? I cannot see that happening. Now, I'm not saying the Astros are going to win. I'm guaranteeing a win. I will be shocked off my ass if we sit here at Sawyer Park and we're watching this game and Jordan Montgomery has shut down this lineup again.
It is definitely the matchup to watch when we're talking about the head-to-head Justin Verlander for the Astros, Jordan Montgomery for the Reign. You feel good about Justin Verlander? Like, I don't feel like Justin Verlander really needs to make that big of an adjustment, and whatever adjustment he may or may not need to make, I do trust him and this Astros coaching staff and the pitching staff to make it. So I feel good about that angle of it. It really is all about how the hitters, how the offense adjusts to Jordan Montgomery, who, by the way, I think it is worth noting, worth mentioning, they had not seen before. Like, no, he was new to them at the time, not as new to them now, but as we saw what the result was. And so it's all about what the adjustment is. Both, it's two things. What is the adjustment that Jordan Montgomery makes to the Astros? Does he go into this assuming that, hey, the plan A that I had the last time, Adam Spillane talked a lot about this in the midday show. He was in for In the Loop. Does the plan that I had going into Game 1, does that still apply to Game 5? Do I still go with that one? Or do I have to do things differently? And he talked about this. I think it was yesterday. Talked about perhaps having a different game plan, doing things a little bit differently, attacking this Astros lineup a little bit differently than he did in Game 1. Does he actually do that, number one? And then, if so, what's the Astros' adjustment to the adjustment? You know, like it already goes without saying that they would need to adjust to what they saw in Game 1 because they weren't good against it, right? Yeah. But then if this guy's going to make an adjustment to that, then the Astros are going to have to make an adjustment to the adjustment. So that's the game within the game. That's the sort of the chess piece that I'm watching the matchup the most, assuming that Justin Verlander is going to go in there and at the very least be Justin Verlander.
I don't know. Yeah, I feel confident in Verlander, but I'm just from that spot. Like I've got a little Tyler in me right now on that one. To me,
what? Confidence. You mean?
Yeah,
arrogance, confidence.
Yeah, show me that again.
Okay.
They're not. Shut up, Tyler. I don't have Tyler in me. I mean, you can't
Tyler,
do anything.
Tyler,
what is wrong with
that's got to make best of the week. I don't know if you've already
no,
edited
it. Doesn't, man.
But you've got to be able to fit that in, baby.
How
no
old
pressure,
are you, man?
No pressure.
I've got the confidence level of Tyler. I mean, you're
not the first to ever have a little Tyler in
bro. You said
up,
he was
man.
in you, bro. That's wild.
No, you did. But is that what you were thinking?
It's what you said.
Is that what you were thinking? Is that what you like when I said that you were thinking that? No.
Hey, this segment's gotten out of hand.
You said confidence.
Ron's got Tyler in him. You
Show's daddy Tyler.
Yo. That's wild.
I mean, I'm trying to go to you, and you over there snickering.
Oh, this is a good one,
boys.
And then this nut here, eat some chicken strips, man.
It's gotten out of hand here, man.
What I was saying was, I have the confidence.
We heard you.
The over-the-top confidence that they won't be able to do this. Man, I don't care anymore. I just whatever, man. I hate you.
You said it, bro.
Shut up.
I'm just confused.
You can't say that.
Oh, no,
you
don't
even
even
think
go off
that,
the
man.
rails like that.
You weren't
bro.
even thinking that. God,
you got what?
The
in
showman.
I just hate both of you.
In you, bro? No.
You know what? I'm debating the lineups now. I really am.
You got to do that for the
you can't punish
that's
the people.
It's not about me
No,
and
it
T.
is. No, it is.
No, it ain't about us. It's about the people.
That's about the drive family, dog.
They're 5-1 when I do the lineups, and I don't know if I'm going to do them.
Oh, my gosh, dude. Are you being serious? You're being a little dramatic
You want to be kids? All right. The adult in the room will put his foot down.
By pouting?
He don't want to talk about somebody is in him, and now he don't want to do the lineup.
Yeah, that's odd.
You the one to use the inflammatory language. Trying to understand. What is he talking about?
I've never seen anything like this. That's not true. I've only seen it one time. And not rarely do we see this happen in the sport of baseball. We'll talk about that coming up next as the Astros look to play Game 5 against the Rangers, and we'll see if the lineups get done. That's next.
I'm a firm believer in your home is your sanctuary. Get the peace of mind you deserve today with a free
to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
It's Attacker's Fiber Internet Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Sawyer Park Ice House in Spring, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back as we're getting closer to first pitch, 4:07, as the Astros look to win this Game 5, pivotal Game 5, as we're live here at Sawyer Park. A great spot. People are starting to fall in. This is a great spot on a Friday to come in and watch this game and to hang out tonight. They've got it all, man. This is one of the best spots we have gone to, and it is a lot of fun. Clint Stoerner is out today. Brandon Scott in the building. Good food, good drinks, everything rolling around here.
Everything looks good here.
I've got TVs all over the place, guitars all over the place. We're out here at Sawyer Park in spring as things are kicking off. Tyler, let's do this now. This will be your second opportunity of 4. Each hour we will hook you up with a pair of tickets to our Yellow Rose Whiskey Talk. Caller number 5 right now. You know what? Miss Melissa, one of our listeners, says she was caller number 4 and she was mad. So caller number 4. Caller number 4, 713-572-4610. Caller number 4, your chance to win tickets to our Yellow Rose Whiskey Talk. You will have a chance to win another pair in the 4 o'clock hour, and then the last one of the day in the 5 o'clock hour. That event is next Thursday, October 26th. Sean Pendergast will lead the charge on that. And you can come hang out with a lot of 610 Sports Radio 610 personalities as we continue to celebrate and get ready during this bye week for the Texans as they get ready to play the Panthers after that Yellow Rose Whiskey Talk. All right, you know what? You rarely see this to me, Brandon and Tyler, and that is a single baseball player have the ability to impact the game as much as we'll see over several games, as much as we can see a football player, quarterback, or a defensive player that can just dominate. We've seen Aaron Donald just take over games. We've seen J.J. Watt just take over games. Obviously, the quarterback position, or a great basketball player. Here we've seen Akeem Olajuwon just take over games, Harden and things in the past. It's really hard to see that from baseball. The closest you'll see as a pitcher, the closest I've ever experienced was Madison Bumgarner, who just took a championship away from my team by single-handedly coming through and winning that series. But Yordan Alvarez, the impact of him is almost like the impact of a great player in the NFL, a quarterback, whatever, just so much that he impacts, because you could just feel it every time guys in front of him started to get on base. A small walk to Martin Maldonado, then kicked off. Oh, God, that mutant is coming. Oh, God, Cyclops is 4 bats away. And now he allows guys like Jose Altuve and Alex Bregman, and the way that Mauricio Dubon is swinging the bat right now, too, he allows those guys to see great pitches. I was listening in Dallas today, and I'm sorry, Tyler, but I was listening in Dallas today, and I just want you to hear it. The guy said, don't walk Alex Bregman. Give him fastballs right down the middle. I don't care, because the greatest hitter on the planet is behind him. You hear that? Give Alex Bregman fastballs right down the middle.
A dude who almost won an MVP 4 years ago.
A guy who hit a triple the other way to kick off the scoring yesterday. And then, not to mention, when he gets on, there's just traffic routinely for Abreu and Tucker behind him. The effect that he just has, like if you watch this game, he kicks it off. If Dubon or Altuve get on like they did yesterday to start the game, all hell breaks loose. Now they got to start thinking about what they're going to do, how they're going to approach things. It is crazy, his impact.
Yeah, he is. Like, you cannot really avoid him, and it's why we've had the conversation. Because, I mean, look, if guys aren't getting on base, he's still going to be a threat in and of himself. Like, he is a singular threat to score. You know, like, most guys are not like that, and obviously he does more than just hit home runs. But, like, it is why we've had the conversation of dude's got to be on base for this guy because he's so hard to deal with even if dudes ain't on base. Like, he's hard to deal with no matter what. You force the issue, you press the issue a little bit, and guys like Jose Altuve, Mauricio Dubon, and Alex Bregman are just doing their part. Not even necessarily being special, but going up there and having quality at-bats, which you know you can expect from Alex Bregman. Like, Jose Altuve is going to give you some of the best power, and he's going to hit some of the more difficult pitches that you'll ever find of anybody in baseball. So he offers that as the leadoff guy. Alex Bregman, whether he's batting second or third, is going to give you some of the more quality at-bats. Mauricio Dubon has become a revelation this year as somebody who can do a little bit of both. Like, he can make contact with that ball, but he's also going to have a quality at-bat more likely than not. So it is imperative on guys like that to set up Yordan Alvarez. It's why Jeremy Pena was so valuable last year. He was able to win the ALCS MVP, the World Series MVP, because he was doing his job of setting up scenarios where Yordan Alvarez could be at his most impactful. I think it falls just a little short of, say, a quarterback, a little short of, say, a star basketball player. It just can't quite be that. But it's as close as you're going to get.
They're a lot, like, they have to throw the ball down the middle of the plate to Alex Bregman.
They have to.
Like, that's what they feel.
Or deal with the result.
There's a fear. I mean, there's a fear of it because what happened when he came up? He had an RBI 3 out of the 4 times that he came to the plate.
Well, look, he comes up last night, bases loaded. 9 pitches, like he battles a 9-pitch at bat before he goes out there and almost hits a home run and still scores the run in. Like, you could almost argue that was an ideal outcome.
Oh, they were happy.
Yeah,
they were
thrilled.
They thought it was gone.
My goodness, that guy could have cleared the bases with that.
He came up.
Yeah, man, it is one thing to marvel at, and I've been saying this and it's been the case for at least 2 years, as long as he's been healthy, and you could even make the argument back to when he came up in 2019 for as long as he's been around. He is the most impactful Houston sports athlete. I mean, C.J. Stroud's making a bid now as the franchise quarterback for the football team, but Yordan Alvarez is the preeminent athlete in Houston sports.
What the opportunities and pitches he allows the guys in front of him to have, and we're talking about Jose Altuve, Michael Brantley, Mauricio Dubon, and it was Kyle Tucker, and now Alex Bregman, and then the amount of RBI opportunities that occur is insane.
Yeah,
it's insane. All right, as we will get you hooked up and ready, the Astros will get started here in about 17 minutes, and you can stay right here on Sports Radio 610. We will keep you updated with that, but it is that time. As we are live here at Sawyer Park in spring, make your way on here. Tyler, give me my damn music.
That's what I've been waiting for, man. Let's go.
Well, you know what? It's a little warm here at Sawyer Park. It's a little hot out here, but I feel good because you know who else is hot? That damn lineup up and down the lineup for the Houston Astros. They came out there and got one, not just one, but 2, and now they're going to try to sweep the folks in that Amazon warehouse that they're playing baseball at. Let's get it, baby. Go get a W today. Here is your starting lineups.
Yes, sir.
Leading off and batting second, he has come through, baby. He may be 5'6", but he carries the big stick. The second baseman, Jose Altuve. And batting second. Is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, it's that damn cannon attached to his arm. The center fielder, Mauricio Dubon. And that man is going off for it. Dusty got the special touch with him. And batting third and playing third. Is that my brother's keeper? You're damn right it is. The real AB, Alex Bregman.
He can hit.
And batting for the mutant, that X-Man, the best hitter on the planet. And ladies, they love it when you call me Big Papa. Said they love it when they call him Big Papa. The designated hitter still tipping on him fofos, Jordan Alvarez.
He's big as hell.
And batting fifth.
Come on, man.
The first baseman.
Come on.
Jose Abreu.
Why you gotta do Jose? Come on.
And batting sixth, who is actually seemingly walking up there with a pull stick instead of a bat. But is this the day that Kyle Tucker gets going? I sure as hell hope so. You can join the ALCS whenever you're ready to, Kyle. That would be nice if you came to play. You all may know him as King Tuck. I know him as Tampa Tuck. The right fielder, Kyle Tucker.
Tuck time is
and
coming.
batting seventh, the man who Dusty believes in, banana pudding himself. I know Clint isn't here and it's killing him, but you're here, Brandon. Tyler, I need your help. The people need your help. The center fielder, we don't call him Tasmanian Devil. We don't call him Chazzy Fizz. We call him White Boy Chaz. Tyler's a little late, but that's all right. We'll pick it up.
We gotta get some rhythm on that, man. Come on now.
All right, and batting.
Rhythm on that, Tyler.
And batting eighth.
No, we're on delay.
The
It's not my fault.
shortstop. The shortstop. The Mr. Pelvic Thrust himself. Yes, Tyler is doing it right now in the studio. Mr. Pelvic Thrust himself. The Pepper, who has not hit a home run in 107 days. Is today the day, Jeremy? The shortstop, Jeremy Pena. And batting ninth, the man that most of you didn't want out there.
Yeah.
The man that most of you want him to just go away. Well, he will not. He is the blonde bomber, except his hair is orange. But he is the blonde bomber, Mr. Machete Martin Maldonado. That is your starting lineup. Astros, go get a W. Take this thing back so Framber doesn't have to make all of you all have a heart attack with Game 6 on the line and the season on the line. That is your starting lineups. Astros will get you ready on the way back on the other side. John McClain, the Hall of Famer. I know he's ready. He'll join us coming up next. We'll get his thoughts on what will happen today with the Astros and the latest with the Texans. All of that coming up next on The Drive. But before we get to that, guys, Texans fans, Astros fans, NFL fans,
Sawyer Park here in Spring, a fantastic venue. We'll be here till 6 o'clock, but the game, there's not a better spot in this city to come watch the game. It's starting to fill up, and you will this is a great spot to go, so come on out. As Clint is out today, Brandon Scott is in.
Yes, sir.
It is Friday. It is 4 o'clock, so we get to talk to greatness. We get to talk to the Hall of Famer, John McClain. He joins us. How you doing, General?
It's Dusty's fault.
It's on Dusty.
Blame Dusty. How about that? Hey, listen, John. We could start with Dusty. I did want to start with the Astros anyway. With Dusty, how, in your opinion, you've been around sports forever. You've covered sports, and you understand exactly how baseball goes. So, sometimes I think managers probably get a little bit too much. Either way, how much do you think Dusty and his moves and decisions has impacted these last two games in this series?
First of all, Dusty, just like Bruce Bochy and every other manager, he's not immune to mistakes. He's going to make mistakes. And a lot of people don't like it when he's criticized, but he deserves criticism and praise. And right now, he deserves a lot of praise. That steady hand on the oars and smooth sailing is just what they needed after that 0-2 start. I think Dusty's doing a fantastic job, and that's why you got a guy like him. Nothing that he sees he hasn't seen before. And great catches, leaping over the fence. He's seen him as a player's manager, and so nothing bothers him. And I think the players mirror their manager, which is great for the situation they're in to start 0-2 at home, and now they're 2-2, and they got to win this game because you don't want to have to count on Framber Valdez to win because he's been terrible, and the fact that you can't win at Minute Maid Park. So they need to win this one, then they lose at home with Framber, and they got Christian Javier going, and he's been great. So this game is so important, and I think Dusty will make a boost.
John McClain joins us. John, listen, I know last week you said you had the Astros in 7. Are you surprised that they've gotten back to this point where they're tied with a chance to win Game 5 to take it back with the lead? Are you surprised that they got here after that 0-2 hole?
Ron and Brandon, I thought if they won the third game, they could get back. But the way they were playing at home, just stinking it up, I thought, okay, they're done. The Rangers are a young team. They're built for last. They've been fantastic. They're playing like a team that has all this playoff experience, and the Astros are playing like a team that has none. Then they flip that proverbial switch that I don't understand. Dusty said last night, he doesn't know why they play better on the road than they do at home. Nobody does, but did. Jim Crane would pay him a whole lot of money for the solution. But now that they won the first game, I thought they would win last night. I think they're going to win this one. Framber will lose, and I think Javier will win, and they will win it in 7.
Well, damn, John, you just answered my next question because I was going to ask you, and I wanted to get this on the record before we actually get the first pitch, before this actually goes down. But I wanted to know, first of all, how do you feel about this matchup against Jordan Montgomery, their ability to sort of solve the Jordan Montgomery problem that existed in Game 1, and then how you feel about them going back at home? Because I know, editing your pieces for SportsRadio610.com,
that's cheap,
which you can go read at SportsRadio610.com. But I know you don't feel great about them at Minute Maid Park. You just kind of laid it out there for us that you think Framber will lose and that you like their chances with Christian Javier in Game 7 if and when it comes to that. I tend to agree with you. But how do you feel at least about this matchup against Jordan Montgomery and the Astros' ability to solve that problem?
Let me just say something first. Who needs Clint when you got Brandon?
Oh, man. I love that.
Yeah,
that just warms my heart.
That just warms my heart. Cut that up.
Yeah, please do.
Jordan Montgomery has been fantastic. He throws all those breaking balls to Alvarez. That was the game Alvarez was feeling bad. He had a virus. Then he came back and had a great game, and everybody should have been injected with the same virus. And he is mystified the Astros hitters with those breaking balls. And Verlander, Verlander's been a great playoff pitcher. He's just not a good World Series pitcher. He barely got his first victory last year against the Phillies. So I feel confident in him. He's been really good. He deserved a better fate in that 2-0 game that he lost when the hitters offered no support whatsoever. And I feel like he'll play well today. The Astros are just on such a roll. It's unbelievable, especially at Globe Life Field. If they can get off to a lead here, the Rangers' confidence, they can express all the confidence in the world, but, they got to have a lot of self-doubt based on them. And I think they're going to be totally psyched out if the Astros get up on them early. And hopefully they will, like they did last night. But even when the Rangers tied it, then they broke it open with Jose Abreu. So it's just so exciting to watch them again after they struggle for so much. Boy, they just played the first two hitters perfectly. And I can't wait to see this one, and I can't wait to see when they come back to Houston.
That's right. 2 pitches. The Astros clearly are ambushing with that tactic. 2 outs, 2 pitches. Very similar to what they did last night. As it is underway, we will keep you updated right here. And for those who are asking, no, we are not taking shots as every time the Astros score like we did that one time.
Yeah.
Our boss told us not to. We'll explain, I guess, later.
Yeah.
They look down upon that. I guess maybe us a little tipsy being on the air is not maybe what they like. John McClain.
The guy is drunk.
John, I do want to transition to the Texans, but real quick, I love asking people who have had the experience of watching sports in the vein that you have. What Yordan Alvarez is doing right now at the plate and the impact that he has as Alex Bregman has just left the yard and the Astros will lead 1-0 here at Sawyer Park. Alex Bregman, they don't want to put him on because of the guy I'm asking you about right now, John, because they don't want him guys on base, so they're allowing Alex Bregman to have great pitches to hit, and he goes deep as the Astros lead 1-0. John, have you people bring up Barry Bonds? Have you seen this? Have you seen this level of play and impact from a hitter like Yordan Alvarez?
No, and they would tell you in Philadelphia, Bryce Harper's the same way. I'd love to see the Phillies
It's not like
and
that,
the Astros go back and have a rematch of last year's World Series. I think that'd be incredibly exciting. But the way Alvarez has dominated, not just with home runs, it's almost disappointing when he only gets a single and drives in 2 runs, because we all want to see the tape measure home runs, because as the Braves pitchers used to say on that famous TV commercial, chicks dig the long ball. We all do.
John, I got to know, man, and I came away from yesterday just feeling like, from last night's game, feeling like, man, this guy, Jose Abreu, went from being one of the worst value contracts in all of Major League Baseball and the worst value contract at his position. For the amount of money that he was making, for the amount of production that you were getting at first base from Jose Abreu, worst value contract at the position throughout the year. And all of a sudden now, it does not matter. It matters none. He's earned every dollar, every penny over the course of this postseason, what he's done over the last month and some change. How surprised are you at what Jose Abreu has been able to do and how he's turned it around this season? How important has he been to this run?
I'm shocked, and I thought it was hilarious last night. Somebody put a meme up of Jeff Bagwell, because Jeff was getting killed because he recommended him to Jim Crane, and they signed him with great fanfare. And when he struggled early, Bagwell would say, check the back of his baseball card. And everybody's killing Bagwell, and this meme last night said, okay, I'm ready for you to apologize. And he has been fantastic. Yordan Alvarez won American League Player of the Month in September. It could have been Jose Abreu. And last night, the defensive plays, not just the play on Marcus Semien hitting his glove, but 2 great scoops. And there he is, a single. I want to see a home run. And so he's playing great defense. They got a lot of confidence in him, and now they're doing this without Kyle Tucker. Tucker has been pathetic with a capital P, and he needs to get it together, and then they'd be even more dominant at the plate. And so, what Alvarez is doing, it's just I don't know, it's unprecedented, and but boy, if it's not, it's close.
Yeah, it is. As John said there, Montgomery was what I think people were trying to say was his kryptonite as he struggled against him in game one. Well, he works a full count and then gets another hit, another single. And we'll keep you updated here as Abreu, the man of the hour from yesterday with the big hit, he is at the plate. As the Astros lead 1-0, if you're just checking in, Alex Bregman hit a two-out home run. As that will end the inning there, as Abreu grounds out, and Verlander will come to the mound with a 1-0 lead. Let's transition to the Texans, John, as they're on a bye week here, and they sit here at 500, and they beat the Saints on Sunday, which was a big win. I just generally for you, John, understanding what this team was looking like, new coach, new offensive coordinator, rookie quarterback. Are you surprised that they're at this point, 3-3 at the bye, and pretty much in a pretty good position right now to make a playoff spot when you look at their schedule?
Absolutely. I picked them to win 6 games, double last year's win total. Sean Pendergast on our Great Minds Think Alike, Brandon. And Sean Pendergast and I went back over the schedule on our Utopia football podcast, and I think I had him with 9. He might have had him with 10 because every game's winnable. The only one I think is a sure loss is at Cincinnati, and it's not a great Cincinnati team. And without Aaron Rodgers, there's no sure loss with the Jets. They're capable of winning any game. If the defense had stopped the Falcons on that last drive, they'd be 4-2 despite all those injuries. And one of the things we did in our last podcast was we did superlatives. And we both had an assistant coach. Well, I thought, okay, Bobby Slowick, Gerard Johnson, but we both picked Chris Strasser, the offensive line coach, who had to overcome unprecedented injuries for an offensive line this early in the year. And they've, really, Stroud's been sacked one time in 4 games because the other one was his fault. That's amazing. D'Amico, this shows you what coaching and good quarterback play can do for franchise. And they've overcome all these injuries to be as good as they are. I think they'll beat Carolina. I think they'll beat Tampa. And when they play that next game against Jacksonville on November 26th for a chance to take really, that's like beating Jacksonville 3 times because of the tiebreaker. There's going to be so much electricity at NRG Stadium. And as Brandon knows, it's so much fun to go to NRG Stadium again because it's so upbeat. The last time it was like that was when Gary Kubiak was the head coach.
No question about it. Hall of Famer John McClain from SportsRadio610.com. He is our senior columnist there, joining us here in the 4 o'clock hour. John, I'm glad that you brought up the Jacksonville Jaguars because obviously they just played last night, beat the Saints. The Texans, as we know, have beaten both of those teams, both the Jaguars and the Saints. I'm curious what you think as somebody that's watched a lot of football, probably forgotten more football than I've actually seen. What do you make of the Jaguars and where – I'm very fascinated by where the Texans fall in this division. I think the Jaguars are the biggest threat. They've got to still be the favorite, but we've seen the Texans beat them. We've seen them beat a Saints opponent in a more impressive fashion the Jaguars did. What do you think about them as the biggest threat to the Texans of winning the division and where the Texans fall in line in the grand scheme of things?
I think they're definitely still the best team. They haven't lost since the Texans obliterated them in Jacksonville. They were fortunate to win the game over New Orleans last night. Saints were terrible until the end, and hey, they were terrible in the end. 4 completions at the 6-yard line could have forced overtime. And but I don't see him being a whole lot better. Trevor Lawrence is supposed to be a generational quarterback, and he hasn't been that yet. He played with a bad knee last night, led them in rushing. They're very balanced with Travis Etienne, giving them a good running game. They don't want Trevor Lawrence to be their leading rusher. They want him to be like C.J. Stroud and spend most of his time in the pocket. So I think right now they're +6 in turnover differential. They have their plus, I think, 3 in sacks, even though they can't buy a sack. They've got great pressure, and they haven't allowed but 2 since the first 2 games. And so they've got everything going on thanks to a tremendous coaching job by D'Amico Ryans and his assistants. And these coaches are going to get better as they get more experience, just like Stroud will. And Nick Caserio, I have a column on SportsRadio610.com about Caserio and D'Amico and their draft and their free agents. And man, with all the money Nick can have next year to either sign extensions, new contracts, or free agents from the other team, no matter how they finish this year, this offseason is going to be exciting.
All right, John, man, enjoy the game. The Astros lead 1-0, and I know you're going to watch this thing, and let's hope the Astros can pull this thing out.
Tell you what I'll do. I'm right in front of the TV. I don't have to drive. I'll have a shot for every run they score, and I better go get one right now.
Man, I like
See
that
you guys.
energy, John.
Thank you.
Go
I
ahead.
like that.
Appreciate it. That's John McClain,
Man.
the Hall of Famer. I don't know what's about to happen. Tyler, a gentleman, just walked away from us and said, "Shot for every run."
He did.
I said, "No," and he walked to the bar. So okay, we'll see what's happening here.
That did happen.
No,
That
let's
definitely
go.
happened.
No, there is no let's go.
I love that for y'all.
We've started something here, Ron.
Oh yeah, I get it every time they play. I keep
Just
getting
don't do
tweets
vodka
and-
this time.
No, oh my God, he's bringing shots. I see him. No,
all right.
This guy here is bringing shots. Coming up, we'll keep you updated on the Astros as they lead 1-0. It seems like both the Rangers and Astros hitters have the same game plan in this game to start, and we'll talk about our Saturday slate as the shots come over. Our Saturday slate, there's a big college game happening right here in the city of Houston. We'll discuss that coming up next right here on The Drive.
Clint Stoerner here, and at least once a day, if not twice a day, I got to tell you about these cold Coors Light now. If you're out there and you're already on that silver bullet train, you're part of the Coors Light family. There's a lot of y'all out there. I want to tip my cap to you, man. You're drinking the world's most refreshing beer, and you look damn good while you're doing it. I'm seeing more and more people. Every time we go, every Thursday, Friday, we're out and about at a bar, during watching live sports, breaking good bread with folks, and I see more and more folks
on Twitch and YouTube. Subscribe and follow. Then join the Houston sports conversation in a brand new way.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
It's Attacker's Fiber Internet Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Sawyer Park Ice House in Spring, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Bregman, it's a fly ball to left field. Back goes Carter on the track at the wall. Goodbye! Alex Bregman gets the Astros on the board. A first-inning home run.
All right, that is where we stand right now. Listen, we will keep you updated if you're rolling. We have it here for you. We did not plan on taking shots every time the Astros score, but our gentleman over here to our left, a obvious listener, Mike, decided that we are taking shots.
We get a chance
we have
to
taken
party.
shot, Tyler. Sorry, Parker.
I love it, man. I love it.
It seems like the concept has caught on.
I just wanted to say it's on our boss. It's not us. Yeah, I'm going to put him right out.
I love it. The vibes right now are right.
So you can blame old Vince McMahon, who's not allowing us to do it. So we did it anyway.
Sorry,
boss. No, the Astros, they lead 1-0. I'm just kidding, Park.
The challenge.
I never took a shot.
The challenge would be if we were theoretically, hypothetically speaking, if we were to do it, could we do it without sounding like we've done so? That's the challenge.
Well, I can, and I can answer that for both of you. You can't.
Okay.
Shut up, man.
I feel like we do have some receipts there. That's fair.
All right, Astros lead 1-0. And I'll tell you real quick about this game. And I know, Tyler, you're watching it. Brandon, you've been watching it. It seems like both teams have come out with the same game plan. The old ambush.
Yeah.
All right, let's jump on the first pitch.
Yeah.
You know, as you know, early in games, pitchers love to establish. Like if we think about the game that was probably most difficult for the Astros was Jose Lopez, where he led off every single batter, it seemed like, with a first pitch strike.
Jorge.
It's what do I call him?
Jose.
I call him Jose. That is just.
I think he's George / Jorge.
Race car.
We have a lot of Jose's here, though. To be fair,
that's terrible. I apologize. Jorge. Yeah, that's right. But he was first pitch strikes. And it looks like both the Rangers and Astros are swinging first pitch. I am almost certain. I know that the Astros did it right now occur. I know the Astros
As
did
you
it.
make the point, they literally do it.
The Astros did it. Altuve, which is not a surprise, he swung at the first pitch.
Yeah.
And then Dubon swung at the first pitch. Then, of course, Bregman's a little bit more patient. He went deep. He hit the homer, a little bit more patient there. But then when the Rangers come up, Simeon swung at the first pitch and popped out. I'm certain that Corey Seager swung at the first pitch and got out as well. And just now, Garcia just swung at the first pitch and grounded out. So we're sitting here at about 11 or 12 pitches for Verlander, and he's gotten 4 outs.
Yeah. Here for a good time, not a long time, these Rangers and Astros.
In comparison, the 20 pitches that Andrew Healy threw yesterday that didn't get him out of the first inning and allowed 3 runs is what he did yesterday. So we'll keep you updated on this game. Here's the Astros lead 1-0, 1 out here in the bottom of the second. All right, this is a big weekend in college football, and Tyler, I know it's a big day, but I need that music that really gets me going about the Saturday slate. Give me, there it is, baby. That music, I can hear Vern Lundquist right now.
Yeah.
And Craig Bolerjack, touchdown Arkansas. I can hear it right now. A big Saturday and a big game here, actually in Houston.
Yeah.
As the Texas Longhorns. I believe they're your Texas Longhorns.
They are my Texas Longhorns. That's right.
Sorry about that, Tyler. I don't know if you knew that.
I feel bad for him.
And I love Tyler, but
you can't. A big one as Texas travels here. The only year that these two teams will be in the Big 12, they travel to play the Houston Cougars, who are coming off of that miracle win against West Virginia. And Texas, they lost a couple of weeks ago to Oklahoma. Number 8 Houston going to Texas. And I'm going to tell you, number 8 Texas. I'm sorry, going to play in Houston. No, that Houston is not number 8.
They aspire to, but no,
they're not.
Not quite there.
And I'm glad you said that they aspire to. This is my take on this game, fellas, and that is the worst case scenario for Houston Cougars fans is that the Houston Cougars stay close in this game.
Yeah.
I know that sounds crazy. I know that sounds something because they're not going to win the game. But if they stay close and they feel competitive, I just do not think Dana Holgorsen is the guy. Not for the Big 12 and not for the potential of what the University of Houston can be in the Big 12 Conference. Like, we can look, we could just, listen, I know he didn't have a great week, but we can look and see what a guy like Dion did in Colorado that fast and getting those type of players in.
Yeah.
And I think Houston, now they're in a Power 5 conference, is like a sleeping giant because there's so many kids that come out of this area that could really get that team going quick. And I just don't have the belief that Dana is the guy to get them there. And the worst thing would be to me if they had some sort of a one-possession game with Texas, people into thinking that Dana could be the guy going on in the Big 12.
Yeah,
So,
I like this point that you're making, Ron, a little bit of fool's gold. Could Dana Holgorsen –
yeah, it's like when Russell Westbrook hits a 3 early.
Right. Could the Cougars, by competing with the Longhorns, therefore trick U of H brass into thinking that they have more out of Dana than they actually have? It was one thing when Dana was the coach when you were still an AAC team, but now that you've stepped it up a level and that you're in the Big 12, I agree with your overall point about, Dana not being the guy. I still got to feel like, and I'm rooting for the Longhorns in this game because I feel like it'd be a catastrophe, obviously, for the Longhorns who still have national title aspirations of some kind, and some kind of like real aspirations to lose this game. It would be a catastrophe. So there is that. But for the Cougars to compete in this game, for U of H to, God forbid, win this game, for me, I hope that somehow U of H brass could take the bird's eye view and separate the two things. See the future for what it is and start thinking about, hey, is Dana Holgorsen really the guy to lead us into the Big 12, but also have this moment? It would be such a seminal moment. I know they had the big Hail Mary win in their last game, and then they kind of follow that up now to beat Texas in their first Big 12 season. Texas is last, so their only Big 12 matchup, at least for the foreseeable future from what we can kind of portray or kind of predict, I should say. I think that would be huge for the program, even if it agree with your overall point, a little bit of fool's gold for what Dana Holgorsen is for this team going forward.
A couple other matchups. The big one, number 7 Penn State going on the road to Columbus, and the Horseshoe playing number 3 Ohio State. We've seen a little bit of Ohio State as they played a game on the road against Notre Dame. Penn State hasn't played a soul. So, and they look good. We'll see. We'll learn a lot about Penn State. If they win, oh my, now we get to take them serious. And then also number 17 Tennessee at number 11 Alabama. I want to come to you with this real quick, Tyler. I know we got to go. You watched Alabama very closely as they beat your Aggies last week.
2 weeks ago.
Can't relate.
That was a couple weeks ago as they beat your Aggies a couple weeks ago.
Can't relate.
We lost
and
to the
you
Vols
watched
last
Tennessee
week.
as I was getting there. I missed the wrong team. They beat your Aggies a couple weeks ago, and then Tennessee beat your Aggies last week. Which one of those teams were you more impressed by?
Alabama.
Really? So you think Alabama is legit coming on, and you would see them winning this game?
At least in my mind, like just the way you presented that to me, like me just taking the Aggie games, the Aggies versus Alabama and the Aggies versus the Vols, I would pick Alabama. Now are they really that much better or more talented than the Tennessee Volunteers? I'm not sure. But on those particular Saturdays, the Vols were better to me.
From what you saw.
Sorry,
From
Bama.
what you saw, Alabama was more impressive.
Yes.
I didn't mean to cut you off. I was going to say that Penn State Ohio State is the game though.
It is. I just don't know what Penn State is.
Yeah, well, and that's what I'm saying. We're going to find out.
Stroud will be the celeb picker for that one.
That'll be fun to watch. That'll be fun to watch. But both of those two teams, I feel like, can afford a loss. But obviously, whoever loses that game can't afford to lose to Michigan. Both of them still got Michigan on the schedule. they can afford a loss, but they play Michigan, who could beat either team. So you want to win this game, obviously.
You're right. I can't wait till Michigan plays somebody, as they play one of the worst team that's at Michigan State that is struggling, firing coaches and everything. They still have not played anybody. I'm certain their best win is against Rutgers. All right, coming up, we'll keep you updated with the Astros as it's still 1-0 in the top of the third. We'll keep you updated there. And I've been thinking something about the Texans that's making me think about something about the Rockets. I'm wondering if you are feeling the same way. And I know Brandon Scott. I think Brandon Scott might be. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Ron Kraft Chevrolet in Baytown, man, they're waiting on you. If you're looking for a brand new 2023 Silverado 1500, get down to Ron Kraft Chevrolet right now. They got several of them ready to drive off the lot. You can take your pick, man. Ron Kraft Chevrolet, you can get that new Chevy with no payments for 90 days. That's 3 months, no payment, and 0% financing on a new Chevy Silverado. Chevy Silverado 1500, that is. Ron Kraft, they're also offering all-time high values on 09 or newer trade-ins. So right now, you can get the best price for your trade-in, and you can get that new rig with 0% financing and no payments for 90 days. You can do that all at Ron Kraft Chevrolet in Baytown on I-10 East next door. You can just dial in at roncraftchevrolet.com. Find new roads at Ron Kraft. It's Chevrolet the Baytown way.
Payne and Pendergast.
The defense is playing way above its pay grade. They're a little bit boom or bust right now, but you look at it at the end of the day, they're limiting scoring, they're creating turnovers. Potentially, they could finish as a top third defense. And
on your way, or if you're near, if you can hear, probably can't, we will be doing a drawing for a $50 gift card at La Michi Wakana. They'll be coming up in the 5 o'clock hour as we are holding it down here on a Takis Fiber Internet Football Friday. Of course, though, a lot of baseball going on right now as the Astros currently lead 1-0 on an Alex Bregman solo shot in the first inning. And he will lead off the next inning as Justin Verlander is rolling through. And this is pretty much like the old what's the OC, or he was a former head coach of the Eagles. Now he's at UCLA.
Oh, talking about Chip Kelly?
Chip Kelly. It's like the Chip Kelly offense. You know, Chip Kelly's offense, that fast-paced offense, it looks real good until you get stopped on 3 downs in 12 seconds, and then you punt the ball. And that seems to be the tactic that the Rangers are taking, as Justin Verlander is in the 3rd inning, and he has thrown like 24 pitches because they are swinging early. And often in this game, they're trying to ambush him. They did that the first game, and it worked to a certain extent. And now they actually have their first base runner as he gives up a walk here with 1 out here in the 3rd inning. We'll keep you updated on that. Let's do it right now. This is your 3rd opportunity. 4 opportunities, 1 an hour. Your chance right now. Caller number 5. Caller number 5, 713-572-4610. Your chance to win a pair of tickets to our Yellow Rose Whiskey Talk. All right, we do this a ton here at Yellow Rose Whiskey. A great spot, great venue. Sean Pendergast, he'll lead the way as he'll have a lot of conversation about what the Texans potentially will do in this, not the second half, but at least following the bye week.
Thank you so much for stopping by and giving us that great info, Sean.
Thank you. And where they are right now to this point at 3-3. You'll see a lot of Sports Radio 610 personalities out there. And it'll be a good time. It always is a good time. Thursdays, I believe, is also steak night, so you might want to do that as well. And next Thursday, 713-572-4610. You can call right now. Caller number 5. You will win those tickets. One more opportunity in the 5 o'clock hour. We'll be able to do that. Astros lead 1-0. All right, I've been thinking this because Brandon and Tyler, let's just be honest. Are you all surprised with the success of the Houston Texans 6 weeks into the season? Tyler, you surprised? You surprised a bit? Tyler's probably on the phone.
That's shock.
That's shock.
Look, if Tyler has nothing to say, if he doesn't crack that mic at all, but when you throw it to him,
that's my fault.
And Tyler doesn't crack the mic at all, and the question is, are you surprised? I'm going to go ahead and assume that Tyler is just straight up shocked, or stupefied.
Or my dumbass has gone to Tyler too quickly as he just answered the phone.
Yeah, he's probably in the middle of something. So I'm going to tell you that I am not surprised I'm not surprised by the success or by the record or by the fact that they're sort of in the thick of things.
Surprised how it's gotten there.
I will say that I'm surprised of how it's gotten there and exactly how it looks. Like, I was always a believer in drafting C.J. Stroud at number 2 overall was the safest move, the most sensible and logical move. I was more interested and intrigued by Anthony Richardson as a prospect, what I felt like the ceiling could be, and I still am, even if the concerns are real, and I think they are real. But I thought C.J. Stroud was the most sensible pick. I thought that DeMeco Ryans would be a good head coach. I liked the stock that Bobby Slowick came from. So I'm not surprised that they're having success, but to this degree, or that I feel this confident in it when I watch it, I am a bit surprised by that. Like, C.J. Stroud already looks like a seasoned veteran, and I don't think we could have predicted that.
So with that, you're surprised. Tyler is clearly surprised.
He's shocked.
Yeah, I heard my name, but I was talking to our guy Jay, who just won some Whiskey Talk tickets. What'd I miss?
Good for Jay.
Good for Jay.
Shout out to Jay, man. Hope to see you at the Whiskey Talk, man.
It looks like the Rangers have a little something going 1st and 3rd here with 1 out as they get a hit and they go 1st and 3rd as as we'll see if Verlander can get out of this as the Rangers are threatening right now in the third inning.
Can't be mad at that one, too. That was out of the zone. That was up and out of the zone. He still made something happen, so this is getting interesting.
The reason why I say that is, I am surprised by this. I'm surprised how well CJ's playing. I'm surprised how well they are doing as a whole. And it looks like Verlander gets a pop out as Marcus Semien is swinging at the first pitch again.
Not just a pop out, but an infield pop out.
Pop out to Abreu. And it's 2 outs here. The reason why I say that, though, is, for me, I feel excited and more positive about the Rocket season now that I look at what the Texans have been able to do. Because the Texans, they kind of change. They bring in a new head coach that I think now shifts some of the power from the GM, and it looks like Verlander is going to get out of it because these idiots are swinging at the first pitch again. As a pop-out and then a fly-out to Chaz.
You would think they would want to work a 40-year-old Justin Verlander. You would think they would want to work him.
Well, he's 39, so they don't want to do it.
I see.
So they don't want to do it.
Is he not 40?
But I just want to say, I'm excited. This is making me excited because we see they bring in D'Amico. That's a new change.
Yeah.
And I think I think he has kind of taken some of the power from the general manager when it comes to some of the decision-making on talent and guys they're bringing in.
Probably a good thing.
They brought in some free agents that the Texans did. They drafted and got some young guys in. I feel like that's very similar to the Houston Rockets. They bring in an even more established coach that we've seen doing in Udoka. They bring in a real veteran, an all-star, former all-star in Fred VanVleet. They bring in toughness with if he could stop getting ejected. My man got ejected, and Dylan got ejected in his first game.
Don't hit guys in the nuts, Dylan unless your life depends on it, dog.
They got some young talent. I'm impressed by Thompson. Cam Whitmore turns me on when I see him in it. Yeah. I'm not saying they're going to do what the Texans are doing, but I am feeling more excited about this Rocket season from what I'm seeing with the Texans because I see the similarities. I'm getting excited. The Texans are making me get excited about the Rockets.
Yeah, no.
I don't like the look on your face, you son of a gun.
Wow. No, I'm not there, man. And you know, I'm not the guy. I'm not the guy that you've got to sell.
About this.
I'm not the guy.
You can even squint like Tyler does watching Cinemax when he was younger. You can even squint and say this Rockets thing. They're even at a better spot than the Texans were.
Can I tell you what's keeping me from getting there?
What?
The reason why I can't get with you on this. The thing that's really switched it, and we can talk about D'Amico. We like what D'Amico's doing. We like what Bobby Slowick's doing as an offensive coordinator and first-time play caller. It's all gravy. We like it. But the thing that's really changed the outlook for the Texans isn't really just that. It's C.J. Stroud. It's the fact that they seem to have gotten it right.
And Jalen Green, he's ready to go. And it looks like you can't tell me.
Man.
You can't, but I say Jalen, but you can't tell me Jabari Smith ain't got you going yet.
There ain't a soul.
You ain't Jabari Smith. You don't think I really enjoyed it. He's done.
I really enjoy watching Jabari Smith play.
You look at Houston Rockets Twitter. They feel like he's ready to take off, be the best player. I think so too.
Houston Rockets Twitter is insane. I love you guys.
For that one.
I love you guys to death. You guys are insane.
Join the show, honey?
Okay, I'll let you know that those guys I love them to death, but they are a little insane. No, there is not a single soul on this Rockets roster right now, and I feel really good about a lot of them. You named him, Jabari Smith Jr. I think he's going to take a huge leap from year 1 to year 2. At least I'm banking on it. Jalen Green, this is a big year for him, whether he takes that leap or not, because it's not a contract year, but it's the year that he proves that he's worth being given that second contract, that big max contract that guys, year 3, guys like Anthony Edwards expect to get, right? LaMelo Ball, he's a year behind those guys. He's trying to be one of those guys. Alperen Sengun the same way. Like, guys got to show up this year if they're in their third year, so they should be even more motivated, extra motivated. But I can't lie to you and say that I see a C.J. Stroud on this team, that I see a guy who's ready to take the franchise by the reins, and you're able to bank the future of your team and of your franchise on that particular player. I don't see it in one single guy on this Rockets roster. And hopefully by the time Christmas comes, and certainly by the time the end of the season comes, I feel differently. I hope to be speaking a different tune.
I'm not going to lie to you,
but right now I don't feel it.
I feel like I'm watching the Texans. I feel like
I feel like not only will the Rockets stop from being an embarrassment,
I do think they'll be that. They won't be an embarrassment.
I think they can flirt with the play-in.
Oh, come on, man.
I think they can flirt with the 11-12 seed. I think they can flirt with the play-in.
Now, if they were to do
I'm
that,
saying the play-in. I'm not saying get in the playoffs.
So let me say this:
the play-in.
I disagree, but if I'm wrong and you're right, then I'll change my tune 100% and say,
Well, of course you will.
Because that means that something different is happening from what because the only way that happens.
The Texans got me going, man.
The only way it happens
makes me believe
is if there's a Jalen Green or a Jabari Smith or an Amon Thompson that is a franchise-changing player the way C.J. Stroud has shown himself to be for the Texans. I don't know that to be the case right now for the Rockets. I'm still in wait-and-see mode to see who.
But you didn't know that with C.J. You didn't know C.J. was going to be there.
It was
going to be this.
Right. And I didn't, and I wouldn't have predicted it then. And based because it's happened now doesn't mean that I can say it's going to happen.
They're making me feel better about the Rockets.
I can't tell you who that guy's going to be.
And I feel like they're doing it with Tyler, too. And here comes Alex Bregman again.
Oh,
and
man.
a foul ball. Almost looked like that was going down.
He's seeing the ball.
All right, yes. Coming up, as we are live here on this Football Friday, live here on this Tachys Fiber Internet Football Friday from Sawyer Park. I'm telling you, come on down here. It is a great spot. I'm telling you, Brandon, you can attest. You can see this.
Yeah, man.
Tyler, you're unable to, but you can see this. This is a fantastic – is there volleyball going on over there or something?
What?
I don't know what is going on over there while they're watching the game. But it is getting a nice crowd. People are getting off work. If you're getting off work, it's almost 5 o'clock because we got 5 o'clock fire coming up next. Come on down to Sawyer Park here in Spring. This is a great, great spot to watch the game. Now the weather is slowing down a little bit. It feels good outside, good inside, TVs everywhere. So make your way on down here. We'll keep you updated here as the big bats are up here for the Astros. They lead 1-0. Justin Verlander just got out of a jam. We'll get you an update on that. The Jags, they had a big game last night as well. We'll keep you updated. A little 5 o'clock 5 o'clock fire, not cock. 5 o'clock fire.
One of those.
Coming up next. There you go, Tyler. That's for you. But before we get to that, guys, listen, Crown Royal, it's a special, special spot for you. Crown Royal, Texans Nation, they want to give back. They want to give back to the generous host that make game day roll every single week. To the fans that open up their doors and celebrate game day around their kitchen tables, their coffee tables, that have the spread of barbecue, that have the spread of queso, everything that makes game day fantastic. Crown Royal wants to raise a glass to you all who kick things off with Crown, because Crown Royal believes if you live generously, life will treat you royally. Visit crownroyal.com to find out how Crown is living generously all season long. And remember, folks, please drink responsibly.
The bye week is here, and there's plenty to
Takis Fiber Internet Football Friday, live here at Sawyer Park here in Spring. It is an amazing crowd out here as they are watching their Houston Astros, who are clinging to a 1-0 lead in the fourth inning, as Justin Verlander is trying to navigate his way through another inning as he is going through the heart of the order here against the cleanup hitter Garcia. And we will keep you completely updated on that. And we said, whew, maybe I was wrong here. I said here before the show, like, what we need from Verlander is just quality start Verlander. Not sure if he needs to be special. Well, what did you say to me, Tyler? How many guys has Jordan Montgomery retired in a row?
10 Astros in a row, unfortunately.
10 Astros in a row he is retired, and Justin Verlander is leading this game 1-0 as the only blemish in the game for Jordan Montgomery. He has given up 2 hits, one to, of course, Yordan Alvarez, who gave up a single. But prior to that single, he gave up this shot to Alex Bregman, who is batting in front of Yordan.
Bregman hits a fly ball to left field. Back goes Carter on the track at the wall. Goodbye. Alex Bregman gets the Astros a first-inning home run.
And Alex Bregman, who has swung the bat well, Brandon, you were looking. I was doing something else. Alex Bregman gave another attempt at extra base hits, but the ball was caught there by Garcia. Yep. He is swinging the bat pretty well right now.
Yeah, swinging the bat really well. Would have had, I thought that was a really good defensive play by Garcia to rob Alex Bregman what I think would have been extra bases. And we can't forget, that's got to be on the backdrop of the triple that really got that first right. Now, I know
Oppo the other way.
Yeah, and I know the Rangers were able to rally back, and then the Astros had to come back and take the lead again. But, I mean, obviously every run counts, and you don't get that without the initial offensive outburst that the Astros had that was punctuated by Alex Bregman in that triple yesterday. Then he adds to it with the solo shot, which right now, of course, as we've mentioned, is the only run production by either team at this point. So Alex Bregman quietly having a really good series here. And playing, we've said this before too, Ron, that the superstars, even the Justin Verlanders today, and we said he didn't need to necessarily be superstar Justin Verlander, Cy Young Justin Verlander. But the highly paid guys, the highly thought of and superstar caliber guys, Jose Altuve's, Alex Bregman's, Yordan Alvarez's, we'd like to see it from Kyle Tucker at some point. Jose Abreu is a good person to throw in there. We needed to see that from those guys. Alex Bregman has stepped up and answered the bell.
Yeah, he has. And guys in front of Yordan, a big key here. And you have been enjoying this Jordan Montgomery and Yordan Alvarez matchup.
Yeah.
As Yordan got him in the first inning with a single following the home run. But he was pretty good running through Yordan Alvarez and Jose Abreu. And you said it. I was talking to Tyler during the break, Tyler. I said, this is interesting because these are two really patient, good hitters in Yordan Alvarez and Jose Abreu. And they're swinging at balls that never, ever appear to even look like they're in the strike zone. And they're on the ground and seemingly immediately, but he struck both of them out on pitches in the dirt.
It goes to show you how nasty of a pitch that must be. Looking at it from our angle, from a TV angle, I feel like it's a little bit harder to appreciate. But like you said, if Yordan Alvarez, who is as gifted and as talented of a hitter as you'll find in all of baseball, and then, of course, Jose Abreu has been as hot as any hitter as you'll find in all of baseball, and certainly an accomplished guy in his own right before he struggled to start the season here. If these guys are being fooled that much by what Jordan Montgomery is throwing at them, and they've talked about this. I know at least Yordan Alvarez talked about this after Game 1, that the curveball looks like a fastball. They're fooled by something. We're looking at it man, what are they doing? What are they thinking? What are they swinging at? But they've told you, at least Yordan has, that, man, that pitch does not look the same. The result of that pitch does not look the same as it does coming out of the hand. So the back and forth, the chess between Jordan Montgomery and Yordan Alvarez, perhaps underrated, perhaps unexpected when you think about how great Yordan Alvarez is, and Jordan Montgomery is not like Justin Verlander or somebody like that.
He's not what you would look at as an ace.
Yeah, but it's a very, very interesting back and forth between those two.
Yeah, it is. As the Astros are leading 1-0, and luckily for them, they have Justin Verlander on the mound, and he is scoreless through 4 himself. Scoreless through 4 will head to the top of the 5th inning, and we'll see if the Astros can start to get something going. Kyle Tucker, who has been struggling, will lead off this inning. We'll keep you updated on the latest there. But the Astros, they lead 1-0 through 4 innings, and we will keep you updated right here. Oh, you got something here?
I'll tell you this. I wouldn't be mad. I would not be mad if the Astros won this game in a similar fashion to the way the Rangers won Game 1.
Yeah,
like both guys on both sides did an admirable job of pitching, but the Astros just do a little bit more the way the Rangers just did a little bit more. If they got to win a little bit ugly, I guess like how the Texans did against the Saints, if they got to win a little bit ugly today and it's not perfect, I wouldn't be mad at that either if the Astros win a pitcher's duel.
I don't know what you would be mad at for a win. I don't.
No.
I feel like I don't think there's any scenario in which you wouldn't be mad in a win.
Yeah. I'm good with a 1-0 win if it happens.
Yes, Kyle Tucker hit in this game as he leads off, getting a hit off of Montgomery. Chaz McCormick, good for him. Yes, Chaz McCormick. He's up at the plate as he's got a runner on up first here with nobody out. We'll keep you updated here as the Astros, they lead 1-0 here in the top of the 5th.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Thursday Night Football happened last night, and the leaders of the AFC South, the Jacksonville Jaguars, they win against the Saints 31-24. They were in complete control of this game, and the Saints started to make a run there late. These are the two teams, you said it earlier, that the Texans have beaten, the Jags and the Saints. The Texans just played the Saints on Sunday. As they sit here, the Jags are 5-2. I'm just, from you, I'm curious. When you look at the Jacksonville Jaguars, I think they are the favorites in this division. Where do you see them comparative to the Texans?
Yeah, I think they have to be the favorites just based off of their record and what we anticipated coming into the season. Trevor Lawrence, I think there was a consensus on him being the best quarterback in the division. They won the division last year, won a playoff game, and I understand they lost to the Texans, but what they've done since then, they fairly are considered the favorite in the AFC South. But I don't feel like it's by much. Like, I don't think they're the favorite by so much that it's overwhelming, or that you would feel like the Texans are in some kind of like or lower tier than them. They beat them head-to-head, and they've looked better. One opponent that they both beat, so you got a common opponent in the New Orleans Saints that they beat.
As they call him safe there, as the Astros potentially have something going. Martin Maldonado up at the plate. 1 out, runners on first and second. A surefire double play, it looked like, hit by Jeremy Pena, and Marcus Semien wasn't able to handle the toss over. So we'll see if the Astros, will keep you updated, if they can take advantage of this. Listen, I think the Jags, back to what we were talking about, the division there between the Jags and the Texans.
Yeah.
I think the Jags are clearly, but not over the top.
Yeah.
This isn't a, a situation in which I'm like, oh, the Jags are so much better that, that this is like the Chiefs and the Raiders.
Yeah.
And